manufacturing technology. She is a technical savvy and holds a key role in implementing critical process, skills and application in MTAP, MPC, and to many of our industrial customers as well. She is identified as a pioneer women entrepreneur, wise advisor, and the best management to work with. Shashi holds an engineering degree in Jubilee and a management degree from IIM Kolkata. She has about 20 years of experience in the manufacturing industry, from garments to CNC. She has covered roles starting in product development to support finance, sales, business development, finally moving to the top management. She has worked extensively in skill development across her tenure and serves as an advisor to some of the universities in India and Malaysia. She serves as a board member of IITDM Kurnool and member of Board of Studies in Vinyan University, Vadlamuni. It's my pleasure to request Mr. Shashi Sai Raman to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, ma'am.
Let me unmute myself. Am I audible? I hope I'm audible loud and clear. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Am I audible now? Yeah, okay. I'm at highest.
Yeah, she's speaking.
Is it possible for some of us to go on mute, because I'm also hearing a lot of ambient noise.
No, tell ma'am. Hello. ఇది అవ్వట్లేదు అక్కడ స్పీకర్ ఇది రావట్లేదు ఇక్కడ వినపడట్లేదు వాయిస్ కానీ ఇక్కడ వినపడట్లేదండి
Madam, hello.
Hello, yeah.
Hello.
Sir,
Ma'am,
I can.
it's not audible. Is it like
No, I don't. I'm hearing a lot of noise also. So.
Madam,
Hello, am I audible? I'm not sure if I'm audible. So should I start, or are we waiting for something, sir? Okay, absolutely. Looks like I'm not audible at all.
Ma'am, able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please, ma'am. Please.
Sure. So, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, fantastic. So my request is, can rest of us go on mute, because every now and then I hear electronic noise and things like that. So that could be quite disturbing. All right. Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning to one and all today. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this conference. The topic I have chosen is Women in Engineering, a Career Journey. This is a very interesting topic and quite close to my heart as well, because I have a few set of friends across the past 25. Sir, there is an echo happening on the, yeah. There's a lot of echo I heard. Can I continue now?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. All right. Thank you. So, as I was saying, this topic is quite close to a few of us because, it's been 25 years since I had first entered an engineering college. I joined engineering in 1996. So in 2021 is when we completed 25 years. And when we look into our batch, where we had a very good percentage, we had almost 30% of our class was filled with women, and very few of us have remained in engineering. So I had a lot of discussion with my classmates before writing on this topic, and what I'm resonating is an opinion from those who have been in a career of engineering across the past 25 years, 20 plus years, right? So engineering, as many of us know, is a male-dominated field, is mostly male-dominated field across in STEM. And it is perhaps one of the most male-dominated professions in the world, with women making up less than 15% of the engineering workforce in many countries, including India. Now, for decades, to attract more women to the field, engineering educators, as well as workplace, industries, and many such government policies have focused on curriculum reform, workplace reforms through improving gender ratios and other means. Now, while many of these efforts has brought women to study in engineering, the problem is that to continue a career in engineering is a whole different task by itself. Now, women who take up engineering education seldom continue their career into it, and that this was one of the very popular opinion resonated across many women across various facets that we've been discussing. Educational reforms are definitely working. Institutes like IIIT, like the central government institutes, state and other institutes are actively working in increasing their gender ratio. But at a societal and a workplace level, it's still many miles to go in terms of changes. So what began as a topic and what would be forming the center, the core of my talk is, why do women who study engineering leave to pursue careers in other fields? Okay, so this starts with the first premise, why men and women enter engineering. Now, where people enroll in engineering because in India especially, because people are in general good at math and science in high school and they want a well-paid profession, a career in the future, in long term. Women, in general, if you were to look at it, would like to be more socially responsible, have socially responsible career, work on solving problems. This is how everybody aspires and enters a career, right? Somebody says, I want to probably design the next rocket, the next Intel chip, or I want to design the next car, and those are some of the aspirations people enter it. Now, while consistently research shows that women are significantly more likely than men to be interested in larger problem-solving projects in engineering. Now, in a classroom, you will find that in your own classroom, in your own institute and across institutes, both men and women succeed equally in the classroom, okay? But then as it progresses, what we have noticed is women start doubting their problem-solving abilities more than men. And this comes from a fundamental thing that women require a lot of assurance. They seek assurance and reconfirmation. So I had a very interesting friend of mine who heads a engineering development department in one of the companies in the US, and she said that even in early in my career, She said the biggest problem I seemed to be having was self-doubt. I would look at a problem and think of a way to solve it, but then, I would second guess and convince myself that my way of answering the question cannot be right. It could be wrong. So I would constantly lack the confidence and keep reaching out to others, other men or, superior. Get a man to reconfirm that is the approach that I'm taking right. And you may also notice this in your own classroom that young women will sometimes, they have the solution, but they will always come back to a TA or a prof or an advisor saying, am I right? Is this correct? Am I taking the right approach? But from a very performance, from a very general, core behavior, men seldom seek reassurance. So this was one of the very interesting points. Why do women start to change their minds when they enter engineering? That was the second point that we were discussing. And each profession, what happens is it induces students in its distinct culture, skills, and language and value system. Engineering students observe and practice this through group projects, okay, where they learn and think to act, okay. So you will find that what we build extensively in our institutes is to collaborate, teamwork as a core component of being an engineer. That's one of the very important things that we instill in our education system as well as in the workplace. Now, what happens is that gender stereotypes starts happening in such groups, and this is something that very interestingly we have observed. And sometimes, even in our own workplace, I have many a time taken that gender stereotypical role, which slowly I'm also trying to learn that that's not what should be done. So when women engineering students, what they happen is when they sit in a team, you may find that a lot of the jobs that they are being assigned in the team are managerial and secretarial roles, and rather than excluded from real engineering. So typically, if there are a group of 5 students, and out of which there are 2 women and 3 men, you'll find that seldom are the women being asked to go handle the heavy machinery. The first thing is don't let the boys do it. If there is a lot of grease work and all that done, the first approach that is normally taken is let the boys. Women itself, take a back step. I don't want to get my hands dirty. That's many a time it happens. Or sometimes, what happens is there's a gender bias that comes in. This is what. So this is an approach that, and women have this tendency to accept whatever is being given rather than taking a bold step and coming forward that, no, I would like to take up the tougher job as well. I'd like to stay up, it's all right for me to stay late in a research lab and do things. So this is one of the things that we notice, that there is a fundamental approach change even when teamwork happens, that your classmates have to look at you as a team worker and not from a gender bias. Exposure in at the workplace again. See, internships and summer jobs are very common. Summer jobs are something that people, it's also getting common in India, but outside India, if you were to look at it, and myself having a daughter who's just entered college, that the minute there is a holiday break, it is very normal for college-going students to take up an internship or to take up a job to understand how to work in the real world, how to collaborate and live in a real world, to be an adult, to be a fully functioning adult is what we use the term. Now, when an internship is being given, right, normally and institutes provide very excellent opportunities with industries, okay, and both, whether it is a man or a woman, they both the students enter into this internship and they come into a workplace. The minute they come into a work site, they start again echoing gender stereotyping. Men are by nature, they are automatically assigned interesting problem solving problems, and women are assigned to more of coordinating, writing notes or paper presentation and stuff like that. Now here, one of the active things that I think companies have started doing is doing a role reversal and ensuring that men also develop the necessary soft skill, but women develop the engineering skills and understand that if you're coming out into the workplace, these are the skills you need to pick, and you cannot hide behind gender stereotypical roles. Now, So what happens is internships like this, it's very important that institutes also take note that during internship, they also prepare their students, their women, the women in their institutes to realize that a career in engineering is an equal career and they need to step forward and come up with the right showcase that they are ready to take up the tougher jobs, okay, because industries are ready to give this. So if you were to historically look at it back from a reports and things, that's precisely why most of the guys who've taken up the internship come back and report positively, while women sort of start heading towards a very non-engineering career right from that start. Now, here we were talking to a few young students. So before, so decided to talk to a few young students, and both in India. Luckily, I had the reach since my daughter has just entered college. I had the reach to talk to many of her classmates and her seniors. I spoke to them, and the difference was again between how it is from a societal perspective, right? So here we were speaking to a couple of students, and they were in their second and third year. And this is what one of the girls said, that when with the people that I work with, she's taken up an internship. She's taking up her first internship, and she said they don't take me seriously. They just there are a lot of established senior managers working in the department, and they. I'm one of the most amongst the team of my students who've entered into this company. I have the highest GPA, but then they don't care and they still treat me like on the basis that I'm a woman and I should be given the paperwork. So she was talking about how she is fighting, and she's saying that every time she's given something that is more of coordination, she puts up her GPA and says that, hey, I have this GPA. And yes, I think from at least from an education perspective, I am as competent as my fellow classmate who's a guy here. So I would like another area. So this is a very nice approach that many students are also taking and would be useful for women, right? So, but even as Harvard Business Reviews and many such research reports report is that women discover in their internship that engineering profession is not very open, and it is more, it has a lot of stereotyping, and that also what happens is provides enables people to think that let me go for an easier option where I'm treated equally. And this is precisely why the IT atmosphere is more chosen, more often than not it is chosen by women, because there they are treated equally. So this is something that we wanted to bring to the notice, right? Now, education and educators and industries and the government are doing a lot in terms of the policies, in terms of improving women's participation in engineering at each level. But what we are finally coming to, as a lot of my friends and spoke to a few of women professors as well, is that women also have to do their own part about moving ahead in an engineering career. They have to improve their participation, recognize and make changes in their approach towards a career also. Many young women are career oriented, but seldom do they understand a career is across a period of 20 to 50 years. It is not something, it's not a 2-year journey. It is not a 5-year journey. When you have spent 4 years as an engineer in this institution, remember that this has set the platform for you to learn across the next 20 to 50 years. And only if you continuously learn and take that grit and approach, that you would be able to build your career. You will have to stick it through. It cannot be just another job. Drawing finally, a parallel to women in law and medicine, you would find that women in law and medicine do not look at alternatives. They do not think that there is an alternative to practicing law, or there is an alternative to practicing medicine. So what we finally concluded is that you have to take engineering as a practicing profession, not as something as just as a platform to just take it up and do something else, but as a genuine practicing profession, and take that profession, learn across a journey, and complete this. So with this, I would like to conclude my short talk. I hope it has been useful. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, ma'am. Nice talk. I think the young ladies here definitely would have benefited from the points that you have given. Now the forum is open for discussion and a few questions. So, any of you would like to discuss more about any of the points that ma'am has said? You can please.
Morning, one and all. Myself, Sarita, from Maximo University College of Engineering. And has said that a group of 5 members if exists, 3 are men and 2 are women. The woman will not be ready to move to the greasy wood so that her hands will be burned. But still, there are few women who are still bold enough that the completion of the work is much more important than the greasy hands. They are ready. And me being as a teacher, I am seeing that there is an improvement in the ratio of the girl. In terms of the classrooms also, if the ratio was just 5% and 10% in the years of the 90s, but right now the ratio of the students in the engineering is ahead. I support you that the practice is little bit ratio of girls is less, but we should encourage our young girls to be continuing their work in the IT field, not till the education. In academics, we are having a good ratio of women, but if, as Madam has said, the ratio is little bit less in the IT sector, obviously it is less only. But we being at the academics level, we should encourage our girl students to select the IT field also their profession, not just. And apart, I will conclude one thing that lady is a multitasker than men. That we work at home, we work at our work, and after going home, we continue our work. We never take any excuse. We won't say that we need a break. We never ask any break. At the time of maternity, we need a break of 3 months. That's enough for us. Within a gap, we will recover and we can continue our work. A multitasker is always a woman than a man. Thank you, ma'am.
So, good morning. I am Gayatri from RWC, Madison University College of Engineering. Ma'am, actually, I came up from IT sector and as well as from the manufacturing industry. But some hurdles were there we faced really when we are taking on some projects. Okay, so when they are accomplishing a project, the people who are around us, they will tell that, so in selecting a group of people only, they give major priority for the man, not for the woman. So we are such a capable persons and we can do plenty of thinkings and plenty of issues to be solved over there at that particular point of a time, but they won't consider other things and they will be ahead all the time. So the back end of the work will be done by us, but the attention will be taken by the men. So this is the thing which happens faced in the manufacturing industry. So we literally asking all the people that please give an option for the ladies also to express their views in the industry and then let them grow up. Actually, ISRO. So the lady, Rintu Madam, we will call her as a rocket of a woman. Correct, ma'am? So for Chandrayaan, she had done. So many of the women scientists have achieved in making of the Chandrayaan success. But very few persons has, some people who are back to us, making us not even projected by ourselves. So this is the problem what I face in the manufacturing industry because I work in Mumbai. So there I face it as the problem. So only many of the women are quitting the particular core industries and getting into the other sectors. So really, ma'am, this is the This is the problem are going to be faced by the women in the manufacturing industry
Sure.
and even in the core industries also.
Okay, I have a very strong, I'm a very strong proponent of this, that, you know, I never say that this is the problem, and I don't never tell walk away from a problem. Okay, and the friends that I have, I would like very pleased to state that, you know, one of my friends is very close friends is the president of Rane. She's a woman, and for those of us who have completed, you know, at least 20 years, it takes you know, the first, not within 5 years, but you have to look across 20 years, you will realize that not a single day, not a single week has gone by without problems. But then the presence of problems does not result in us walking away and jumping things and going elsewhere, because elsewhere there are a whole another set of problems that you will have to anyways solve. Ultimately, that, you know, problem solving is what an engineer does. So industries are making a lot of effort. They are doing their best, and I work a lot with central government institutes and with the government, and I know for a fact that if a woman is coming to work there, institutes like yours bend over backwards and get things done. That is one of the best things, you know. I keep jokingly, while I'm on the board of IIIT Karnool and I work with a lot of central government, I keep telling them that maybe I should just apply for a job in one of these institutes and work here in core engineering, rather than, you know, run my own engineering business, which is a lot tougher because the support system offered is better. But to answer in short, ma'am, problems. See, it takes a lot of time. It takes, because these are policy decisions, but women should lead other women. They should encourage, they should bring in a lot more. That is what, at least that's what I follow.
We have a very good creative thinking in the, even when we are balancing in the household, we can go for balancing in the industry also.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely.
We are innovative and creative thinking in all the ways, but in maximum core engineering. I observed the thing, a woman cannot survive for a long because of some hurdles in the manufacturing industry.
Uh, I I may not completely agree on this, because I've been in multiple roles across these years, and I've traveled extensively as well. And I'm not in agreement. I think it finally boils down to the approach and the attitude that we bring to the table. At least those who have succeeded in an environment, what we noticed is they've had the grit to stay through troubled times. They've had phenomenal grit. No matter how difficult the situation has been at home, no matter how difficult the situation has been at the workplace, they have had the, you know, the grit to stand, hold their ground, and to say that I'm here to stay. And many a time, industries, working workplaces look for the ability for you to stay. That is what they look for. They say that, are you willing to see this through? Are you willing to see through this problem? The solution may not be you may not arrive, but are you willing to stay? That is what they're looking for, right? Sure.
Did you mean on shop floor and that manufacturing?
Sir, actually, I'm a piping engineer in the CICT. So there we have gone for the GNFC projects in Gujarat, and there we faced the problem on sightseeing. So I'm the one of the team member there. So there literally I have an opportunity to go for Maldives that time. So they said that no need for a woman to enter into that and all. They stopped. So I lost that opportunity. So that I have recovered that job and I have entered into the academies right now. So this is what I understood in the core industry, sir. So literally my career has came on to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I request all girls, ma'am, to run.
Any other questions? Okay, ma'am, I have one question. So when you interacted with girl students in your industry, have you ever felt like girls lack certain skill set that boys should take the lead and do the, it's like a group project, something like that?
Ma'am, I couldn't hear the question very well. Could you say it a bit louder?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, you are.
So I was just wondering, when you interacted with your students in your industry, have you ever felt like your students lack certain skill set or certain determination or power to succeed or that will to succeed, something like that, compared to boy students when you interacted?
Yes, there are some things that so for instance, many a time what happens is girls do not take their careers seriously. There was a very interesting video. Let me just share a screen. I will take a minute for it to run. But I think this is a very, very interesting thing that should be seen. 1 second. Let me just try to pull that video up. And I will share my screen.
Conduct this experiment today. We were of different ages. We were made to like stand in a line. Now I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions. If your answer is a yes, step forward. If it's a no, please step back. Here goes. Ready? Did you learn how to ride a bicycle before the age of 10? Did you learn music in school? Did you take any lessons in sports? And no, video games are not a sport, even if it has the word game in it. Did you learn how to iron your clothes while still in school? Take a step forward. If not, take a step back. If you can make tea or breakfast, not just for yourselves, please step forward. If not, take a step back.
In the beginning, I think the questions were more general. People were still going forward and backward. Questions like, it was funny to see like the cook question, there were a lot of men who went ahead and there were women who were going behind.
Do you usually make all the household bill payments yourself? Do you know the circle rate in your area? Do you know the price of gold today? Do you know the exact breakup of your salary?
As the questions unfolded, the stark difference came out visibly.
Do you know the details of the financial documents you're asked to sign? Have you bought a vehicle in your own name without consulting anybody? Have you bought insurance policies unassisted? Do you watch or follow the budget?
Like you think you're doing okay, but then you're like, okay, these are kind of important things that I don't look at.
Do you manage your own finances and earnings unassisted? Do you know how to invest in mutual funds? Do you know the difference between a mutual fund and an SIP? Do you make the investments for your family members or your spouse? Do you file your own income tax return? Now everyone who's in front, could you please turn around and look behind you? Initially when you guys started moving, there wasn't such a big gap. My question is, when did this gap start to occur?
The minute the questions became about managing money, the gap between men and women became very clear and evident.
Women handling certain responsibilities regarding their own life, which were always passed on to someone else in the family or the men.
There was a slight unfairness I realized at that time. But at that point, it seemed normal. I was upset. I wanted to be at the front of the line. It's like, why don't I know this? Why?
So I'm going to now stop sharing. So this is a very, very interesting, eye-opener video for us. And while this Touching Hearts is a very well-known, popular organization, but this has been circulated amongst a lot of women in career, and they wake up and realize that women are holding jobs. Women are probably earning very high CTCs and things like that. But then ultimately, women are still not managing their money. Women don't understand that when you build a career, you also have to manage finances. You have to take a lot of financial decisions, and it is participating in it. And so to answer your question, ma'am, yes, it is an approach. It's a change in approach that women also have to make in their life. We can't just keep, saying that I'm not given the freedom, I'm not given. Nobody gives freedom. Nobody is going to give anything in the real world. I tell this to my 18-year-old daughter all the time that you have to understand and you have to learn. You have to be there amongst the rest of the guys. If it is 2 o'clock in the morning and there is an assignment, and if the guys are willing to go there at 2 in a lab and sit and do it, you need to be there as well. You have to, it is a safe place. It is a safe place for everybody. Okay, but you have to have the confidence to be there. Now, I tell this to an 18-year-old, my own daughter, so which means my advice is going to be no different to any other person. That it is a change that we have to bring in ourselves, and when we bring it collectively, we have to encourage other women also to make that change. So, without being politically incorrect, I think the change starts with us. We have to initiate, and all the people in the world are right there to extend that support when we are willing to make the change. Right?
Yes,
sure.
That was wonderful. So, let us close with the notion that, the girls, please understand that the strength actually lies within you. You have the power to outperform anyone. Once you have that determination within yourself, you can do whatever you want. So you cannot put blame on your family, your parents, or your friends, or anyone, because the power actually lies within you. If you try, you can come out there.
It is not, just to make a correction, it is never a fight. It's not about fighting at all. It's about putting it in the right way. I mean, for those of us who are here, many of us are also parents of children who are probably in the college going years, professors, senior professors and faculty. I think, as a parent, if one of the girls came and said that this is what I'd like to do, and they think it through. See, what is the difference between and let me be noticed this also often is that when it is all about presenting an idea, it's not about making it a fight. This is not a fight. This is not a struggle at all, because all of us know that when you guys are coming with an idea, you want to come up with an idea because it is good for yourself and you want to do something better. But it's about how you present it also, right? So you will have to make it a sales pitch. It's always a sales pitch, whether to your parent, whether to your spouse, whether to a friend, whether to your classmate. It is always a sales pitch. It is about convincing them of your ability that you can do this very well. That is all it matters. And the minute you make that pitch, your professor is going to say, yes, I want you to lead it. Your employer is going to say, yes, I would like you to take the lead. And your parents or your spouse is also going to say, go right ahead. This is the best decision you've taken. So it's not a fight. It's never a fight.
Yeah. Okay, I think we can close the session. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you so much. So thank you, Professor Soumyajalu, for inviting, and thank you, Dr. Krishnaya, as well. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you, sir. Sure. Can I exit the meeting now?
Yeah, one student should be allowed to speak, I think. Not student.
Sorry?
Okay, when we have a panel discussion, sir, so that time maybe we can take more points also.
It's at 12 noon, isn't it? The panel discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. I will join back in at 12 noon then. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. See you then.
Hyderabad, we request Dr. Vinchu J. Kailath to chair the invited talk. Dr. J. Kailath is requested to introduce the invited talk speakers.
Here, Lakshmi History Ma'am, knows that he joined as Professor at the also served as Director of the Superior at the She is a bachelor's in Computer Science and Engineering. She has 15 years of experience in research and teaching at CICT in environment. Research in the remote information device control and implementation. I request you to deliver the mic.
Very good morning to all of you. Hope I am audible to the last pages. Is it fine? Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank Soma and Mr. for giving this opportunity to come to your organization and deliver this session. It's a long association with Soma and Mr. Almost my career started at the Relative Warangal at that time. From that time onwards, I am an association with her. And nice to see Amy sir here, Amy sir, yeah, after a long time. Yeah. So the topic which I am going to speak may not be directly relevant to all of you in your engineering discipline, but definitely when you talk in terms of design, manufacturing, supply chain, and other things, this technology has a lot of value. Okay. So today I am going to talk about blockchain technology. Just brief overview on the technology and the potential applications, and what are the case studies which we have taken up at CICT, and such things will be covered in the next 45 minutes. So I belong to Center for Development of Advanced Computing. I am associated with this organization almost for the past 21 years. Okay. So just prior to that, I was at NIT Warangal for 2 years. Then I moved to CICT. So here actually, I got a lot of opportunities to work in the various domains, starting from education and training, e-security, e-learning domain. And last 4 years, I am into the blockchain R&D and also heading the center activities. Okay. So CICT is basically a premier R&D institute. We are known for the high-performance computing and supercomputers. We are located across India and at 12 different locations, and the headquarters is at Pune. In the nearest CICT center for you is CICT Hyderabad. We are very close to you, almost like 2.5 hours drive in Shahabad area. And we are working with the IoT technologies in the cybersecurity, blockchain, IoT domain, e-learning, and the ICT social development data efforts. Okay. So this is brief about our organization and our headquarters in that. So the presentation outline goes like this. Just briefly, I will touch upon the technology. Then we look at the global and national scenario and the potential application areas where we can make use of particular technology. Then what kind of the case studies which we have taken up, and if you want to pursue research, what are the possible areas where you can work in the blockchain domain. So this is the overall presentation outline. Now, before going further, let me talk something about the middleman versus the trust protocols. See, now actually we depend on
digital ecosystem, and we have very sophisticated networks available, over which we are carrying out the different activities like anything you check your emails and you carry out online shopping, you do online banking like that. So there is a digital ecosystem over which the various services are offered, right? You all agree to this? Yes. So now, and at the same time, try to match the similar situation in the physical world. Like for example, you want to carry out some transactions, bank transactions. You want to give some money to your friend. Okay, any kind of thing like that. So, or you want to go and check your accounts or whatever it is. Ultimately, what we do is that we have some kind of institutions which are created, so whom we are trusting, like banks in case of the financial transactions. Right? Similarly, the education institutions and all other trusted parties are something like we have the schools, colleges, and other people, where there are authorized people who are actually trying to verify the credentials of the people when they try to take the admission or any kind of thing, accounts or anything like that. Right? Similarly, in the bank also, the identities of the people are verified and then your account details are verified, then they carry out the transactions. And they maintain all the details at the central places called ledgers. You all agree? Yes, the banks are the trusted entities, okay, whom we are depending for carrying out all the financial details. Similarly, we have education institutions like that. So now, actually, if you look at it, we have something called institutionalization kind of trust is enabled in the present scenario. Okay, in order to carry out our day-to-day activities in our social life. Is it right? So now, in this particular case, what is happening is we are depending on this kind of middlemen or institutions, okay, to establish this kind of trust. They verify the identity of the transactions and creating and setting of transactions, and they maintain the ledgers. Bank has got all the details, yes, all the transaction details, everything they try to maintain. That is central. Now, actually, what happened is, see, though the system is working fine and all, the problem is actually like here. In case if some the fraud happens through the known channels, okay. So in that kind of scenario, we are facing a lot of challenges. So now the next level, what is that a lot of work is happening about building some kind of trust protocols itself. See, we have the reliable and secure communication happening over our networks. But the problem is, in order to provide the digital service, the trust for the various digital services, we have trusted entities, okay, the privileged entities who are verifying and carrying out. But the next thing is trust protocol talks about why don't we try to enable that trust using the technologies rather than having the dependency on the middle. Okay, so that is how this kind of trust protocols are built. So now how it is done is basically depending on the existing protocols, like we have already the distributed systems and other things which are well established and being used. So we have all the cryptographic algorithms which are very much utilized in order to enable the security. And all these kind of things. So amalgamation of all these kind of technologies are used over our network in order to build this particular trust link. So rather than having a central entity maintained at one single place, so we already have enough things done in the distributed systems now. So in the P2P network, through massive collaboration across the nodes and this kind of, and also depending on the various protocols like hash algorithms and even public-private cryptographic algorithms, all these things are utilized in order to enable the trust over the network. The basic purpose is basically, why don't we try to have the trust layer created through the technologies over our networks rather than depending on the people or the middlemen. Some entities we are enabling, we are identifying whom we are trusting. But if something happens through that channel, then the systems are going to be compromised. The idea is to depend on this kind of trust protocols. So now, if you look at over the period, the evolution happened like this in the nomadic age. Actually, the trust is something. So people used to assess the risk and trust people with the decisions and all. That's it. No education, nothing. Then gradually, with the education, after establishing the institutions and all, we enabled this institutional way of providing the trust, where there are trusted entities based on the education and other things, we identify them. Then they are trying to provide the trust. But now what we are doing is again trying to go away from the institution. We are trying to have the decentralized kind of trust, which is enabled through the technologies over the network rather than depending on the people. Now, blockchain is one such technology. Okay, we have a lot of distributed ledger technologies available. Blockchain is one such technology which is trying to provide a layer of trust over the network in order to enhance the trust in our digital ecosystem. See, generally, there are two things that we should try to understand. First, let me talk about this. See, if you look at the so if you look at this particular thing, see now central bank, we have something central bank who are going to replace, then there are some branches that take lots of people here, like they will get this verified now. Now, whereas when we move towards this particular thing, there is no central entity. All the nodes have the details maintained, all the nodes the distributed they maintain the ledger where they keep track of all the transactions over the network. And after anyone want to carry out transactions with other people, the details are verified across all the nodes and through a common consensus, some kind of things protocol like proof of work and then practical by the tech or like that. There are no consensus mechanisms to once the state is verified, the state gets replicated across all the nodes. That's why with the technologies it is being done, rather than having the central entities. Now, when we talk about this kind of ledger here, then it has a unique way of maintaining the details also. Like we studied databases, file systems, and various data structures and all, right? Now, in this particular case, it has a unique data structure maintained in order to keep track of all these transactions in a time sequence manner. Okay, this is basically the name is derived from the word blockchain, is derived from where we are trying to change the laws. Okay, so see, when you talk about any ledger, you have a storage in particular fashion, you are trying to keep track of that. Either it can be a relational databases or a flat file system, or it can be some other way, right? Right? So in a sequential manner, you might know anything. But ultimately here what is happening is that, so that all the details are going to be stored in blocks. Block is nothing but a collection of transactions. And it will be in a time sequence manner. Once you fill this all the details to this block, again new block gets added to this. That is how in the time sequence manner you keep adding the blocks to this particular thing. And here, what is happening is that by using cryptographic algorithms, hash algorithms, and other things, you are trying to take the integrity check within the block as well as across the blocks. Okay, if any manipulation happens at any point, okay, you will not be able to get the right trust. You will be able to detect immediately. It is not possible to tamper and enter and modify the details here. Okay, I cannot go in between and do something here. I cannot go because there is an integrity check enabled across these two. Okay, if I do any manipulation, simply it is a tamper evidence that is possible and you can detect that there is some kind of manipulation happening. And it is only append only data structure. What does it mean is, I cannot go and write anything, I can either read from this or I can append the details into the blocks. This is the way it is structured. So the blockchain basically is a distributed ledger. Okay, so where the ledger is going to be maintained across all the nodes and there is no middleman. And every node takes the responsibility of verifying the transaction. And then once the transaction is verified within the two entities, then automatically through the consensus mechanism, the state gets replicated across all the nodes. The state is maintained in this particular blockchain, in this fashion. This is the data structure which is used at each ledger. So cryptographically secure distributed ledger records transactions in a chronological order permanently and unalterably. So which helps for verifiability and auditability aspects. So auditability aspects are built in the database itself. That's one of the important features of this. So it's a decentralized competition and information sharing platform, consensus-based recording and trust enabled through the technology. Okay. So this is the thing. So actually we know a lot about the blockchain in the recent times because of the cryptocurrencies, right? Now day in day out everywhere we are people are talking about and many people are behind the government, they are asking government to legalize it and all, isn't it? So a lot of news we keep hearing that. So the first usage of this technology is in the cryptocurrencies. Okay, so where without having any banks or something like that, you want to manage the money and you want to carry out the transactions. That is how it happens. Basically, it's an open distributed ledger that can record transactions between parties efficiently and in a very verifiable and permanent way. So there are protocols for commitment, consensus, security, and privacy and authenticity. So now just let me, before going to this, let me talk about this. See now in the Bitcoin scenario, what happens is anyone can be part of the Bitcoin network. I can have the Bitcoin, my system can be part of the Bitcoin network. What I can do is I can install the component, I can have my own wallet created on my system. What I will get it, my user details are not going to be taken by the Bitcoin network. It is not going to take that, right? So what is that I am giving it? I have my wallet will have public-private keys to identify it. It's a kind of pseudo anonymity. It's not pure anonymity, but it's a pseudo anonymity. I have a wallet where I am maintaining my Bitcoin. So I am part of the network. Okay. So I can involve in the transactions and I can also involve in the mining and other things. Okay. So what happens is I have access to my wallet and my wallet is represented to the public privately and I own it privately. But otherwise, I am not giving either username or password or any Aadhaar number or any kind of thing to that particular Bitcoin network. Okay, nothing is revealed to that. Now, if you talk about any of our societal applications, okay, digital services which the government is enabling, generally we want to make it mandate that the citizen is uniquely identified with Aadhaar. That's very important, is it right? And Aadhaar is binded with the mobile number and OTP verification. All these we try to do it. But here nothing of that sort happens. Okay, what is there is a wallet, digital wallet available once you are part of that particular network. Anyone can join. There is no verification for a person to join a network. Globally, anyone can join and anyone can come out. Your authenticity or verification is only with the public-private key which is given when you join that network. And you don't know who all the people are joining to that network and who are leaving also. But what you can do, you can carry out the transaction. You can say, I want to carry out the transactions to so and so. The network smoothly carries out that verifiability aspects at every node because all the Bitcoin transactions which are taking place, they are maintained in the ledger across all the nodes in that particular network. Okay, so this happens definitely. But the problem is, ultimately, there is no linking with the real authenticity with which a citizen is verified in the society. That is one of the biggest challenge in this particular case. Also, whenever there are country-to-country transactions and other things happen, so we have a lot of things happening at the government level, right? Okay, so banks and the inter-countries also take a lot of, even when you want to take some kind of dollars or anything, you go to a bank, a lot of checks happen. Whereas here now what happens, through the global network, everything happens, okay, and without going through any of the banks and intermediate banks. So there are a lot of challenges in this kind of the network or in this kind of currency. Okay, that's where government actually they are trying to think multiple directions in order to legalize kind of thing. They are not able to do it. Suddenly, actually, through bitcoins are used in order to sell something in the dark web and other things like that. All these kind of illegal activities are also taking place. So the idea here, what is happening is only pseudo anonymity. We don't have any binding to the actual citizens in order to use it in a formal manner. Okay, so that's the kind of thing. So now, this is how it happens. So, whenever any client initiates, what happens in the P2P network, every node will do because every node has got the ledger available. The previous state is available. Now, whenever a transaction happens, if you look at the ledger, what is the current balance, whether it can be done or not. Once all the things are verified, everyone agrees, then actually the validation happens, then the block gets added. So, even you would have heard something about mining in Bitcoin. Yes, what is mining in Bitcoin? Who will add the block in the blockchain is the question now, is it right? Who will add a block in the blockchain finally after that? So for that, what is done is, in order to have the authentic way of adding the blocks into the blockchain and all, this mining concept is introduced where whoever solves the mathematical puzzle first, okay, whoever solves the mathematical puzzle first, they will be given the responsibility of adding the block into the blockchain. Multiple people will be trying, okay, and only one will succeed. They will get the privilege of adding the block. They want some bitcoins in that particular by solving that and adding that kind of. But here, if you analyze carefully, actually, see, first of all, we are facing global warming and a lot of challenges are there. But to give the privilege for a person to add something like that, we are asking them to invest a lot of energy, okay, and to solve that, and then once again we are trying generating the money by spending energy. Okay, this is another big challenge, proof of work, which the Bitcoin network and all are trying to use, right? So these are challenges definitely. So which we, but what is that? My focus would be see. One feature we try to understand, and then we see that how effectively we can use this technology in a better manner. That is my focus of this particular talk. See, transparency is maintained. Okay, there is nothing like hidden at a central place kind of thing. and every node has got the details. See, when I say transparency, it does not mean that all the details in the ledger are open. Things are happening transparently, but what details have to be revealed, what details have to be securely stored, again depends on the application. In the ledger also, you need not reveal open with a timestamp. If you look at it in a blockchain, in a time-stamped manner or in a time-sequenced manner, the blocks are added. So you have a sequence when each transaction has happened, what time it happened, everything is stored. Immutable, you cannot modify that, and no single point of failure, it is stored across all the nodes, right? And irrevocable, once you commit a transaction, you cannot revoke it. What is the way in which you say that, okay, I have done a mistake, I have to correct it? That can be done as a corrected thing by an appending a record, so that you have verifiability of each and everything. Even that also is a thing which is added for verifying this. Programmable. See, what happens is, if you look at any of our businesses or government services, so there is some kind of rules defined across the various entities, okay, as part of the workflow. Is it right? Any application you look at it, your web application, or it can be some kind of manufacturing, the supply chains or anything, there is a workflow defined across the various entities. And based on the role of that particular entity, there are some set of rules through which he has to carry out that particular task in that workflow. Is it right? See, now here, all those kind of things actually, the transactions, the way entities are involved, all the kind of agreements, or what is your role in that particular thing, all these rules are going to be represented in a machine readable form called as smart contracts. Here, you can mention. See, ultimately, over a network, you are building the layer of trust, and all the entities can carry out the activities by using this smart contract. What does it mean is, whatever process we talk about, the kind of activity where each one is involved, they are represented in the form of code we call it as smart contracts, which is basically some machine readable code. And again, it is a tamper-proof. You cannot modify that workflow. Like that, you can build it on top of it. Okay, that's why we use the word smart contracts. Okay, whatever agreements which we talk about in the physical world. Okay, but for all these things, you will try to make it on top of programmable layer on top of this, and it is a single source of truth. We don't maintain multiple versions of these things and all. The single source of truth, but it is available across all the nodes in the distributed system. The same copy. Okay, everyone can trust that rather than each one maintaining one and not trusting each other. Here it is a single one shared by everyone. And here, one important thing is permissioned and permissionless models. See, if you look at it, a pure blockchain, normally the way it has evolved, the idea was it should be, open, permissionless and public network. On top of it, we should try to enable the trust and without having any intermediaries. But we have a lot of challenges if you really look at such kind of applications. But because all this, whatever we talk about maintaining it in a distributed manner, and the tamper evident and the way blockchain data structure is created, all these things can still be utilized even in the various government services where we require some kind of permissions for the different tools. See, permissionless kind of model may not help in this kind of thing. We want some kind of the legitimate person. He has to be authenticated in order to enter into this role. But whatever activity is doing everything, we should be able to track it. Whatever activity is doing, we should be able to track it. That's where the permission blockchain kind of concept has come into picture. Okay. So this is the way it is structured. I think. Okay. So how do we use it? Permissioned model. Let us not talk about Bitcoin and all. We want to take the best out of it in the existing digital ecosystem. We want the best out of this technology, but continuing to cover the rules and regulations. Okay, I want to verify a person with Aadhaar authentication, whatever it is, whatever the government has enabled, with the same thing we should continue, but they take the benefit of the blockchain. In this case, we don't go for a pure open permissionless blockchain, but we go for a private, permissioned, the closed in the sense, only restricted, some specific people have the rights to carry out based on their role. Okay, but based on their role and other things, rules and other things, you can try to put it on top of the blockchain. So what is the purpose of it? How do we use it? So it facilitates the process of recording transactions and tracking assets in the business network. Any asset, land record, okay, property record, or education certificate, you can try to keep track of all the transactions related to that in a tamper-proof manner. That's the basic idea. So asset, it can be a tangible one like car, anything, cash, these are intellectual property like patents, copyright, branding. And in the recent times, we are also talking about, listening about NFTs in the papers and all. NFTs, non-fungible tokens. Yes, so what are they?
Actually, most of we have large amount and all, so we have to go for the transfer of money to get right now.
So, no, NFT, non-fungible tokens. See now, actually, let us say, see now we have 100 rupees now. Isn't it? If I give you another copy of the 100 rupees, is okay with you, right? Yes. See, I took a latest currency 100 thing, but I give you the old copy of the currency 100. But say the value remains the same. You don't question me back why you give, why you are not given me back. See, that is for 100 rupees, there are multiple copies actually. When you try to give the other copy, you don't have any problem. Like, for example, she designed one good paint. Okay, it is her unique IP generated out of that. She used some specific dimensions, some specific colors, and all that she has done it. And she want to make sure that no one copies her this thing. Okay, her artwork. And at the same time, we want to make sure that the owner details and all ownership details and all properly safeguarded. What she will do is that she will take an NFT. NFT means it is unique for a particular asset, physical asset. Okay, or it can be even for some intellectual property also. What she will do is she will take an NFT for a particular artwork where the details about the art, what colors are used, what are the dimensions of that thing, what is the unique properties of that particular thing, along with the owner details, they are pushed onto the blockchain and she will get an NFT corresponding to her art. So that people don't try to tamper it, or someone may not say tomorrow, I am the owner, not she, like that. That kind of thing cannot happen. Okay, it can be a music work or it can be anything like that. But you can try to put it on the blockchain and take a token. So whatever NFT you are getting, you cannot replace it for something else. It is unique only for that particular idea. Such things, it is getting popular. You can see a lot of things happening in that. Okay? So anything of value can be tracked and traded on the blockchain network. So reducing risk and cutting costs for all the involved. So for government, what is the advantage of, see, we have all the systems built, right? But if you say that there is no intermediary, okay, it is verifiable, auditable, the thing, then people, citizens will trust the government. Yeah, people will have the trust, right? So then it improves transparency and accountability, speeds up. Intermediaries are there, generally what happens, no? See, some challenges we keep looking at, people may now there is a lunch time, I'll come back after 1 hour. So we'll be waiting in the counters and other things that may not come after 1 hour. Like a thing, lot of things we face that. Sometimes quantity, sometimes they are overloaded, lot of things. Okay. So it can be even that speeds up and even the cost price also gets reduced because the system is taken here. And we can protect the sensitive data and the things by the appropriate controls. So this is the potential. Where all we can use this kind of the blockchains are anywhere, cryptocurrencies, trade finance, banking, crowdfunding, insurance, okay, sharing economy, internet of things, real estate, okay, all these lot of the areas are there where we can utilize this. And I think I will now come back to this slide better. See, globally, if you look at it, many countries have adopted in a larger scale. See, China has got their own blockchain platform they are building internally, and they have this blockchain-based service network they have created. And Dubai is the first country saying that, okay, all their official documents they'll be putting on the blockchain, all the official records. And European, all the European countries for the cross-country transactions and all, they are depending on the blockchain service infrastructure. So like that, Australia has got this fishing industry a lot in this blockchain. Like that, blockchain Slovakia is also really good. So globally also like people have adopted. In our country, if you look at it also, in the last 2-3 years, so people have realized the importance and they tried the POCs in different domains. Okay, in different areas. Like for example, if you let us say AP, cyber security area, healthcare, land records, vehicle type registration. From the time the vehicle comes out to the market, till everything like anything related to accidents, anything related to insurance, change of ownership, like that, all that remain right. Okay, such kind of things. Similarly, when let us take Telangana land registry, which see that we have done jointly with them, chip fund operations, digital registration certificates like that. Some people have taken the farm insurance. Okay, like that. If you look at it, the most common top three use cases are land registry, farm insurance, and research, which are taken up. So now what I will do is that I will try to, because some idea I just try to give what exactly is blockchain. Let me try to explain in some case studies, whatever we have done. Okay. Now, property registration management system. Is it right? See, land records. Okay, property registration. We keep hearing some kind of fraud happened, sale deed documents are forged, some kind of double registration happened, some kind of the people who are the authorized people, they are involved in the fraud and something like that. We keep hearing, yes, these kind of news, right? So these kind of challenges are not only in our states or something like that, across India and even across the globe. Even Ghana and other Estonia and other countries, they started long well before us, implementing blockchain and KSI infrastructure for this kind of things. Okay. See, what are the challenges we face generally? Now the question is, what are the challenges when we choose this particular problem, and how whether the blockchain technology is going to benefit this, and how it is going to address this kind of challenges. That is our focus. Okay. Now, property registration. We all know that we go to SRO offices, we show our sale document, the owner, they will verify the ownership and other details, and then afterwards, then based on the money transactions, once they are done and the credentials of the people are verified, then they will complete the registration process and the change of ownership happens. Okay, is it right? And digitally sign the sale document and other things will be generated. Now, generally, you see based on the things that these are the potential challenges which we keep today. Double registrations, same properties of multiple people, producing fake documents for registration, and insider attack are traditional database related. Okay, sophisticated word manipulated. If I want this kind of solution to the land records, okay. See, if you don't want to avoid all these kind of things, okay, double registration, sale deed and all, what is that kind of ledger we expect from that? We want a ledger which is reliable. Okay, whenever transactions are and the non-residential structure, that means some kind of one data ownership or everything happens. So then you have enough information to show the third party of where this transaction is taken. Just like we have the digital signatures, right? Or okay, we have that. So these kind of things are important for the lecture. You all agree? Yes. See to maintain and see whenever you say that change of ownership and all is happening. Now, if you want to buy a property, what do? You check all the linked documents. Yes, that's what for the encumbrance, right? See whether that details instead of looking at all the documents which are given by them, why don't that kind of thing is implicitly generated from the system itself? So that you can trust that kind of thing rather than looking at all the previous owners' safety documents. So implicit linked document, that means all the previous owners and other details, we should get it from the tamper-evident data structure itself directly, rather than looking at each of the documents. Okay. So that is the thing. High availability, so if some malware attacks or anyone tries to manipulate, we should not end up with a single point of failure. And if any infection and all happen, we should be able to recover. I think these things definitely you agree is very important. So what we have done is that we try to understand the entire registration process. If you look at it, see why I'm trying to highlight this tomorrow when you work in your systems, manufacturing design, lot of supply chain applications you might be thinking about. Is it right? Okay, any system you talk about, there is supply chain in this. Okay, so if you want to have the proper product coming, so all the intermediate steps should happen properly without having any fraud kind of thing. Is it right? So you should be able to make sure that each of these things happen properly. That's for that you can think about the blockchain kind of system. So what happens in this is, see, this is the normal flow which happens in the registration office. Normal flow which happens. What is it? The first you go, there is a document writer, some pre-processing of the data and other things happen. Yes? Okay. So then actually after the document details are all then first time SRO will look at you or details. Check slip report generation. What is a check slip? Is the first record which is generated in the SRO office where vendor, vendee details, the property details, all these details are entered into the record at the SRO office. Okay. After verifying the details. Then what happens after doing this the submission, then the actual fingerprints, capturing signature, photos, and both the vendor regulatory might be completing the financial transactions, payments and other things to be done before taking ownership. Once this is done, then when they approach, then actually the regular document number is generated and the document is scanned and digitally signed. So this is the change of ownership happens. So another record happens. So now it's very easy actually in the system, people can transfer, isn't it? So now what we have done is, instead of thinking about building a separate system, what we have done is, we try to integrate a blockchain enabled system to the same button. See, we don't want a open network and open system where everyone can do everything kind of thing. It's not like that. Like a permission less than the open and public blockchain. What we are trying to look at is, let us try to look at our existing system, which is as per the regulatory act, whatever is happening, the same thing will continue. But only thing is, we'll try to take the benefit of the technology in the back. Okay, whatever is that, we'll take the technology. So what is done here then? So these are the crucial details, okay, which we need to make sure that they're all stored in the system properly. Okay, so we have enabled the blockchain-based property record management system. We have built all the transactions corresponding to each of these things we are trying to do. So what is the advantage of populating onto the blockchain is that, see, tomorrow if any other person comes for change of ownership, SRO can do that and remove from here rather than the traditional method. Because in a time sequence manner, when the latest record is there for the all the details will be there. So what happens, we verify the details, and then once the details are verified, then we can process. Similarly, for citizen, encumbrance certificate, the linked documents, you can receive it from the blockchain directly for the problem. Because in a chain fashion, they are all available in the blockchain, all the previous records. So that's the way. And even what can be done is here. Finally, we have proof of existence ledger we talked about. What is this proof of existence ledger is basically, now sale deed document is there. Tomorrow someone may come with a fake sale deed or something like that, right? So what can be done here is that the integrity check of that the sale deed document generated at this particular point of time after changing the ownership from this person to other person, and immediately that is going to be pushed onto the blockchain. So that's how any fake document which is coming in future, we can try to detect. Okay, so that's it for all the. So this is how we have implemented the system. And now if you look at it, the buyer, seller, when they try to approach, okay, so this is the actual system, and this is the new system which we built. So citizens can interface and even SRO can interface through this system. Okay. So what is that? Now if you look at it, what is the innovation and value addition in this kind of system? Basically, when the title ownership verification here, we are not just depending on the papers, whatever they are finished. Generally, in the present system, what happens is, whatever papers the owner is producing, that is something which is looked at, and accordingly the transactions happen. Whereas here now we are looking at the details from the blockchain. And internal attacks will not be there because any changes in the database, any kind of thing, you will have that displayed in the blockchain. Okay? And encumbrance search is automated from this. Data is also distributed. And double registrations, another thing. Can you detect double registrations and fake these things, sale deed documents? Yes. How we can detect the double registrations and other things? Because all the transactions are available in a time sequence manner. Is it right? Okay, you can definitely see that when SRO can verify before carrying out anything, who is the previous owner, what time it was transferred, all that you will get the details from there. So that helps you. So then smart contracts for registration. See, now in future, we can think about the solutions, okay, using this technology where you need not go to SRO at all. Vendor, vendee can themselves can interact over the blockchain network, okay. They can authenticate through the other kind of thing, okay. Then once they try to complete the financial transactions through the bank and all, they can complete the agreements. Even not going to the SRO is also not required. Okay, so that's how we can try to enable the smart contracts on top of it. Whereas in the present system, we have not enabled it directly because the reason is our current regulatory act is not supporting that kind of thing, unless you bring up. Okay, and we can even think about anywhere registration. Is it not like I have a property in Hyderabad and I have to go to that particular SRO office to do that? You can do from any part, you can try to carry it. So this is about this, and what we have done is this deployed at Sechabad and 2019 onwards. Actually, the live transactions happen. Okay, and prior to that, almost 10-year data we populated onto the blockchain so that we can have the access to the previous account. Okay. So now another thing which is a spin-off which we have built as part of this particular thing is that proof of existence framework. Okay, this is something which is very, very important. See now we keep hearing something about what is that? Fake education certificates, fake birth certificate, fake death certificate, like that, right? Yes. Okay. Sometimes we feel that so and so institute certificate is getting in Kodi area. Something like that we keep hearing that, right? So can we think about building an ecosystem on top of blockchain where we can try to issue the certificates and we can verify the certificate? It can be anything. Proof of existence of some digital artifact. It can be education certificate or it can be a death certificate, birth certificate, depending on the environment, we can try to look at it. Okay. So this is something background. What is the thing? So lot of digital artifacts are generated along with these kind of things and MOUs like that. Fake or fabricated documents are a big problem. There can be digital certificate, property records like that. So what is happening is whatever we maintain, where the documents are maintained, we know the transparency, security and efficiency, wherever we are maintaining these records in our institutions. So what is the solution for this one? So there is a requirement for temporal existence, verify origin and content of it. These are very important. Is it right? Any document is something and in a tamper-evident manner we need to store. So for that we have built this blockchain-based proof of existence. So what happens is when the artifact is generated, see any system there is something like publisher, the one who generates, like colleges or education department, they generate the certificates. And who is going to consume? The students will take the certificates, or employers who take the students, is it right? So they will be consuming them. But for them actually they try to invest some people and all actually to carry out the verification process, is it right? See now what happened, let us say you got a job in a particular institute, okay? So then what happened, like a previous employer or the education institution, there will be some people trying to verify these things and other things. And they have really done all that kind of thing, right? So instead of that, whether if you can try to build a system where the owner or the person who is trying to generate, they will try to record it onto the blockchain, the certificate of that particular person, and he will get a receipt. Okay, and then later what happens once the receipt is given, so then he can give it to the other people, or he can himself try to verify the existence of that particular document on the blockchain. So which has got the hash code, everything else. So where else we can think about this kind of proof of existence? It can be education certificates or MOUs, employee service records, driving license, health records, salary documents, and other things. So for that, what we have done is, so this is something which we have built, which we are using in our organization for our postgraduate diploma courses and all. See what happens, organizations prepare certificates and now these are traditional process which we follow. Student collects it, okay, submit certificate when they get a job or something, they submit to the employer and he has third-party verification bodies from background verification now. So this verification may take some couple of weeks, okay. So all these kind of things, and they have to consult the people in the organization now. Whereas now in the blockchain-based system, now the organization will try to prepare the certificates and then try to be recorded on the blockchain. Okay. So here what happens? There are two things. One is the integrity, the time at which it is created, who is the owner, and the content of the particular document, all are maintained. Its integrity of that will be maintained on the blockchain. And at the same time, if you say that I want the certificate also to be maintained, there is something called the distributed file system, called the interplanetary file system, which is mostly integrated with the blockchain, where you can maintain even the certificates also. So that is how we can push it onto the blockchain, record it. Then whatever is recorded, after that the receipt is shared to the students about the details about that. Once he gets the certificate and receipt, whenever he approaches for some job and other things, the employer is submitting. So the employer can directly verify it from the blockchain. Okay. See now actually one more thing what the government of India is doing is we have DigiLocker, right? Where all the citizen services and even our driving licenses, education certificate, anything, whatever important things, all we want to put in. So the idea is to enable this kind of blockchain at the back end for that, so that there is no kind of tampering happening for this kind of safety. So very recently we tried with the Telangana government in the elections, e-voting. You heard anything? Okay. So what we have done is almost for the past 1 year we worked with the Telangana government. One is Telangana Election Commission and Telangana, what is that, IT and C department. Okay. So the idea is whether we can carry out the voting from home through the smartphone. Whether we can carry out the voting through the smartphone from home. So this was triggered. Actually, Telangana wanted this kind of thing when during the pandemic period, especially because sometimes the elections were postponed and other things, and sometimes senior citizens may not be ready to come out and vote. And even in the cities also, if you look at this, poll percentage will be very less, isn't it? So whether we can think about going for a smartphone-based election. Okay. So this is the kind of thing which is in the problem statement given to us. So then we worked with the blockchain electric solution. Later, actually, we could complete the dry run of it in the Khammam, the corporation, in the month of October. It's because, see, definitely voting is the most sensitive application in any other country, is it right? Okay, so even, see, when suppose some 2 crores money is transferred from one account to other, is not a big deal, okay? But the vote is something which is very, very crucial. We cannot definitely think about immediately implementing it. But definitely in the long run, maybe down the 5 years or something like that, we can definitely think about, once you address all the challenges, we can have some solutions. But we should keep working in that direction. Okay. So one thing what we have done is it is done something like that. See, right now, election, whatever is the database which is there, they don't have any mobile number binding. Mobile number binding is not there with the election. So there is Aadhaar mobile linking is there, is it right? So now what we have done is we try to depend on the Aadhaar as well as the other this thing for what is it, verifying with the mobile of that particular person, verifying the person credentials, and then linking it with the what is it, electoral data, with the name matching and other things. So here, blockchain alone is not something which is going to solve it. We need to have multiple technologies. Okay. So I'll just come back here. It is something like this. If you look at it, this is the smartphone voting mobile app. Install this particular thing. So here now when we try, we will communicate it. Okay, through the various services, other service authentication, T-code server for the data, for the electoral data, SMS service, OTP service, and to authenticate a person effectively, we utilize the face recognition and liveness. Okay, so even in the recent times, people have introduced. See, there is a life certificate to be given, right? People to collect the pension and other things. Now, recently, some states have introduced the liveness detection solution so that from the smartphone they can verify and they can get the certificate rather than going to the some specific case. What is it? So we also have sometimes maybe banks and other things, right? So that's the kind of thing. So now what we have done is, if you look at it, analyze, there are some critical things here. One is we don't want when you want to vote from home with a smartphone. You only need to vote that. Actually, on your behalf, someone else should not vote it. That is one thing. And the channel should be secured, complete channel, and the secret ballot should be maintained. Who has voted to whom and other people should not be captured anywhere. And once the details are stored in a tamper-proof manner, they are going to be stored till some kind of returning officer or someone who is authorized to do the counting and other things. See, now whatever the kind way the elections are happening in the physical, in the polling booth and all, the same process has to be followed, but using technology. See, we are moving from the controlled environment, that is polling booth, to uncontrolled. Sitting at home, I want to use it like that. So for that, we have followed the different process. So one is actually to look at it. Yeah, see, what we have done is, before voting, some couple of days before, we introduced something called registration process. Registration process means you will carry out you install the application and you carry out the Aadhaar authentication and your mobile verification and all happens. And you will tell, this is the smartphone through which I want to carry out the voting on the day of voting. Okay. And my face recognition and other things are carried out. Is it clear? So because T-code server has got all the photos of the people. So liveness detection, whether it is a photo or really a person has done it. Once the registration is completed, the details are stored in a tamper-evident manner of the packet. Okay, these are all the people want to vote through smartphone on the day of voting, and these people's credentials are properly verified. Whoever is not verified, we say it is not possible for you to vote, you come to the police station. Then on the day of voting, for all the registered users, when they try to open the app, the voting, the link will be enabled. Then the simple, because it is already from that mobile, simple kind of basic recognition and only one OTP verification happens, and immediately they can cast it, and even what is that, it will display for some 15 seconds or so that you get convinced, yes, definitely this is the one which is voted. And then through a proper PKI infrastructure, public private key, under the security, the proper security, we are trying to store it at the back. Okay, backend is completely blockchain design, but all the technologies we use it like cryptographic algorithm, hash algorithms, public private key, all other things for the security. And for authentication purpose, the device authentication, we have the OTP verification, and we have the other precision authentication, and also the face recognition and liveness detection. These are all for authentication. So these are kind of things, but backend is a blockchain. But one thing is, see, it's not that okay, backend blockchain will address everything. It is not addressing everything. All other things are important. Only for the particular storing in a tamper-evident manner through some scripts, that kind of thing. See, people try even in the agri food chain also, like IBM Food Trust is one product for food supply chain solution. Okay, so where we will try to traceability across the supply chain, which includes growers, processors, shippers, retailers, regulators, and the consumers. Okay, all the people can interact through the smart contracts and all. See, this basically history and current location of any food item, certifications, test data, temperature. Okay, all these things you can access. See, here actually, what is that? They get benefit of topic actually to look at it. Detects any kind of what is it, poor quality food in food chain. See, once you try to use some QR code and package item and release at one particular point. Okay. So then the real time way the entire track will happen and no one can tamper in between once it is released. Clear. And the way it moves across the various subsystems and their role, everything is captured. See, Walmart in US is trying to use for the green leaves and the perishable products actually. So to keep track of the quality and where exactly the problem happened and so on. So like that, people are adopted globally. So there is the conversations are doing this. See, but what is happening is most of the systems, whatever are built, there is a pilot or POC stage. Even UOT also, you have run one drive, but it is not actually in the field implementation. Okay, it is not because and like that there are various things, land registry, or it has gone to the field, but the farm insurance, so many things are there. But the thing is actually another important thing is here. You cannot design them in isolated manner, one applications to the other. They have to interact across each other also. Is it right? If you talk about any, let us say, some kind of citizen services which are enabled by the government, I cannot treat everything independently. I need to have some kind of shared infrastructure where some data can be accessed across the services also. Not, I cannot say health department is separate, will have its own blockchain kind of thing. Not possible. You should be able to retrieve the single source of truth should be a blockchain infrastructure where the details can be accessed across the different applications, but with access controls, proper access controls and security. So that's where actually what we have done is that, see, though this kind of thing is there, like pilots and all are happening, scale in deployment and use of this infrastructure for cross-domain applications because the digital knowledge. Okay, so that's where actually what the government of India is coming out with some kind of geographically distributed national infrastructure for blockchain solutions. That means across India, when you say distributed, it should be geographically distributed across different places, right? So the nodes should be available and there should be a technology stack with open APIs so that different application domain people can utilize it rather than each one trying to use one platform and building on their own. Okay, and across areas, there are a lot of challenges with respect to interoperability, performance, okay, security, privacy, because it is an emerging technology and legal and regulatory amendments. Okay, so with this actually this kind of stack is going to be built by government of India. So where the lowermost is the geographically distributed blockchain nodes. On top of it, on this infrastructure, we can maintain the different chains actually we can maintain for different applications. And here all these things like security aspects, interoperability aspects. Interoperability, some say I want to use the block, the IBM fabric I want to use. Some may say Sawtooth I want to use or Carta, like that. We have different platforms. So there should be some kind of interoperability happening across applications. And with such kind of platform, we open API so that education department, government, anyone can try to use it, and it should be able to easily integrate with services like Aadhaar service, DigiLocker, like kind of. Okay, so this is something which is coming out further and the government of India for the next 2 years. Okay, so if you anyone want to carry out some kind of research work in this domain and also are interested in distributed systems, one is the scalability and transaction speed is definitely one area. So if you look at the Visa transactions or Mastercards or something like that, what is the billions of transactions happen in a second? Whereas here, right now it is some thousands of transactions are happening. Okay, so that the consensus mechanisms and other things need to be improved so that we can try to scale it up for the different types of applications. Security analysis, we talk about smart contracts. Okay, so we are encoding the agreements or we are trying to put the agreements or contract rules or what is the role of each person, the things in the form of machine readable form. Okay, so there can be some kind of challenges in that. Okay, so because there can be some kind of side effects or loopholes in that. So detailed security analysis of such things, standardization and interoperability, cross-platform cross-link, and the regulatory aspects also to be taken care. And we need to have a proper ecosystem supporting framework, decentralized and scale management. Okay, because it's a little bit a new area and where people need to spend some time in having the understanding of the technology before we enter into the development. Okay. Various challenges, anyone want to take up some of the research things we can do. So just I thought this is one point, just 2 minutes I will understand that. There is one platform which we started recently. CICT being an organization along with the various research activities, different verticals. So we also conduct the education and awareness activities as well as skilling activities in different domains. So we started an online platform. We call this CICT organized industry skilling program through online training. What is this? Is basically it's an online platform. Any time you can register. It's not that online in the sense that the course starts on specific day, you should enroll on that day for next 3 months. It's not like that. Any day in 365 days you can enroll because we have enabled all the recorded sessions. Okay, assignments, everything. We have 3 courses which are available currently. One blockchain application development, cross-platform mobile app development, and IoT hardware development. See, IoT applications and all people will learn outside, but hardware design is something which is definitely very less number of opportunities are there because we have a one strong team working with IoT application development. So they do the complete engineering of the device, designing the hardware, everything. Okay. So the team has come out with this particular course. Okay. Each course is of 100 hours. Okay. It's online 3 to 4 months. You can take that particular thing. So you can extend based on that. It can be completed in 2 months, but you mentioned actually like 3 to 4 months also you can take it. Okay. So based on the like if you employ or something. So 100 hours, and if you look at it for student community and all, we are offering very normal 100 rupees. So just for maintaining the infrastructure and all, we are having, otherwise it's almost like a 50. So just if anyone is interested, you can look at it. Also, there are some postgraduate diploma courses also conducted at the CICT. Every 6 months, we conduct national entrance exam, and based on the performance of the entrance exam, we select and these courses are offered across all the centers of CICT. At Hyderabad, right now we are offering these courses, these 5 courses. Even there are courses in artificial intelligence, the data analysis and other things, they are offered at other centers, Pune and all. If you are interested in anything, you can look at the website. CICT, you get all. But these 5 are available right now. So this is in brief about the blockchain technology and the use cases.
For me personally, this was like a very informative talk because I had no idea about that. I have heard the name. Two of my colleagues actually work on this. Okay. I have seen the name, I mean the project title, but it has given me also personally some information about blockchain. Yeah, the forum is open for queries. Anyone has any questions, please?
See, when I said supply chain and all, the manufacturing domain and other things also, like it's relevant actually. You can map it to your domain all the time.
Yeah, hello, it's a very informative talk. For this centralized trust versus the distributed trust model.
Yes, sir.
That the trust is coming from more number of people, the diversity of the ledgers.
Right. Yes.
Such case, the number of ledgers should be very high, right? Otherwise, it can be easily compromised.
Definitely. See, actually, sir, actually, in that case, if you look at the consensus algorithm, where you say that that state has to be proper, state has to be maintained across all the nodes. If you look at the practical Byzantine fault tolerance and which are used in our distributed system. See, actually, even if one-third of the nodes are compromised, the system can bring it back and maintain that trust. That kind of. So proof of work actually even 50% up to 50% these things can be compromised. POWs, which is that the mining is something which I don't know practically whether it is a feasible thing, spending energy to solve problems, and that is something which we need to look at it. But permission blockchain, where we take the best aspects of this, but it's not pure anonymity kind of thing and all. We are so it is a should anonymity here also. But if you really want to take the benefit of it in any government service or anything, authenticity is important. But only thing is, in a auditable and verifiable manner, if you are able to do the activities, and you have the consensus where state replication access and trust is maintained through the network, then that itself is a big thing for to address some of the challenges in the current applications or services in the digital ecosystem.
I think region diversity in your PRMS slide.
Yes.
There are some 11 nodes.
Yeah.
All 11 are maintained by CICT.
Actually, what happened is 11 nodes we maintained across two centers, Noida and here, and they are in the separate servers. Yes, definitely. That's where actually the next step, whatever we are looking at unified blockchain framework, the first point we thought it should be geographically distributed. And even if anyone wants to be part of it also, any data center of the state and all, we should onboard them. That's the goal ultimately. That's it.
I think it should be built because tomorrow you can have a corporate business. I am holding all the details.
Yes.
And now it's imaginable. It's like,
yeah, that's the reason. That's the reason what we thought is one is geographically distributed. Any state data center and other things can be onboarded. And if you depend on only one the blockchain technology like something fabric or anything like that, then definitely, as you mentioned, it's a monopoly again kind of thing. So whereas if you say that interoperability aspects and other things are taken care, so different platforms you can allow, and our target is even to come out with some kind of indigenous lightweight in the next 3 years. That's a goal. So if you enable multiple platforms, then definitely that kind of monopoly also will not be interoperability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, please?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
In that, in case the land records related,
yes,
registration related,
yeah,
we have interpreted with the existing.
Yes.
So in that, in the blockchain related, you are updating the what are records. But here also, suppose you somebody
what we are doing is whenever SRO is interfacing at the back end, the activities with respect to the database and the blockchain will happen to the automatically internally. It is taken care, both are present. Another thing is when next time SRO tries to do something with the blockchain, what we are doing is that whenever we change the ownership or anything like that, when we are verifying, there is an interface given to the SROs. There, we are trying to look at the records of the database and compare it with the blockchain.
Yes, that is right. But suppose in the second time, whenever it is modified, then in the blockchain also it gets updated. Or any other
same property, sir?
Yeah, no, same property.
Okay, so the right papers are brought, but again the change of ownership is happening. It will be updated in the blockchain. Sir, what happens now? Whatever is the digital asset, okay, next one piece of land. So today you change the owner from 1% to 1%. The database is there and immediately blockchain is handled. So tomorrow there is another transaction going to happen, the change of ownership is happening with another person, the same property. Now again it will be in the blockchain. See now what happens is, if you look at in the time sequence manner, all are recorded, sir. So that's the reason even the linked document generation and all is there simple here.
So link document also generates all the.
Yes, you get it directly from the blockchain. You don't depend on this. You just use the property ID. Property ID also uniquely created based on the geographic location of the place. So once you do that, you get all the records corresponding to that from the blockchain. You don't take things from the database. Okay.
Any other questions? Ma'am, I have just one question.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not sure. But yeah, initially you said that in the blockchain, Aadhaar number authentication, something like that is not required.
No, not required. It's not in a public blockchain. It's a pseudo-anonymity is not a feature of the public blockchain. You are not going to reveal your identity. When you are now you define it, you want to be part of the Bitcoin.
Yeah, then it's not
Yes. So you get a feature value. You are not. See, if I want to use the system in our government services or anything like that, generally what is expected actually the person identity has to be verified, right? Any kind of they don't really allow. Many scholarships or any kind of thing.
So the blockchain,
public blockchain
is not generic.
that is the limitation.
Yeah.
That's the limitation.
Based on the security of the system that is
where
the blockchain is used, you can increase the level of authenticity.
Yeah, so we can see what happens is the public blockchain. The blockchain is good, the technology wise is good. See what happens, all the nodes doesn't anything, try to verify, intermediate, everything. But when you want to practically implement such kind of thing, what is the problem challenges? See, without having an intermediate entity, so there can be some illegal activities also happening, and you want to verify the credentials. But what is that permission blockchain which is the land records and everything? We are avoiding that permission-based kind of approach. It's a permission, only two people have the authority to add blocks to that, not everyone. Like SRO. But only thing is, what is the benefit you get out of it? One is we are verifying the credentials, and we have the auditability aspect with this. That's a value.
And one more thing, is this layer network is layer network or only a simple? In the sense, when you have at the beginning that data at every node will be available with every other node. So that actually requires enormous storage.
Yes, actually, definitely. See, that's what public
or will it be like a layer?
No. You are every node GPs are given, we don't know. There are whatever it is we talk about now, there is no clarity as such. Okay, and there is no bandwidth everything. Whenever you want to communicate across all the nodes, storage space, bandwidth, lot of challenges are there.
And my last question is like, this is what I understood from your talk, this is purely a computer science related or technology related. Why it's called nano? But wherever we refer to this terminology, normally comes with the SCM.
Supply chain management is basically a supply chain. That's it.
Yes.
It's not the manufacturing supply chain or anything like that. Anywhere there is a supply chain, the workflow across the various entities, and you want to make sure that there is a transparency maintained from the first stage till the end. You want to have clarity so that you are able to produce at the end. You can depend on this. That is a goal. It can be anything. See, you are utilizing this ICT technology for supply chain management. It can be anything. Food supply chain, it can be ICT, electronic food supply chain, or it can be anything else.
Yeah. So blockchain basically is how you in any areas.
Yeah, it's an ICT solution. Yeah, it's an ICT solution. You can utilize it any food manufacturing, it can be.
Not like bank with ACM or related activity.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for giving your time. Hope I made it interesting.
Thank you. I request here of the invited to present a memento to speak at least very well.
Now
5 minutes break and come back here. Then we have invited talk by Ritu student on AI for depression. This is a topic. Please come back in 5 minutes. Join the session.
నేను అన్మ్యూట్ చేశాను మాట్లాడుతుంటా సిస్టమ్ అంతేనా అంతేనా అది పెట్టాను ఒకసారి పెట్టాలి అది గూగుల్ మీట్ అని పెట్టాను అన్మ్యూట్ చేశాను వీడియో వస్తున్నాను కదా అంతేనా
have invited talk on AI for depression analysis by Dr. Ritu Gar from Intel Technology, Bangalore. We request Dr. Binshu J. Kailar to chair the invited talk. I request the chair to introduce the invited speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Dr. Ritu Gar received her PhD from Electrical Engineering Department, IIT. Her doctoral research focused on developing and applying machine learning for document analysis and computer vision applications. At Intel, she has been prominently working in natural language processing, building NLP systems for low resource languages, domain-independent information extraction systems, and natural language generation. Also, have brief experience of working on optimizing vision applications for Android and other multi-OS platforms. She has also contributed to ADAS-based systems like sensor fusion exploration and generalized framework for stereo rectification in the presence of uncalibrated camera pairs for road conditioning in the context of Indian roads. Prior to joining Intel, she was working at Accenture AI Labs, where she worked on fusion of computer vision and NLP for applications like inappropriate content classification, including retail analytics. She has published several papers in top-tier conferences and journals and has received Best Paper Award in ABEC 2019. Her research focuses on developing and applying machine learning algorithms for document analysis, information retrieval, multimodal content extraction, and analysis. She has interest in exploring AI for societal applications. Dr. Ritu, over to you, please.
అన్నిట్లోనే ఉంది అన్నిట్లో ఉంది టెలికాస్ట్ అన్నిట్లో ఉంది
use cases that are in social science. And today, my day started with the very nice stuff and Dr. That really motivated me and motivated. Yeah, so her talk was really motivating and that related to my spirit, sir. And yesterday night, like I was thinking, okay, it's a women in engineering forum, and how do I encourage my female folks, right? So that they can contribute and they can break those barriers, right, and come out. So her talk was a good motivation for me. And also, I would like to thank Lakshmi ma'am that she gave a very beautiful lecture and educated us on blockchain. And that is something very important. And with that, and we had a very nice session with ma'am about how women in engineering are coping up, and we should not step back. So there was an article by Sudha Murthy that said, okay, behind every successful woman there's an understanding man. And I really thank the men, that is they have helped us in achieving our goals. So at Intel, and I think that most of the MNCs and places, the last month was a November week where we thanked the males, right, for their contributions and helping us to
achieving our endeavors. So with that, I would like to start the talk for today. And so yesterday, Professor Abdul Negi, he brought about how AI can be used or leveraged in social sciences, and he walked us through many of the use cases that we can work on. Right? And that is very close to my heart, and I want to encourage everyone because this is what I've learned from my mentors in my life. Right? Whatever we get from capabilities that we build during our career or education, it's our duty to give back. We can only appreciate that capability when we are able to give it back to the society in a good form. Right. So with that, I'll start the topic for today. So I'll be talking about AI for depression, and so that is one of the areas which yesterday sir also talked about. AI in healthcare. So that's one of the topics. So nowadays, and we are constantly running behind success, and there is so much of competition. The stress levels are high. We are unsatisfied at many times, and so all these has built up a sense of distress, anxiety, depression, and so I think, and that has become part and parcel of our lives, and it should not impact us. We have to be empowered for that. So the depression is a major, common. It's very common illness, mental illness, and it has affected not only psychologically, it has affected physically also. It has impacted our education, our employment, growth areas, right? All our growth areas are get impacted by it. So there was a study by WHO where they said, right, there are approximately 300 million people across the globe, right, who suffer from depression, and it is mainly prevalent in the growing adults, right? Amongst those, it is quite prevalent. And also in the pandemic times, we've seen many, there's an increase in the mental illnesses cases, and so there was another study by WHO where they reported that the worst depression has led to loss of lives, and that is approximately 1 million annually. So, and this is why the severity of the problem has led the researchers to actually focus their studies in this area. So what are the challenges and what are the barriers that we see today in this area, right? So the most common mental health, the most common thing is like, there's a lack of resources, lack of health providers, trained health providers, and there's also stigma, social stigma that is associated with it, where people are hesitant to talk about it. They would rather just suffer and not talk about it, and or they're not even aware that they are going through a phase of depression. Right? So that is one that we are not aware what is depression and on which stage of depression we are. So depression will be also if we compare it with our physical ailments that we have. We know there are certain set of diagnostic tests, and we will do it once a year, and we know what are our stats, and we know that we evaluate it. But in terms of depression, there is no such diagnostic set of tools or tests that will ensure that the subjectivity of the matter is taken care of, considered. And if we also see, depression is kind of a covert in nature, because you will find people who will talk about it too much, but they might have really mild symptoms of it. But we will also see people, they will not even talk about it. They will be silent throughout the sessions. And it is very difficult to know on what stage they are. And so because that is the reason, this problem has remained undiagnosed and untreated, because we lack to understand subjectivity that goes behind it. Because predominantly across years, the practitioners are actually relying on some kind of questionnaires. And those questionnaires will question your lifestyle, or when were you last diagnosed, or what kind of symptoms that are coming. Are you stressed? Are you losing weight? Or are you not able to concentrate? Or so there are many questions. So these questionnaires predominantly they try to find out symptoms with you, right? So this and these symptoms might vary because the intensity of these symptoms, you can say, the behavioral changes, right? They might vary from person to person. So these questionnaires lack the subjectivity issue, right? So that's what we want to understand and work on it, right? So what motivated us, in doing this? One of the main reasons was that detecting earlier stages of depression is a huge step towards this, and so that we can work on, we can support people suffering from it and reduce the number of cases, and also people go to a worse extent of taking their lives. So one was that motivation, right? And the other thing that we see is we don't have a labeled data set that is available currently. So and that data set, as I said, right, the behavioral changes was there are such a huge variation in the data that you cannot simply say, okay, he's depressed or he's not depressed, because it depends on how much he is affected by it. Is it a mild symptom, or is it moderate, or is it a severe case, right? So what we want to leverage on is that if we can, ML is something that everyone is learning about and using, and we have lots of data. So we have that capability, we have that knowledge how ML will work. But it's the data that we have to bring insights on and use that data. Use ML on that data. So so that we can build some systems which can diagnose or automate the entire process of depression and early stages. And so this will actually benefit the people who are not able to go and meet the clinicians, or they are not aware of such systems, or they are hesitant. Right? So it is a benefit. It will benefit those. So another motivation which actually why we started working on was we came across a team that was actually working on mental health of children who were rescued from trafficking. So in that case, we saw like the questionnaires they couldn't help us because children might not understand, or they were not even able to answer to those questions. So it was very difficult for us, or for even the doctor, to analyze what is the severity of depression, and will he be recovered or not, whether it will relapse or not. So there were no such decisions could not be taken like that. Also, there is a study that says actually, so almost like 70% of the people, they go and meet a medical practitioner and for depression, and where they'll be given some kind of antidepressants or suppressants, and which is not guaranteeing you to recover from that illness. It is simply suppressing your feelings and making you happy for some time, and then you take a medicine, you rely on those. So we need a system that can help us in the entire fight. So how we are trying to address depression and address this. So we kind of break it down into two things. One is context-free modeling. Why context-free modeling? Right. So we all know sequence. We all learned about sequence modeling and how it helps us to extract the context from the text or audio or video, any kind of data that we can have. Also, why context-free modeling is important? Because we don't want to put any constraints on what type of questions the practitioner would ask, and based on those responses that we get, right, we don't want to put it as a constraint on our model. So the first part of our model is context-free modeling. The second thing is multimodal modeling. So, like I give an example of the NGO, right? So there we had data which was in form of audio, video, and also text. So the text would be like question. They asked something, reply what we got. So they would all record those discussions, and video was something like when you are taking that session, we would record the videos and use them also. So that's why we want to bring about how we can leverage from different modalities of data that is available. So here comes the second part, right? Also, where we want to do a multimodal fusion. So the multimodal fusion, often if we see, they provide very little insight on what is the contribution of every modality that we have taken for analysis. So here in the proposed framework, right, what we did was that we applied attention at every layer. So the attention will help us to understand that which modality is helping us or is contributing towards the analysis. Also, we will go at the sub-modality level, because every modality, like text, you will have 10 different types of features. Audio, you can have really different kind of features, low-level features, and so there are a lot of features that we can extract from these data modalities, but we really want to understand what combination of these features is actually helping us to get a proper outcome. Okay, so that is what we talk of here as sub-modalities. Sub-modalities are nothing but the features within the modality, and that we have done using attention layers data. So as I was talking about, like, features, right? So now this, in the framework that we talk about, right? So in this, basically this was a challenge. We developed something that we wanted to assess our framework, right? So we came across the CICT challenge, where they gave us data, and the data was in form of only audio and videos. But we really wanted to understand whether text is helping or not. Right? So what we did was we took text as speech to output of speech to text module for all the participants in the data, the subjects, and we used used a pre-trained sentence encoder model to get the images. Similarly, for audio, we used MMCC or extended GMAPs and their functions. Functions are nothing but like you compute some means or certain functions on your low-level features. And using those functional, we can represent them as back of visual words or back of audio words. So here, what we have done is, in case of audio, we've taken back of audio words, and here we've taken. So in case of video, it becomes important that we understand how a person is talking. So facial features, how he is. How are the facial characteristics? A raised eyebrow, or his gaze is not constant. He's constantly moving gaze, and the body posture or the hand movements, or he is like intermittently he's smiling, or like in audio also we can take examples as that we're taking long pauses when we are speaking, or when we are saying I'm sad, I'm low, right? So if you take it in the audio signal, if you see it in the audio signals, right, you'll see some monotones within the signal that can help you to extract that information. And that will not depend once we have learned a model on such feature, right? It helps us in avoiding that abstraction. We are basically now we have if a new sample or a new subject comes up, a similar type of pattern we are expecting to see within those interviews or audios and visuals, right? So how our multi-layer attention network looks like. Okay. So here, if we see, we have our three inputs, sources. We have visual inputs and audio inputs, transcripts. So as we talked about, text is nothing but text-to-speech output here. Audio we have here, and visual inputs we have used open face library to get the features, facial expressions and all. And so now once, if we see here, right, these are feed-forward networks, and we see a loop also, right? So what this is helping us to do is, these are different sub-modalities that we see in the inputs. Now, the neural network is getting trained to check what is the contribution of the sub-modalities, and that for doing that, if you see, we also have a attention layer here connected with the concatenation layer. So now these modalities, sub-modalities are concatenated and passed to attention layer into a biosystem network stack biosystem. So now this helps us to understand that what is the contribution of sub-modalities. While if you see, again we go through this concatenation layer and we have attention model here. Right? So the attention model here basically is helping us to understand what is the contribution of these modalities individually. So there are two things that we are doing: attention at every modality and attention at one modality. So sub modality and modality. So now, if you see here, what we are trying to learn on that data set is that we don't want to say whether he is depressed or he is not depressed. Right? We want to give a severity score. So severity score, what we did here was based on some of the studies we learned that the severity score can range between 0 to 27. So where if you see anything below is obviously you're not depressed, but if it's near 10 to 14, you are mildly depressed, and if you're something between 15 to 19, you're moderately severe, and then if you're above that, obviously you're severely impacted. So here, if you see, with all these features, we are learning a regressive model here. So this regressive model will help us to compute the severity scores and tell whether a person is, how severe is the depression. So whether he is like mildly severe or not, right? So in that case, right, what were some of the insights? So after doing all the experiments, we went through and collected information on which all of the submodalities, we compared, the entire experiment was evaluated based on the RBC score because we are learning the severity score. Right? So based on that, there were some insights that we got on our models. So one was like, we need more of audio data than text or video. Right? So a sequence model that could learn text with some 7 sequences, whereas audio was taking 30 sequences. And so that implies that the patterns in text are more predictive, while and there's a shorter span of the text, while if you compare it to the audio. Right? And also the second insight that we got was the multi-layer attention. It helps us in obtaining a much better insight into the depression. And it is obviously because we are using attention networks, so we are also taking care of the computational time, right? And so when the entire challenge was judged, right? So the proposed method, right, was about that outperformed the baseline by 17%. So that was one of the biggest achievements that yes, we are in the right direction and we can solve problems like these, right? So with this, I mean, these were some of the insights, and I stop here and encourage everyone by not just getting carried away with this kind of a framework, but I'll always ask people to think loud and believe your instincts and go ahead and apply machine learning to this data. And if anyone wants, I also like to thank my contributors, Dr. Anupama, who works at IBM, and Dr. Prerna Mukherjee, who's an assistant professor at JNU. So they were, we three were together in all these things, and if anyone wants to work in this area, you can contact us. We have our GitHub link here, the codes and everything. If you want to go and do a hands-on on data as well as the code, you can go and use this GitHub link also. Thanks. Any questions?
So, there are analysis of videos which
the video analysis, they show the expressions which people have, and sometimes the fast frame rates will show an expression which is perhaps the true indication of what somebody is suffering. Okay. So do we have something like that here?
Yes, we do have.
Okay.
So, as I mentioned, the open face will be so for every frame, we will be taking features from the videos for the expressions, the facial emotions. So, as I said, right, if everyone is smiling or raised eyebrows, or when you're sharing a concern, you have different expressions altogether on your face. And even if you're low, right, not only your voice will indicate that you're low, but also your face will have certain expressions. So open face is a very nice library, and that will help you to extract all these features.
Another study which I saw was that it is coming from Facebook. There were a lot of cases where people who were taking a lot of selfies, turned out they were having depression.
Yes.
Things like that.
Yes, that's also one area. Similar to that, Twitter also started, right? Twitter has very short text, right? And so they actually started with sentiment analysis, but then slowly they build up that database, and they use some of the text NLP techniques to tell whether it is depression or not. But they have not been able to tell how severe it is, right? Whereas we wanted to indicate the severity of the issue. And also, I think Twitter is one example, because Twitter takes short text, right? And if you see in the questionnaires, questions could be like some 10 to 15 words, but the responses are very short. And that is where the subjectivity is not getting. If someone asked me whether whether I had depression earlier, what my answer would be no, or maybe okay, yes, few years back. So the answers are very discrete, and so the subjectivity is not there, right? And so that's what actually motivated us, right? If we can take into consideration all kinds of inputs. And that is why, if we also compare, we will not, a normal conversation that happens when we are at session, right? It is totally different. We'll be sharing our thoughts, we'll be listening to them, right? So that's entirely different what I think the text could have. There's so many things to explore.
You have been taking facial emotions, right? So, normally if you are going for any deep learning algorithm, we need to have our algorithm to have fed up data with multiple levels will be. So what are the other categories of data? What will be the other data should be taken? It would be only about the emotional, let us say, continuous readings of their medical vitals. It would be like
So see, you can explore any kind of such data points, right? So what we took here was gaze, facial expressions, emotions, and some actions, right, which are very prominent, be seen on our face. So we took some of those, but yes, as you mentioned, right, if we all are wearing smartwatches today, right? We can also leverage on that data, our health statistics, right? If a depression person, he might have sleepless nights, right? He's always tired. He can be, he's losing weight. So there's so many symptoms of depression, and there are so that only gives rise to that data that we can use to solve this problem.
Ma'am, in most of the cases, high number of cases, there are no physical symptoms for the depression patients. Then how to deal with them? Because inside they are suffering from depression, but in physical symptoms they don't have. They are working normally in their life, and inside they are suffering. So, does it solve the problem or not?
So, see, we saw one of the use cases, right? So, someone came up with a mobile app. Okay? So, that mobile app is actually taking your text messages as input and your calls when you're talking to someone on phone. Because people are not aware of it, right? They are under depression, they are not aware of it. Even if they're aware of it, they won't go to a doctor. We are not, so here I'm not talking about a medical practitioner, right? I'm talking about a trained person who is there, like a psychiatrist, right? We need to understand that thing. We want to encourage people to understand that it is not a bad thing that has happened. You can recover from it. You have to just talk about it. And so, I always tell people, be positive and look out for each other. And we are so we want to help everyone. Take care of each other and move ahead in life.
Actually, already partially answered. What the question I was about to ask is, most likely what I read is, people who are really depressed who needs a diagnosis and treatment. They are unlikely to realize that only they are depressed. They don't even know that they need to consult somebody. So in that sense, this kind of intelligence should ideally be what is called on device.
On device, yes.
So yeah, so there should be a direction for this kind of a thing, which will actually respect the privacy of the individual also. It's my data, my
It
health.
can lie on your edge.
Right. So yeah, so is that the culmination of this model? Like, for example, you have a model and
yeah. So yes, so basically our aim was to come up with some framework. Now, how it is put on edge or it is put on your, some other media, it is as a web app or something, right? So there was another work where they came up with a bot, okay, that will talk to you, conversation that we can always do. We have generation models, we can create bots who will talk to us. But those bots are also trained by the humans. Right? And so what they are doing is they are also trying to capture some of the facial things, some of the utterances, how those utterances can be mapped to text. Right? That's a quite challenging thing, how you map the utterances to the correct words, right, in the text or something. And so they also came up with some kind of a bot, a virtual environment where people, they're hesitant to go out and talk, who don't go out and talk, right? You can use a virtual assistant. Right?
so I'm already seeing a mobile app ready with you. Like, for example, that model, for example, if you put it on my device.
Yes.
True, that's it. I mean, you can read my 7 text sequences and you can figure out.
It sends an alert, right? We all have these SOS things in our. So we can use that data also to send out alert to our near ones and dear ones that your person, your dear fellow is under depression and you need to talk to them. There are different ways that we can enable such things.
Well, other since a lot of people are here, what I read recently or heard recently is this algorithms, this recommendation engines, which are running here on YouTube or TikTok and all these things. If you start approaching a topic like depression, they will serve you more content which will make you even more depressed.
Even more depressed.
The algorithm designed like that. I mean, they actually make you clinical depressed. How should you really and very conscious?
That's one of the challenges, right? are seriously lacking in resources and trained practitioners who can actually guide us in the right direction.
Thank you.
Now, this is all about identifying whether a person is depressed or not. Now, if we look at the current scenario, most of the people with the stress and other things, sometimes they end up into that state. Can we think about some solutions by using the same technology and the mobile app, where they can keep a track of it and try to think in a positive mode and try to
more
guide them.
motivational.
Yeah, guide them so that they don't enter.
This is a very good idea.
Yeah, because that is something after the pandemic especially. If you look at it. And another thing is, if you look at any of the psychiatric disorders, no one wants to accept that there is psychiatric disorder, especially personality disorders. A lot of things will be there. So people always say, I'm right, the other person is wrong. Can we think about solutions so that they can try to trust the systems and say yes, okay, because they cannot trust any human being. Okay, so something like that, such things may help even doctors also.
True.
Yeah.
I mean,
because they don't trust doctors, no one, they don't like to go to doctors.
Even, doctors, when talking about child trafficking, so the doctor himself was in a dilemma. How do I really assess?
Yeah.
Because kids are not speaking. They are under so much of trauma. They show no expressions also. And so the kids, you cannot take multiple redress sessions with them. It will impact them more. So these are some of the use cases, right, that encourages us all to get into this area and develop something which we can benefit.
Ma'am, actually, lots of people confuse depression, anxiety with depression. So does this model contain anything that classifies anxiety or and between anxiety and depression? Because most of the people confuse it that I am having anxiety, they don't call it anxiety, they call it that I am having depression.
So,
but symptoms are always differ of anxiety and depression.
Yeah. So you can. So we can also make it more intelligent, I would say, because that's what I'm trying to convey. Right? That there are anxiety is different from depression. Right? So there are different kind of features that you can enable within our model system to differentiate even between anxiety, depression, and stress. And if you go to the another level of granularity, right, you can tell what is the impact of that severity of that particular disorder. Right? So it all depends. So this is one model that I presented, right? One framework that I presented. But we can definitely, build something on the same grounds on top of it to have another level of granularity.
So, ma'am, it takes years to realize people that they have depression. So, if they are not realizing, how does this model will help?
So, see, we talked about one.
See, ma'am, actually, if they realize, they don't accept for years. Unless I think their situation are very critical, they don't go to psychological and all. So, how this model will help if they are not realizing this? So, how this model will help?
So, like I answered earlier also, right? So this is only a framework that you can build, that you can use, right, to convert it into some kind of app or something like that. This is just a backbone. On top of it, you can build something and you can do certain things, like Ratnagar also mentioned, right? Why not a mobile app that sits on my system, on my phone itself? Right? I don't have to go to someone else because I'm not comfortable talking to it. So there are tools which kind of create a virtual environment and where you can talk about it and then what actually is analyzing your stress levels or anxiety levels.
Thank you, Dr.
any more queries, we can continue discussing with her during the lunch break. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Chair to present the message to the to the Thank you. S.C. Sairaman, CEO of MTAR, Chennai, and Dr. Vitu Garu Madam from Intel, and Lakshmi Ishwari Garu, Joint Director at CICT Hyderabad. I invite all the panelists on the dais. And Dr. Vinshu J. Kailas ma'am will be the moderator of this session.
I'm audible. Welcome back to the session.
We are audible.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the session. Thank you for joining. Yeah, so I think maybe we can start where we have stopped before. You were suggesting that there will be many challenges faced by girls or ladies whenever they are in the industry sector. Personally speaking, I am from academia, and I have not felt like there is so much difficulty in academia because I have been here more than 20 years, and I never felt like because I'm a lady, I'm not able to do something. But that may not be the same with ladies working in the industrial sector. So we have many young ladies here, so maybe your insights would guide them to prepare themselves better way to be in industry sector. And other two panelists are also from industry sector. So I request your comments first. Generally, what are the challenges that girls or ladies specifically have to face in industry sector, and how should they prepare themselves if they have to move forward? Ma'am, we would like to start with you. Can you please?
Is it with me? Are you addressing it to me?
Yes.
Sure. So yes, see, if I were to look at across 20 years, okay, and I think all of us women would agree that it's not an cakewalk. It's nobody's career is a cakewalk. I think it would be a fair statement to say that people have reached wherever they have reached is out of the sheer hard work and by overcoming the different challenges that they have faced. So what my primary opening remark would be is look at every challenge as an opportunity to learn and grow. It is not, we should never get bogged down when we are faced with a challenge. When we are faced with a challenge, it is something that you should look at it as something that's very inspiring and interesting that you can solve. As an engineer, it's a problem to be solved. So you solve the problem, you overcome, you learn, and then you move ahead. So this has been I think this has been my approach since the beginning, and I think it hasn't changed. That's my opening remark.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So to what ma'am just now said, I would like to add, be fearless and believe in yourself, right? That's one thing that we all can do, right? Yeah. Okay, so what I want to pass on this is that we need to be fearless in whatever we're thinking. We have to be open, we have to be fearless, and we need to believe in our own instincts. It might be wrong, no problem. Next time you think about it again and it might come up correct also. So just believe in yourself and go ahead
Actually, most of the time, what women feel is like job is something secondary for us, primary is the family. So I think that's the mental blockage which is there with every woman. I think when you come out of it, then automatically you'll gear up and you'll be on par with men. That's very important. And at the same time, it's not like, see, we cannot balance out both the things. It's just the planning that is very, very important. If you are nicely planning the personal front and official, I don't think that it's any challenge for any woman. And I don't think that even society we are facing any problem like the kind of jobs which we are doing. I don't think that women cannot do this kind of things again. Whether men or women, I think it's the same actually. And we have enough number of opportunities outside. Only some kind of challenges when women are traveling alone or some kind of thing, especially late hours or early morning or something like that, for which organizations are already taking care. So it's a mental blockage, and we need to balance out the thing. That's the only thing which I feel. And when you feel that okay, you are on par and you can definitely contribute,
automatically you have the energy and you can balance out both the things. I think that's something instinct has to come out from the woman itself. That's what I feel.
So basically, as we think about it, it comes like it should come from within us first, and then we should be able to convince others who are, happens to be maybe a blocking or something like that on the way. We should be able to convince them. And ma'am, we had an issue recently. One of the final year students, she had to complete the project because classes are having online for last 2 years, and the parents were urging the girl to get married. She is from this state, and we were trying to call her because she did not attend the project review, and we tried to contact her, and she didn't. The number which was available with us with the institute. There was no answer. Then we tried to contact with the parents' number also. It was not possible to contact. So during on the day of the project review, her review could not be contacted. After 2 days, another girl called me and informed that the parents are trying to marry some issue at family, and the girl is not agreeing to that. So they have closed her mobile connection in internet, everything they have cut, and she was not able to participate in the project. Okay, then I requested one of my colleagues who can talk in the mother tongue, Telugu, and he tried to talk to the father, but the father was not ready to talk. Then the girl actually informed her friends through a cousin brother, and we requested the cousin brother to go to their home, give her the laptop so that she can work the remaining pending work. We gave her extra 1 month time to complete the work, and then she completed the degree and she got the degree also in the convocation. So it's not easy, for certain girls. We may feel that they come to the class, they attend the class, everything would be very nice, but that is not the reality. There are certain girls who actually really face such issues. This was actually very shocking to us that the girl who has more than I think 8.5 CGPA, she has cleared all the courses in the first attempt, but just at the time of graduation, because of this personal issue, she was not able to graduate. So it's not it's not really simple for everybody. Maybe when educated the parents are there, children coming from such families, maybe issue may not be there, but that is not the case with the majority of the families. And this is my observation from that. So that way, the support system, we are able to actually support her through the friends. So as Ritu told before, we have to take people along with us. If we start to walk alone, then this is not possible. So any community wherever we are, we should be aware of the problems that others are facing, and we should try to take along the girls or the ladies who are always with us. Yeah, so just I wanted to share my personal.
See, it's nice that the institute has the work to that level and made that student to complete that. See, what you said is 100% true. Actually, like the communities where people may not allow them to study more and the things. But see, what I feel is like when you are already there in the job or something like that, in that case, I don't think there are any dearth of opportunities for women. It's like you are on job actually. For you, it's equal, nothing like that. But definitely, actually, when we look at such kind of things, actually, it's very pity, actually. But definitely, see, instead of not answering or something like that, it's like opening up with people and trying to look at other opportunities, how better I try to complete this. See, maybe they can convince the parents and after this they can work with the parents itself, look for opportunities.
jointly they can plan together. That's important rather than going to a shell, no. So I think that the skills are more important for women actually. That's what I think. Because see, you had to work for arranging a laptop and other things like that. Whereas she would have boldly faced this, let me complete, get my degree, and let us face that thing also, like that kind of things that she has to work with the parents. That's equally important. Otherwise, going to a shell will not work actually, it will not help them in any way. See, they have to explore for solutions also.
That's true. Actually, we try to, convince her or even, give her advices. But the information that we received from the friends is that, I don't want to say in public, she was not allowed to even talk. Her food was served in the room. So somebody was always monitoring. So something like that. We don't know whether some other history is there. We don't know. But I mean, this is the fact. Information. So there are cases like that. Yeah. So always self-motivation alone may not be sufficient. There should be a proper support system for such children to come up. I would say that. So maybe whenever we are in a community, we have to look around for people who are.
Here,
yes, ma'am.
Here I slightly beg to differ, ma'am. See, I think many a time what we women end up doing is we start focusing on the one-off issues. That is not what it is. Like the other lady who mentioned that it is more of collaborative, where women have very successfully succeeded is when they have brought in when they have brought in what do you call a common agreement with their parents and with their family at career, in various career decisions. So this could be a one-off issue, but what I would also like to reiterate what she had said is that the girls have to take their parents into confidence and talk to them from a long-term perspective and give them the assurance that they are doing it for the betterment of their lives and that of what their parents are also planning, right? Because we do have an age-old approach where it is very normal for parents to want to get their daughters married, and that's probably not going to change at least for another 50 to 100 years, at least in bulk of where it is in India. So rather than rebelling, go into a collaborative mode where you discuss with your parents that I've done this, I would like to do this, and seek, arrive at a consensus. Decision making should be in consensus. Decision making cannot be that, one sided, that one person says one thing and the other person has to agree. Everybody has to be in agreement, right? So that is what is my opinion on this one.
True, ma'am, but it depends upon the strength of the mother both. If the mother is basically old lady, children will be able to communicate in a better way. I suppose. Any points to be added? Any questions, please?
Good afternoon to you all. I'm Dr. Serupa from CICT University College of Engineering. Yes, we are talking about women. One thing I just want to say, like men come from nobody, right? So we have men inside us. Every day, only thing is our competitor should be a man. If you think in such a way, you can excel anything. Wherever I go, I feel that in my brain. Like, I'm not going to compete with a gender. I'm going to compete with the opponent who is just, I feel opponent. Okay? So it might be a man or it can be a woman. That's what I feel. And what about the hurdles? Yes, when girl comes out of the house, yes, there are hurdles. I agree. That hurdles, it depends on how you take it. Is it for a temporary basis or is it a permanent basis? So, whatever the step I take today, it should replicate after 10 years where I will be. For all the young students who are standing here, and I learned all this from the others, the ladies who are sitting here. So today's decision will depend on the 10th year. That should be my motto. If we plan in such a way, we can excel anyway. I'm from mechanical background. I'm a mechanical engineer and I did my PhD from mechanical background, where it was said it was a very big task for being a lady. But when I went to an environment, I had seen doctorates in mechanical engineering. In my life, for the first time, I met doctorates from mechanical engineering. Then I realized, yes, people are there. Let me get inspired. Yes, that inspired me. Go ahead. And I might be an inspirer for others. That should how I should be. Every woman is an inspiration for the next generation. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, from what I have got from this panel discussion, is that ultimately everything goes back to social awareness. Because if we are not creating awareness for the girls and for the parents as well, so it's very difficult to actually negotiate. How we will come into a consensus when there's already a block, may it be in the institution, may it be at home, there are always gender roles are there. So it's actually very difficult to come into a consensus. So so kindly comment on that one. Like, should this be given right at school? Should parents also be made aware of the thing? Should teachers also be made aware of the whole situation? So how to go forward?
So I'll take that question because you did mention consensus. So it's a very valid point, and I would like all of you to be aware that the government and the society at large is continuously working on bringing in this awareness. See, it is not for want of social awareness that the policies that are being designed. Take a central government institute like IIIT in Kurnool. There is a lot of emphasis on gender diversity. You take anybody who is hiring, and today if you were to look in the board of directors and so many other things, that there is a lot of thrust that women should be brought in. I'm not sure if you're aware, even legally, a woman's role as a homemaker, she may not be working, but as a homemaker is entitled to 50% of her husband's earnings and wealth because she is taking care of the home, and that is considered to be equally as important as holding a job of whatever it is worth. So there is this social awareness, but women in general should not get bogged down with all that is dragging them down. Look at what is happening. What are the good things that are happening? Show that as an example to move ahead, because if you're going to just look at one-off incidents and there will be everybody's attention turns on to that, and it's an opinion. So you can't, society's opinion will remain strong that some things have to be done in a certain manner. But then, a certain percentage of that society also changes its opinion when they are shown a different scenario, when they are shown a positive scenario. So that's the way to build consensus. It is an effort. The second thing, right? You guys are talking about getting bogged down and everything. With respect to the other panel members here, I'm sure that each of us in our career, we have faced many hurdles at home and at the workplace to move ahead. Personally, it is not bogged us down at all. It has only made us understand that this is not to be fought. This is not a fight to win, but instead what it is it is more of making people understand that we need to do this, we need to get ahead. And that's what is consensus. It's you have to have the faith that you're doing it for the right reasons, and when you have the faith, you will have to convince others also that this is the right thing. You can't do anything by force. It's never to wage a war. I strongly don't believe in waging a war. I had a small company, and even at a company level, at an organization level, It's very easy for me to write a dictum saying that this is what needs to be done. But even at a leadership level, we never do that. It's pointless. You have to sit down and have a collaborative discussion and make people understand that this is a way I'm thinking of doing it. These are the benefits. There are going to be difficulties in the way, but we're going to work together to overcome it, and that's how it is done. Take your own IIITDM institute, take your director, take all the leaders in that institute. They don't do it unilaterally. Everything is discussed in a forum, put in as this thing. So please understand that collaborative and consensus building is not something that is unique, that is being asked only for women. It is part of everyday life. And tomorrow when you have kids, and any of you is raising kids, you'll know that, okay, probably at a certain age, you can give it as a rule as they grow into teenagers and young adults. You can't tell them do this. It is again, you have to explain to them. And when that is the case for young people, you're going to be dealing with adults, you're going to be dealing with figures of authority, not just at your home, but at different facets, at the workplace as well. It involves consensus building. So that's my response to that.
Thank you, and three more points. What Madam said is right. Actually, what you want to achieve, you should have clarity. That's it. Okay, don't look at comparing. They are treating differently. Women are treated differently. Why do you worry about all that? See, let us try to focus on what we want to achieve. You visualize that, you achieve. That's it. If there are some kind of gaps or hindrances to achieve, you try to work with the people. That's the only thing which we need to keep in our mind. And always actually see, it's not that sometimes there can be comparisons also. Men don't come to office on time or something. I don't think that's not the right thing. Sometimes, most of the days, I'm the first person to be at office. In almost 20 years of the time. So I take pride for that. I always want to be that. I don't want to get compared with other people. See, it's not that we are going to be compared with the men or something like that. You need to compare with yourself in excelling. That's the only goal. Let us not look at the gender actually. There are plenty of opportunities, even government is doing that. Whatever it is in terms of security, there are a lot of things. See, we should know our limits, how we should try to protect ourselves, where we should try to take the help, and how we should try to convince the people and collaborate with the people, whether it is at home or office. See, if you do all that, definitely there is a support system available. But see, as she said, some cases it is possible, but it's not everywhere. I think even at the remote corners, people are aware of women education. So very less population is in that particular category. See, most of them have a very a nice environment and all. I think we should support such last mile people actually. They are in the better the area actually.
That's true, ma'am. Majority of the girls, they flourish like anything within the 4 to 5 years, whether it is a different program, they excel better than boys. That is a normal scenario. I just cited one example because just wanted to say that there are such families even now.
What I will just have so I give to me, like on my personal front, I'll give an example. Right? My aunts are not that educated because my grandfather, he was very orthodox, though he was very educated, he was a PhD himself. But he didn't encourage my aunts to study. Right? And then my dad has seen that and he didn't like it. So I've seen the difference. My dad has always motivated me and been by my side. Right? It was initially I used to be a little scared, but then he also built that relationship right? That I can talk to him about anything and he will give me some suggestions. But he didn't impose those suggestions on me. He said, okay, these are my views and I'd be happy if you give your viewpoints also and then we can talk it out. So I think that things are changing, but it's quite slow. And also to that, we will face problems, right? That we should not step back. So and there's nothing that we have to compete with them, right? It's like if in a similar situation a man would not step down, right? What would have he done?
at least we should come up with some logical reasonings to it, right? That what else I can do to convince others. When I should be myself sure that yes, I can do it. But why can't others be sure of it, right? So if we need to build that within ourselves and strive to do it. So everyone should get motivated. And I think at Intel, what I really liked was that there are so many people, right, who will coach you in the right direction. And they always, in many of the coaching sessions, right, and mentoring sessions, they will say, don't be quiet. Okay? Whatever is in your mind, talk about it. That will help us to understand and give you the correct vision. We will, so if you want to work in some area, right, you need to tell us, right, and we will connect you to the proper forums. We will give you the vision to it, and then you take it forward. So it's us who has to take a step on it, right, and work with us.
So it's very important to realize the passion within you. That is very important. Without the passion, sustaining in an area for 15 to 20 years is very, very difficult. So the passion definitely needs to be there. And then whatever hurdle is coming, you have to just take it as part of life. It will be there. Every hurdle that we face is only momentary. Momentary, that period may be sometimes maybe 2 weeks, sometimes maybe 2 months, but not more than that. Within that time, we'll be able to overcome that. This is from my experience.
And that will make us strong. Right? Yes. Because these hurdles will not stop.
Right. Any position you go, whether you are a student or even the senior most position, always will hurdles will be there. Only the characteristics.
So just to add, okay, I'm sure a lot of people there are thinking that okay, all of us are fairly senior and well established, and we are giving this generic talk about being positive and upbeat. So it is also there are many young people who are aspiring, young women who are aspiring for careers. Career path is always tough at the early years. At the early years, it is tough for a man, it is also tough for a woman. So it's not uniquely going to be tough for any gender. That is the first thing that I'd like to set the context for people here. You have to work hard, you have to learn hard. It takes, it's not for want of anything that it takes 20 years to get to a senior position. And in that 20 years, the first 10 to 15 years, all you've been doing is learning, unlearning, learning and learning and learning. And the next, after 15 years, you start unlearning what you've learned, and you learn it very differently from a leadership skill. So this is something very important. I felt that this is a point to be made, that, sitting today at senior positions, most of them would be thinking, oh, they are in a much more comfortable position. But to get to this comfort has been what you call a Himalayan effort for each of us. It's not been an easy journey. We've made tough choices. We've been through the tough situations. We've overcome them. And then, it is only what you say that, it is being tempered steel is what the term is in mechanical engineering, you temper it enough and it builds the strength and resilience, and that takes time. So please note that a career takes time to build. A career is not something that you build in 2 years or in 4 years. It takes a long time. It's a journey. It's another thing I want.
Let me tell you, this is Navneeta from Pioneer CICT-2021. I want to ask a question. Like in placements, most of the companies are keeping ratios and hiring for women engineering and men engineering, like 60-40 ratio or 30-70 ratio, like that. So there is no equality in ratio of hiring for women and men. So what are the to break that ratios or break that rules, which kind of motivation looking for the women engineers?
In case that question was directed to me, I didn't hear anything of that question. I'm sorry. It was not clear, or it was not clear at all. You would have to.
Actually, my question is purely based on placements. Few of the companies they hire women engineers and men engineers in certain ratios, like 40:60 or 30:70, something like that. There itself there is no equality in the ratio. It is a slight demotivation to the women engineers that there is no equality in ratio of hiring. So to break that ratio, what is the encouragement from your side to the women engineers?
Oh, to break that ratio?
Like there is no 50:50 ratio for women and men engineers in hiring.
But the number of women and men applying are also not equal, no? So how can the ratios be equal? If there are 100 women and 100 men applying to the same job, then the ratios can be equal. But when the number of women are different, so how can ratios be equal is one. And the second thing is, I think I simply enjoy these ratios because, and I'm sure that the other panel speakers also would notice it. When we walk into a room, we pretty much are a minority and you always get noticed. And when you get noticed, you always tend to do better. So I think the ratio is always towards the advantage of the women.
Maybe in women and engineering I am speaking. Okay. One small incident just I wanted to mention. Earlier, one institute where I was working, one of my students, Anchal, her name was Anchal, she was doing her MTech by research under me, and her sponsorship got over, completed. Then she was running without a scholarship. Meanwhile, her parents arranged a marriage for her. They told her that you have to come, you have to get married, or padai kuch nahi hai. Everything is done for you. We have given you 2 years time, and everything is finished, and you have to come back home, and you have to join. But that girl was really so strong in her determination that she wanted to complete. For almost 8 months, she went without scholarship. And even myself, our HOD, that time we also supported her to get few funds from here and there, some grants and all. But still, that was not sufficient to pay her fees or like that. And her parents told that you don't come home. You don't come home. Done is done with you. But she was, I told her then how are you going to work it out this? She told that they are my parents. One day I will convince them definitely. Now she completed her MTech by research. She is working somewhere in one engineering institute in Chennai, near to Chennai, and she is doing well. She is now determined to go for PhD abroad. She is. I think like when Madam, all of you have spoken about this one, self-determination is the main key there. So she was highly determined that yes, I will grow up, I will raise them because it's my responsibility to take care of my parents also. So one day they will definitely come back to me, sir, no issue in that one. I told them that like at least I will speak with your parents regarding this one. But their parents were very adamant. They told that मेरा सार बात करने का इच्छा है आप लोगों से. No, the parents told that no, we don't want to speak with your sir, with your professors and all. What we want is that you come back here, you get married, and then so because that was her father was telling that as long as I live, you have to immediately come back. Because now I am alive, I wanted to get you married as if he feels that his job is done. So this was, I am very much, I have appreciated her also, and she is doing fine now.
So, men in this particular seminar would like to say, if you have daughters or sisters, please support them. And you know that what mothers generally face, don't want them, but whenever they face that hurdle, try to give a solution, allow them to face that with your help to pass through. And please don't misuse the support which is given by the men, and don't misuse the freedom which is given by your parents. Utilize them in the right way and achieve the goals.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. So let us conclude the session.
Freedom should be equal. Like, it should be not like man gives us freedom or we give freedom to man. I'm not, I understand what you're saying, and it's true that nobody should misuse freedom in any way. But it's like, I just want to, that's what I just want to point out, that when it comes to women, we are said that we are lucky that our husband or our parents are allowing us. When it comes to men, that question doesn't arise. That's what I want.
This is what in general what happens.
Yes, yes.
Suppose, to give an example. Your father or your husband has given you credit card. He said, whenever you have any necessity, use it. Suppose if we use that, misuse that, what will happen? They'll take back the credit card. Okay, I don't say that take always their credit card. You should have your own credit card too. Suppose if I take my credit, my father had this credit card when I was in PhD. He said the limit is 2 lakhs. And he didn't restrict how much I have to spend. But within 4 or 5 months, I came to know that I could not spend because I have to pay the bill. So then you will understand. But if you misuse that span of 1 year, obviously he will say, why you are wasting money and start saving. That suggestion we should not do. We should have our own.
Another question actually. Ma'am, since you all are really successful people and we are highly encouraged and impressed by all of you, just a simple question, ma'am. Do you consider that your journey has been tough than your male counterparts, or has it been equal?
For me, basically from academics, I don't feel any difference at all. It is exactly same for a lady or a girl in our academy. Even in my organization, I don't feel any difference.
Even in our organization, we don't have anything except intent for thought. Thank you, sir. And I would like to thank all the panelists who participated in this panel discussion. And now our organizing chair, Dr. K. Krishna sir, want to dedicate a song for women by playing something of
ఎప్పుడో తెచ్చెనురే మనగారు అప్పుడే తెచ్చెను బ్రహ్మంగారు ఇప్పుడే చెబుతాయను కోపులమా ఇప్పుడే చెబుతాయను కోపులమ్మ పెట్టన్న చెప్పిన వేడను కూడా రేకింది మహిళలో పల్లెటూళ్ళలో పంచాయతీలు పట్టణాలలో ఉద్యోగాలు అది ఇది ఏమని అన్ని రంగములా అది ఇది ఏమని అన్ని రంగముల మగధీరులను ఎదిరించారు నిరుద్యోగులను పెంచారు వేసింది మహిళా లోకులు సభలలో తీర్ల కోసం భర్తలతోనే పోటీ చేసి చట్టసభలలో తీర్ల కోసం భర్తలతోనే పోటీ చేసి ఢిల్లీ సభలో పీఠం వేసి ఢిల్లీ సభలో పీఠం వేసి లెక్కలెన్నో అంటారు విడాకు కట్టం తెచ్చారు పెట్టింది మహిళా లోకం పెట్టింది గురుత ప్రపంచం పెట్టింది మహిళా లోకం పెట్టింది మహిళా లోకం
He says, so he says that long back, Vemana, Vemana and one Rishi said that in future women will come out of the houses and be against, fight against the men. All means like they came out now. They are fighting with husbands, they are fighting with the men, society, and they created unemployment. Competing, that's the right word. They are competing, and as they are working with them, due to them, unemployment rate, men are facing that many women are getting the jobs, but they are not. So what we have to do now, I think 50-50 ratio something she was speaking. So be capable, don't ask for ratios. You get jobs, 100%, and men should say we need some ratio or maintain some ratio so that we will get jobs. Thank you all for the session. Now let's take a lunch break. Please carry the book coupons with you. And please join back in the session around 2 o'clock, exactly 2 o'clock. And we will have a keynote lecture by Dr. Chandrasekhar, Program Director at Wipro 3D. His talk will be on additive manufacturing for industrial and strategic sectors. Thank you.
Without delay, please resume and because delay the speaker is little busy. So we'll start exactly at 2 o'clock. Thank you. కింద పెట్టి వచ్చాది ఇప్పుడు ఉన్నాను
Advising Pro PD, Bangalore. So he has more than 35 years experience in engineering analysis and structural integrity evaluation of aeronautical systems. He worked as additional director in DRDO and also as the Director General of the Institution of Engineering India and a visiting professor in Mechanical Engineering Department in IIT Bombay. And also he led a large group of scientists at the Central Institute of Aviation, Moscow, for 5 test-bed trials of development of aero engine. He is instrumental in establishing a first ever additive manufacturing lab in DRDO, Ministry of Defense R&D, in the year 1999. He carried out India-Canada project on the use of drones for structural integrity evaluation. He obtained his BTech degree from IIT Surathkal and PhD from IIT Madras and received gold medal from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam for his academic excellence. He was also a member of National Board of Education Academic Subcommittee, and he also developed a MHRD NPTEL program course along with IIT Madras on future manufacturing technologies. He has mentored several multiple startups in the domains of 3D printing and drone technologies. And finally, he is also our Senate member of the Academic Senate at IITDM Kurnool. So on behalf of the organizing committee and also on behalf of IITDM Kurnool, I request Dr. Chandrasekhar to deliver his keynote lecture on additive manufacturing for industrial and strategic sectors.
Is it audible?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. Honorable Director, Professor Somya Agrawal, faculty members, the delegates of the conference, and the students. It takes immense effort for organizing a conference of this dimension in these conditions, and I should immediately compliment the complete team, led by the directors, who were instrumental in making this happen. I think the world is coming back to normalcy, and we are seeing the conferences once again coming back to shape in various places. And it's extremely heartening to know that IITDM Kurnool, despite being a new institution, has taken this initiative. And I've been very closely associated with additive manufacturing for about 2-3 years by virtue of my stint in DRDO, now currently at Wipro, and I'm very closely associated with academic practices, both at IIT Bombay and IIT Bangalore. And we have really seen how the digital transformation is sweeping different sectors at different levels. If I have to just give one example, it's impossible to conceive a situation where if you want to transfer 1,000 rupees to a friend of you, you go into a bank. It's impossible to conceive. You just open up Paytm, Google Pay, and Amazon Pay, in the next second it happens. So whatever we conceived as almost impossible a year ago, now is happening in a very seamless way in financial sector, insurance sector, just to quote a couple of sectors. But what I'm trying to indicate now is the digital transformation is also getting into manufacturing in a big way, and it's impacting the complete facet of new product design and development. So in next about hour's time, I would like to share my experiences and insights in the world of digitization in the perspective of additive manufacturing. And secondly, I would also give some indications how young faculty members, young students here can conceive new projects that have got immediate relevance to these sectors. So the topics that I am going to broadly cover are the factors that impact the digital transformation. And I give a couple of examples from one from the aeronautical sector, other one from the healthcare sector. By telling you the impact of digitization or digital manufacturing on a conventional practice, so that you can improve the process quality and you can say productivity. And finally, I conclude my presentation by giving a simple note of the emerging trends. Let me start off by talking about an instance which captured the imagination of many companies in India and abroad from a news item corresponding to BMW approximately a year ago. BMW mentioned that they are setting up additive manufacturing campus somewhere near Berlin with an investment of about 50 million euros. And that facility, the campus, has got close to 53 3D printers, industrial category, that can work with metallic materials and polymer materials. The idea is BMW has got, BMW is one of the world's foremost names in the world of cars, luxury cars. They have thousands of spare parts to be manufactured for the old cars, and every year they are also rolling out new cars. Imagine that you require a spare part for one of the old cars, or maybe the product component for one of the emerging models. How to make this particular part in limited number without cost and time delay? This is exactly the motivation why they set up this campus. To drive the product design and manufacturing seamlessly by connecting design with manufacturing. Now, if you go further down into BMW website, I encourage this information I just collected about a week ago. They're also exhorting the customers, they're giving an option to the customers to share some of the personal data when they make a purchase of BMW car. This could be happening in India or outside. What is it they're trying to do is, to the extent possible, they want to personalize the car experience to the user. It means you can use the mobile phone as the key, or you can also see the personal information system, infotainment, as what they say, could be done in such a way that it fulfills your needs. For example, maybe we want to listen to Republic TV, or maybe you want to listen to the IPL commentary, or maybe you want to listen to some songs, classical songs. They understand all your personal choices. The entire ecosystem within the car, with the help of this Alexa, will get personalized as per your needs. So this is a kind of digital experience they are trying to give. And I felt that is a foreign model. You look at what happened about a month ago in November 23rd to be exact. Apollo Tyres mentioned that from next year onwards, whichever tire you buy from Apollo, it will be IoT enabled. And fundamentally, they are converting traditional car tires into smart tires, because if you take any car or a lorry or a heavy vehicle, the biggest cost element, number one, is the fuel related expenditure that is spent on petrol or diesel. The second biggest expenditure element is connected with the tire, because users, including us, don't maintain the tire pressure properly. Even if it is worn out, also we don't go for replacement. And all of these things have got impact on your driving experience as well as the fuel economy. So what Apollo Tyres is doing is, they are trying to introduce IoT, and they are trying to make their tires IoT enabled with the help of affordable sensors and making them cloud connected. And not only that, they are talking about, see, they have got about 7 factories, and all their missions, including the rubber emission missions and production missions, the real-time data they are trying to get using the cloud computing, and they contribute that information for betterment of efficiency and quality and intelligence. Now take a pause and imagine, if Apollo Tyres, which makes close to 4 lakh tires per year, tomorrow it will happen with J, immediately after that it will happen with TVS, then it will happen with MR. So I just want to mention that the digitization as a concept is not just limited to computer science or information technology, neither it is only relevant to some sensors or networks, it is connected with day-to-day objects. In the olden days, when you bought a fan or a refrigerator or a compressor, most of the products in the real world, engineering products in the real world, they were either electrical systems or mechanical systems. You go back to your houses, you see either it will be electrical or mechanical. But now if you look at most of the systems which you buy, including the refrigerator, it's a smart device, it's a connected device. I'm talking about, if you go to Big Bazaar and try to buy one of the, even the ovens now, microwave ovens now, they are becoming smarter, because they are getting connected and they can take some decisions, and they can also help you in making the entire process more experienced. I think this is one of the screaming headlines. I don't have to mention The plant is coming up about 3 hours drive from Bangalore in a place called Krishnagiri. Recently, they recruited about 1,500 young engineers, and within 1 week of launching the cars, the Ola scooters, they got about 500,000 bookings. But if you look at the Ola scooter, I happened to see one of the demonstrations. It's nothing but a repository of 6 to 7 moving computers. There is a connectivity, it will tell you where exactly you have to go in case your charging is depleted. It also predicts how much charge is left over, how many kilometers you can drive. It will also prompt you towards destination. It's no longer a scooter, it's actually a smart connected device, and transportation happens to be the primary purpose. So the more you talk about this example, the more you understand the principle or the disposition towards it. So I think some of you might have seen, people predicted that number of IoT devices now are in 2 billions. In 2-3 years down the line, they will become billions. It's not an exaggeration, it's a reality. If 5 lakh scooters of Ola are going to fly on the roads of India in a connected way, you can imagine how many IoT devices will be flying on Indian roads in just about a year's time. Because Bhavish Agrawal said that all this 500 million scooters is going to deliver in a year's time. So whatever has been predicted in kind of academic perspective is happening. It's no longer hypothesis. See, fundamentally, when you are talking about digitization on the shop floor, on the ground level, it happens as a production process, and the sensors are getting the data at the frequency of seconds. Then slowly you talk about supervised decision-making systems, monitoring, management, and finally you end up with the implementation at the enterprise level, which requires ERP solutions. If you see in India, many companies have already started thinking about sensors, networks, and monitoring on the floors. More and more companies are moving up the automation pyramid, and that's the reason why you see even the academic institutions now talking about smart manufacturing and smart factory. It's a skeletal representation of the architecture of the IoT lab, which Wipro set up in IISc. Some of you who come to Bangalore, I will definitely request you to have a look at it. It is in the Center for Product Design and Manufacturing, CPDM. And fundamentally, what IISc has done is, with the help of the funding from Department of Heavy Industries, with Wipro as a partner, they converted many legacy missions like lathe, drilling, and milling missions as the IoT connected ones. They have also got a bunch of the 3D printers, and there is a conveying line, there is a assisted guided vehicle which can operate in a guided manner with a remote contact, and there is a process line involving phobos and robos which demonstrate, in case you do the CAD data as the input, how you can assemble a drone or how you can assemble a motor housing. So this is a true representation of what happens in a real world automated manufacturing. And quickly, IISc also went on to develop a PG level program with the, you can see the modules like digital manufacturing, industry 4.0, DFAM, additive manufacturing, automated guided vehicles, etc., etc. And if you go further deep, how beautifully there is a connectivity with the hardware and software. Now you can be talking at the hardware level at the shop, wherein you are talking about robots and sensors. Then you can go to the controls. Then you are talking about open systems, wherein you can easily connect. And finally, you talk about PLM and creating a digital twin, so that physical assets can coexist along with the digital assets, and you can get the response in the real time without spending too much time on the development of the hardware. So in future, more and more students of yours are going to work in a scenario wherein there will be, it looks like an imagination at this point of time, but in future, it has been predicted by SAE also, by 2026, the 90 to 95% of the products in the real world by engineering companies will be first experimented with the digital twins. Only there, when they are satisfied, then they will be committing the resources to the real world physical assets. So this is what is happening on the web. And the backbone to this is cloud computing. Backbone to this is information security. And backbone to this is your digital transformation in the manufacturing activity.
And from Wipro, we had our own experience while working with Indian Air Force recently. This is the part which you see for the CICT helicopter. The helicopter, because of the sad demise of ADC now, it is the news. So one of the parts of the helicopter, R2's engine, is called inner ring, and for nearly 20 plus years, HAL has been procuring this part, the spare part, from a French source, and as a part of their Atmanirbharta, they wanted to recreate. And what did they do? They digitized the data and converted it into a physical prototype using the laser powder bed fusion system, which is available in Wipro supply. And like this, our Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, the dockyards, the base research depots which are operational in Coimbatore, Nagpur, Nasik, Mumbai, etc., etc. They are creating digital replicas of tens of thousands of spare parts connected with the combat aircraft, submarines, naval ships, and helicopters, so that the dependence of Indian tri-services on foreign sources can be brought down. So all these things prove one thing, that the phenomenon of digital manufacturing is just not confined to one particular sector. I'm not talking about aerospace and defense. You can also see this in transportation, oil and gas, industrial, healthcare, nuclear industries, consumer goods industries, etc., etc. So, till now I was giving examples of big companies only, but you look at what happened in Hyderabad about 1 year ago. There is a company which is just manned by about 30 engineers. The name of the company is called CICT Aerospace. It was started by two of former scientists of ISRO, Dr. Shastri and Dr. Kumar, and it has got about maybe 30-40 engineers now. They are into the development of launch vehicles in the private sector for launching the small satellites. They are called Vikram series launch vehicles. When they wanted to develop many of the parts connected with these rocket engines, bi-propellant rocket engines, the first thing they adopted was additive manufacturing. So this is a very powerful example. In the olden days, the moment you are talking about digital technologies, only big companies like Ford or Honeywell, Airbus, Boeing, or DRDO used to come to the fore. Now, if you scan what's happening in the Indian ecosystem, you will see more and more small companies also getting into digital manufacturing as a tool for enabling. Now, whenever you are talking about digital manufacturing, are you talking about a discrete experience or a continuous experience? Definitely, I can say that it's a continuous experience. You need to automate the processes. You need to make sure that the workforce gets tweaked towards new possibilities. And fundamentally, the thrust is on making the entire delivery as agile as possible. Now, the point of digital manufacturing is just not limited to only IT manufacturing or CAD data. You can see that there is a definitely place for machine learning, data analytics, and there is a necessity for securing the data. And most importantly, there is a ubiquitous deployment of the sensors and networks so that you can understand in real time what's happening to the system, whether the system is under distress or whether it is in an operable condition. So, and many companies who have chosen to ignore digital practices have now started to think, I'm talking about Indian context also, digital practices very seriously because of the design which has happened. I think you will be surprised to know there used to be a company called Blockbuster, even in a place like Kurnool or Bangalore. Every street corner used to have a couple of shops which rent out the video cassettes or CDs of the new movies. And this particular company, which was founded in 1985, which was flourishing, Blockbuster is the name of the company, till about 97, 99, it used to have close to $30 million kind of a valuation. The moment digitization of entire data started happening, and you'll be surprised, it's actually a wrong data. Today, Netflix is worth about $350 billion. Because you just can't imagine seeing a movie without the usage of Prime or Netflix right now. So, where are the people who are connected with the CD sales and cassettes and video cassettes? They have completely disappeared. And same thing is happening in many places, including I think the names like Kodak and Konica, which were very, very famous before, connected with the physical assets like camera, they are completely separate. Because most of the photography is happening only through the digital means. And same thing is happening in almost all the sectors, including manufacturing. You can see that the companies which are developing new solutions based on the cloud connectivity in an agile manner, they are able to survive and they are able to retain their competitiveness. And the companies which are only reliant on the conservative practices, their valuations are coming down. Slowly, they are becoming lesser responsive to the customer needs, and they are getting replaced by the newer and more contemporary practices. I'll give one example. Actually, I got trained in 3D printing in Belgium way back in 2000. So for the very first time, I saw the dental aligner there in Leuven University. This is called orthodontic aligner. Fundamentally, I think some of you might have gone to orthodontic. He actually takes an impression whenever your teeth needs to be corrected. See, even now, I'm sure 50% of the doctors, what do? They take a mold using the plaster of Paris, and then that is simply a lap, and they make a brace, a wire-like thing, which is put on your teeth, and it is tightened. And the target is adjusted depending upon the number of, the extent of tooth correction which you require. How many times you go to an orthodontic specialist? At least 4 or 5 times during the treatment. And this treatment lasts for about 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months, might have seen, right? Now the entire practice can be done digitally. So first time when I saw in Belgium, I thought, oh, it is possible, but it's not likely to come to India for long time. But you will be surprised in a place like Bangalore, where I live, easily 50% of the orthodontists now, they practice something called clear alignments. It means what? The day one you step into his consultation, he can take the data corresponding to your tooth using an intraoral scanner, and both of you decide on the treatment protocol. Afterwards, you go home. The entire set of the corrective orthodontic devices are couriered to your place, and you go back to him after about 8 weeks, because corresponding to all those 8 weeks, the corrective things are given to you as per a simulated practice involving making of lot of orthodontic corrective braces. So this has happened right here in India in a very seamless manner, and I think it is an interplay of computer science, simulation, design optimization, 3D printing, and cloud computing. So I think we need to open the next one, maybe. Can you open the next one? So I come to the crux of my presentation. So fundamentally, I will not be able to cover all the facets of digital manufacturing in short time. So what I am going to do is, I'll just focus on one stream of digitization of the manufacturing called additive manufacturing. By no means I want to say that digital transformation in manufacturing is only limited to 3D printing or additive manufacturing. I don't want to convey that message. Within the world of digital manufacturing, IoT, AI, ML, machine learning practices, and cloud connectivity, they are all equally important. But it so happens that the thematic focus of my presentation today is going to be centered around the 3D printing or additive manufacturing. So when you talk about additive manufacturing, you are actually talking about a process by which you can convert a CAD model or a digital definition into the physical part. So it's a one-step transformation of a digital model into physical part. That is you can say, true definition of additive manufacturing. So what could be the input? Input could be the CAD model. If you have got access to AutoCAD or if you have got access to SolidWorks, you can conceive a geometry and you can create a CAD model. And the CAD model, when it is translated into a format called tessellated format, that becomes the input for additive manufacturing. What is tessellation? Tessellation is a representation of the surfaces using certain triangles and normals. So, luckily, all our students, by the time they get into the second semester or third semester of BTech, they are completely familiar with the CAD model kind of an environment or a context. So fundamentally, the input for 3D printing is something which every student is familiar with by the time they get into second or third semester. Now, if you have done input, what do? You provide that as the facilitator for making the part. What happens in case of this particular process, which is called bad polymerization and stereolithography, is a laser beam moves on the surface of the photopolymer. This is the laser beam. It's coming from its source. You have a pair of lenses and pair of mirrors. If you move this mirror with reference to two orthogonal axes, it translates into the linear movement of the laser beam on the photopolymer. So small movement of the mirror translates into large movement of the beam on the VAT platform. So what does it do is, it basically converts CAD data into the movement of your laser beam. So fundamentally what you are able to do is, you can convert liquid resin into solid solidified part, and within a specific time, you are able to convert your digital CAD part into a physical plastic part using the system. How big is the system? The system that I worked with when I was a scientist at DIO, it used to have a build volume of 500 mm by 500 by 500 mm. It is half a meter by half a meter. You can easily visualize the entire system will have a footprint of about 2 meters by 1 meter by maybe 2.5 meters. And the first system which I bought in 99 September, we paid about 800,000 US dollars, which is approximately about 6 crores. You know what is the cost of a stereolithography system now? It just costs about 2 lakhs, just 2 lakhs. And the system size will be half of this, this small table. The reason is the mirrors have become extremely small, the controllers have become extremely small. There is so much of automation with reference to controlling the movement of the laser beam. So a smaller version of this polymerization is available on a dentist chair now, or on a dentist consultant's table now. That's why he's able to convert his CAD definitions into physical part. And if you think that this particular machine is used in the aerospace and automotive industry, the imagination is correct. But I will also explain how it is used in almost all the sectors. I worked in the development of the gas turbine engine. Fundamentally, a gas turbine engine is the provider of thrust to the aircraft. Just like your IC engine provides the power to your bikes. Okay. And if you look at the architecture of a gas turbine engine, you have got a fan in the front, you have got a compressor, you have got a combustor, wherein air and fuel is mixed. And then when you burn, there is tremendous amount of energy that we can derive from the turbine, and it gets ejected out from this exhaust. And because of the reaction to the momentum, the entire movement of the aircraft happens in the opposite direction. So you might be interested either in converting to the thrust or power. So in case of a land-based gas turbines, you are interested in creating power, whereas in the case of the combat aircraft, you are interested in the movement of the aircraft. There are two different applications. Now, what it will do was, we created a CAD assembly of the entire gas turbine. Okay. Typically, you create a CAD assembly of the entire system because you want to do fine element analysis, you want to understand the stresses. You can do the CFD analysis, understand the flows, or you can do heat transfer analysis, and also you can use the same data for doing the manufacturing. Example, if you see, this is the gearbox housing of all the drives which are operational in the Tejas aircraft. I think if you open up your car or a lorry also, you see the gearbox. This is the gearbox of the combat aircraft. Tejas. So the dimension of this particular part will be about 700 mm in length, about 400 mm in height. Now, if you look at the CAD model, see, all of us teach students how to make the CAD model. So imagine that you show this CAD model. The biggest problem of the CAD model is you are looking at a three-dimensional information or a two-dimensional screen. Unless you are using the AR and VR devices, even the most complex design, you are looking at a 2D screen. So the perception and the clarity depends on the imagination of the person. So when you make a physical part of the same, then you start seeing all the features in much clarity. And what happens in this case is, when you make 1:1 replication of the part and show to the people, The foundry technician mentioned that the bosses, these are all called bosses, they are all so close to each other that the molten material cannot fill these closed spaces. So the part had to be re-engineered, and this particular thing is called concurrent engineering. When you get input from your downstream stakeholders in an upstream activity, it is called concurrent engineering because you are able to involve all the people simultaneously into the current system. So fundamentally, what I just wanted to indicate is whenever there is an opportunity for inculcating a sense of design creativity among the students, you can make the students to convert CAD designs into physical parts and ask them to make small assemblies. And when you see that they are able to make their own parts and they make their own assemblies, their perception of the entire mechanism undergoes a change. This is the real thing, whether you are talking about advanced systems like combat aircraft or a simple thing like a robotic arm. I'll give one example corresponding to whatever I work, and you can also extrapolate a similar situation. The shaft at the center of the gas turbine is called spine shaft, and actually this male shaft is connected to the turbine, and the female shaft is connected to the fan. And center of this particular assembly, you can see the spine connectivity. Now, when you make these parts from 3D printing using the photopolymer resins, what happens is you can assemble these parts in a small rig wherein you are able to apply the torsional loads. And if you see these parts through a polariscope, you get this kind of a color data which is representative of the distribution of the stresses in the parts. And by looking at these parts, you can easily make out where exactly stresses are high, where stresses are minimal. Fundamentally, when you do stress analysis of the parts using this kind of transparent models with a polariscope, you can easily visualize and you can also tell others how to do the optimization of the part in such a way that the material can be used in a proper manner. So it's a very, it was a 6 months work. I'm trying to explain in 2 minutes, maybe it's not clear. All that I'm trying to indicate is currently the world of manufacturing is not confined to manufacturing. The manufacturing is getting seamlessly intertwined with the design. That is the message which I wanted to give. In the olden days, manufacturing engineering used to happen as the downstream of the design process, but in the current ecosystem, especially in the developmental ecosystem, design and manufacturing as faculties coexist. And whatever is the information from manufacturing feasibility flows into the design, and whatever is the infeasibility in design also is impacting the manufacturing in real time. And look at one exotic, you can say, application of 3D printing using stereolithography involving IoT, reported by University of Arizona on October 8th. And what is it they are trying to do is, they are making 3D printed stereolithography wearables, including sensors, and they are fitted on the shoulders or your arms, etc., etc. Fundamentally, you can do the testing of the new bricks, monitor the personal health, and also do the treatment of finalization of the treatment of the disease protocols or treatment protocols for controlling of the diseases. And this is the personal wearable device which is made from 3D printing. So you see more and more examples of wearables and personalized devices. Am I doing okay at time? Please tell me how much time I have. Time is there, sir. Okay, just prompt me when the time is over. So more and more mass personalized, mass customized devices are coming into the real world. The watch is the only thing which you are seeing now. But if you see in the medical device sector, several things including the glucose monitoring systems and auditory devices are getting made using 3D printing in India also to make it as a personalized experience. Now, I'm sure some of the speakers before me might have spoken about Industry 4.0, definitely. In the 1700s or 1800s, we were talking about mechanization. In early 19th century, we talked about electrical driven assembly lines. And because of the infusion of electronics, microelectronics, and sensors, from 1970 or 1980 till 2000, we were talking about infusion of electronics into almost all the facets of industrial. But now what is happening is the coexistence of cyber physical systems. And if you happen to visit to any automotive company now, I will personally exhort you to visit any automotive company, could be Maruti, could be Tata Motors, could be TVS, could be Mahindra. You can clearly see how cyber and physical systems are coexisting. The 4Gs and 5Gs of the world, whatever we are talking about, they have already come to the shop floor. And complete deployment of manpower is not effective, it's not productive. Similarly, complete transformation of the process into robotic process chain also has got its limitation. But what we are seeing now in many places is the coexistence of the cyber physical system. So there is a man involved in the assembly line alongside of the robots, and there are a lot of safety features should be included into some safety zones. Immediately the robotic arms they stop, and you can clearly see how much of improvement has happened in automation of the process lines with the due consideration for the human safety. You can see right here, I have seen a couple of plants in Pune recently, Bajaj one, and it's very amazing to see the coexistence of cyber physical systems and IoT practices. Now, in the golden days when we were talking about manufacturing, think about the 80s, we were talking about flexible manufacturing systems as the most advanced. And then in early 1990s, we talked about reconfigurable manufacturing systems. What does it mean? Should there be any design change, the manufacturing process should be elastic enough to absorb the change and respond as soon as possible. But now we talk about cloud-based manufacturing systems. It means the data resides in cloud and manufacturing is provided as a service. It is called MaaS. You know, software as a service, all of you people are very familiar because software as a service has made many companies super rich in the recent times. I don't know how many of you, I'll take a pause with your permission, sir. In a place called Shastra University, there is an incubator called Shastra Incubator. And young guy below 30, his name is Girish Mathrubhuta. He started a company, it's called Fresh Works or Fresh Desk. And 2014 or 15, he recruited maybe some 30-40 engineers from Shastra because he is also product of Shastra. And recently, his company got listed in New York Stock Exchange. And because of the listing price, 500 of engineers of this Fresh Desk or Fresh Works, some of you can correct me, have become Fresh Works, right? They have become overnight crorepati. And the owner, who is about 30 years, he has become a billionaire. You know, all because of the power of software as a service. It's for some of you who is not able to visualize, it's a company similar to Joho. So you can imagine some small companies from India. I think recently PM also mentioned about 30 companies in recent times have become unicorns in India. And if you look at the profile of these companies, most of the CEOs are in early 20s. Okay, so you imagine future, if many companies are going to offer manufacturing as a service. It means they will have solid background in computer science programming. Alongside of that, they will also have excellent insight into manufacturing, plants, automation. This is what is going to happen in India. Definitely, it's bound to happen. And I have seen in Bangalore one thing very directly in places like Airbus, Boeing, Honeywell, etc. In the olden days, when we were doing our MTech, we used to study something called condition-based monitoring. Okay, if a machine is not working properly, if there is any defect, if there is a suboptimal operation, we will go and repair it. But now, the entire repair, refurbishment, condition monitoring is happening in a smart way. It means you simply don't get into preventive maintenance, you only get into maintenance depending upon your predictive analytics. So if there is a noise which is crossing the threshold, there is some visible, perceptible phenomena associated with the mission and it is crossing a threshold, then only you go for maintenance. Otherwise, 2 months over, strip down the machine, entire assembly is under maintenance for 2 months. No, that kind of scenario will slowly disappear. It's because of the digitization and sensorization. And till now, whenever industrial enterprises and business houses talked about AI and ML, you might have seen that most of the time the talk used to be on revenue increase, especially in case of finance, marketing and sales. How much revenue I have improved using these data analytics, AI, ML used to be the case study in the past. But now, if you look at some of the new presentations, they talk about how much is the cost getting reduction. So even in case of manufacturing, 10% of the instances, the cost is increasing, sorry, 37% of the instances, cost is reducing by 10%, which is phenomenal. You imagine the expenditure of making a car or manufacturing a car is reduced by 10%. A 10 lakh car, the manufacturing car can be brought down by 10%, means 1 lakh, by using the principles of digital practices. What is the impact you are able to imagine? So this is why in the recent times, the principles like data analytics and the AI and ML are becoming very, very important even for conventional manufacturing companies. And you will see that in future, alongside of the topics connected with cloud, autonomous systems, you will also see the topics like design, metal, robotics, automation, and also coexistence of management topics. What do you do in terms of sustainability, circular economy. In fact, it's an endeavor. If everything goes well with the God's grace, AAIT, Wipro Training, and IIT, we should be a similar program. This is a picture from Singapore University, from Nanyang Technological University. The digital manufacturing programs talk about engineering, computer science, and management in the same manner. So now I give one final example before concluding. Very recently, a bank, Bombay-based company called ToothC, ToothC, yes, they got about $50 million funding for development of this clear aligners. This is a very, very relatable experience of digital manufacturing involving cloud practices, analytics, and 3D printing. What exactly happens in this company is, if a patient goes to an orthodontist, an impression is taken. That is the only one instance where there is a physical contact. This impression can be taken in a conventional manner using those plaster of Paris molds, or it has got 3D intraoral scanner. You can also put it in the mouth and take the complete oral scan. That's all. After that, the data goes into the cloud, and a bunch of dentists and computer scientists or mechanical engineers, they are actually analyzing using the principles of biomechanics how exactly the tooth goes from incorrect position to correct position, and how many number of braces they have to make corresponding to micrometer movement. And they use data mining and machine learning principles, and they convert the entire experience into 15 or 20 discrete steps, and corresponding to each step, one aligner is made. And all of them are made just in about 2 days time, and they are couriered to the person, and they are fabricated and they are delivered to the patient without even the doctor taking any input. So, if you thought I am talking about a PhD topic or a MTech topic or a project which is only limited to 2-3 IITs, you are absolutely wrong. Because easily in India now, if I take the cities of Kochi, Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Chennai itself, easily 500 plus orthodontists are practicing. It is called smart alignment program. So you just imagine how something called orthodontic dental correction practice, with which all of us are familiar, has taken so much of impact from analytics, data mining, simulation, 3D printing, right in front of us. This is not a story. This is why did it not take off in a big way was the orthodontic basis. If you go to an MDS in Kannur, maybe he will charge about 30,000 to 40,000 rupees, whereas clear aligners in the past used to cost about 80,000 to 1 lakh. So the patients were a bit reluctant. Why should I spend more money for reducing the number of visits? Now the clear aligners have been brought down. They are available more or less at 10% cost difference compared to the conventional. So the moment the cost difference vanished, people are switching to this kind of a clear aligner. And other one which I have seen, this has not become so very popular, still it is taking off. See, most of the hearing aids people wear on the earlobe. But now, Siemens and Pona have introduced in many metros also. So you can take the digital impression of the ear canal and make the casing of the hearing aid corresponding to your ear canal, and all the electronics including the amplification circuitry and the mind, all those things, they remain the same. They don't get changed. Only the housing is changed. Okay? And you put these things, and then you get a device which can be plugged into your ear. Nobody can even notice. So this is called mass personalized device. So I'm sure some of you might have seen, no? The olden days it used to be an ugly device over the earlobe. Now, if somebody is wearing a ear device, you cannot even make out because it will be inside, because it is mass personalized. And this is once again using same principles of data analytics, machine learning, 3D printing, and CAD and simulation. And any number of principles are also coming. They are also converted into wearable. Now, if you go to the showrooms like Decathlon, which sell the sportswear, they sell these wearables which you can put. And if you are one of those sports freaks, if you are into jogging or walking, how many calories are you burning, or what is the extent of number of steps you walk, all the data they collect in real time, and it gets into the cloud and flashes with the help of one of those dashboards on the mobile. They are available right here in India. So fundamentally, this is a prediction of what has been happening and what is likely to happen in next 5 years. You can see the names like AI, 3D printing, driverless vehicles, blockchain, predictive analytics, sensors. So now they look like some kind of a hypothesis, but in future, these things will be becoming matter of fact, because of the enterprises are looking at how to make more money involving less people. This is what drives most of the companies now. How to make more money, how to make processes reliable, repeatable, involving less number of people is the drive. And this applies to almost all the sectors. And in the recent pandemic situation, they have also realized one thing. Whatever supply chain you thought is reliable is no longer reliable. It can be disturbed. So they want to have more and more number of distributed models. You don't want to wait now. The entire world is stuck because the chips are not available from China. I think you are aware. Now Taiwan has got a multi-billion-dollar kind of a opportunity because Chinese system is not able to rise up to the demand of the chips, or maybe the import mechanisms are disrupted. So more and more distributed manufacturing models are coming, and in many sectors, see, in the olden days, if you want to personalize the product, only place where you can buy is jewelry. You can make everything personalized. But in future, you can make many personalized products in personalized way, including the bicycles, including the cars, including some of the wearables that you are going to buy. So, small introduction to Wipro 3D. Wipro is actually connected with the systems and technologies and software engineering. But Wipro has also got engineering department in which we work. And we make a lot of products out of metallic materials like steels, aluminum, nickels, titaniums, and customized materials like high temperature resistant. I'll give 2 examples and close the presentation in 5 minutes. So this is the CICT-2021 communication satellite part. It is called Northwest Field Cluster that you see here. Fundamentally, if you are subscribing to Tata channel, the data for Tata telecommunication comes from Tata TV. It comes from this CICT-20. Okay, and the field cluster conventionally was manufactured using CNC machining and welding. Now, 17 different parts or 12 different parts are converted to a single part by using additive manufacturing. The part which is 3D printed is in the orbit from 2017 onwards. So you can imagine 3D printing is no longer connected with some fascinating studies connected with only material development, but they are also connected with the systems like satellites and drones. We did this gimbal for drone that carries the camera for IRT. You can see here the difficult part realized in civil. I think some of you who are connected with electronics, gimbal, you can easily understand. Whatever may be the orientation of the drone, fundamentally why do you deploy drone? For surveillance applications. If there is a cross-border infiltration, example near Pakistan, you want to get continuous stream of data. And even if drone is shifted to some extent with reference to pitch and yaw, you don't want your images to be affected. So there is a gimbal which is in the bottom, which makes the image acquisition very stable. So the entire gimbal assembly was made using 3D printing and printed into the drones. And instead of lasers, you can also make use of electron beams The advantage of using electron beams is you can work with refractory materials, tungstens, extremely hard materials. This is a system which we developed along with IISc, and it is called electron beam additive manufacturing system, through which you can make medical implants for orthodontic and orthopedic. And the process chain in case of any product development is starts with the design, but it's also about materials, it's also about manufacturing, and finally it is about testing and validation. You take any part, if you want to enter the real world application, finally there is a case called testing and validation. Many of you are familiar with the testing and validation in case of software products. Same thing is applicable in case of physical products. You need to test and you need to validate. And certification is very important before you think the product can be fit for usage. And if you can see, there are challenges in digitization. Digital transformation is not easy. There is a resistance to change wherever it is. There is a coexistence of conventional models and newer models. There is always some knowledge management which is also required. And fundamentally, there is a latency of the system which you need to overcome when you want to implement these processes. And the sooner you do, the better it is, because of the fact that big companies who have lost out to smaller companies did not lose out because of the lack of sincerity. They lost out because of their inability to expect the changes and adapt to these changes. So even if you see many institutions now, I'm talking about my final comment is, there are institutions now who are flourishing to stay on the top of the list. If you just take NIRF as one of the databases, not that there is the only database. There are some institutions which are trying to stay in the top 100, 150. And there are institutions which are large institutions with 1.5 lakh students. And we are seeing the ranks plummeting from 150 to maybe 400. Not because they don't have resources, but they were not agile enough to adapt to the changes. So even manufacturing as an activity, if it is not agile enough to changes, that redundancy will be. So digital practices, I would like to say that should be one of the key elements which you should teach your students, both in terms of academic practices and also the research. Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving an excellent talk on the manufacturing field domain. That you gave all different types of topics that are currently having a great demand today in the industry sector. He has very nicely integrated the importance of the IT area in the manufacturing. So maybe this is the eye-opener for all the faculty and students to think about what are the things they should learn when they are studying their degrees. Those course curriculum realignment is very much essential today, particularly for the field of mechanical engineering. What I came to know from CICT is also revamping the entire mechanical engineering curriculum in a big way by adding 40 to 50% of IT courses. And already, I think is one of the country member chairing the CICT subcommittee. So maybe in 1 or 2 years down the line, there won't be any choice for us. We have to adopt it. So before forcing somebody, if we align our own courses, so we can be top. That is the message he gave. I understood the message that he has given today to all of us. So, in fact, 2-3 important points highlighted. Mass manufacturing as a service. He has linked cloud computing. There are different kinds of services: platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, software as a service. How these are going to come manufacturing as a service. So that's very nice correlation. He has highlighted to give how cloud computing is taking the lead in the various industry verticals. The other point he highlighted here is the institute like IIM Kannur and IIM Visakhapatnam and Wipro 3D. But we have already planned the curriculum, not like high standards of nine young university of Singapore, but some curriculum was designed. Now currently content preparation is in progress. Shortly we may offer a joint certificate course on postgraduate program on digital leadership in smart manufacturing. In the sense that 25% courses are related to management, 25% courses related to technology, which is taken care by Kanpur, and 25% Wipro 3D to give complete hands-on and practical exposure, and another 25% project based. So all this integration work is currently going on. So Wipro is helping us in a big way in streamlining the curriculum, and on behalf of Kanpur, I thank you helping and coming over here and then delivering an excellent talk on that. Now the floor is open for questions. All of you please feel free to interact. Conferences are nothing but to maintain a good connections. So you have to maintain good connections and then get something better out of these connections. So please feel free to interact with me.
Yeah, no, sir. Definitely a very fascinating talk for me because I'm from a communication system background. Definitely this video printing, and this cloud-based manufacturing. Different facets open, different facets. I want to ask you because you mentioned now this 3D printers have become smaller in size and affordable. 2 lakh available. So for the small entrepreneurs and individual innovators, are there services like printing as a service? I can have some design and get it model.
Yeah.
Are they available?
Yeah, 3D printing as a service is available, and they are called 3D printer hubs. So what some entrepreneurs have done is they have set up some half a dozen 3D printers in a single place, and they run them. And if design belongs to you, you can just approach them, and they do the necessary corrections on your behalf and make the part and deliver it to you. Sometimes within 2 days. The couriering time could be more, but otherwise they finish the job in 2 days. So they are called 3D hubs, and Hyderabad has got a couple of hubs. One is coming up in T hubs also.
I will ask on TechWire also. What I was saying the process and what I understood is the selective manufacturing is suitable for rapid prototyping and for niche parts.
Yeah.
But it's not meant for a mass manufacturing.
No, it is meant for batch production, not for mass manufacturing. Because in mass manufacturing, always economy of scale is important. You know, sometimes even if the cost of casting, if it is reduced by even 100 rupees, people are happy. So they are not interested too much on the time. They are more interested in cutting down the cost. So what is the status of 3D printing now is it is meant for prototyping, it is meant for tooling, and it is meant for batch production. It is 100 parts, 1000 parts. You are from a teaching faculty, yeah?
No.
Oh, you are from
Samsung.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Sir?
No.
Oh, okay.
Sir, we are moving towards the self-reliance thing. But again, 15 days, 15 years before, we were talking about nano materials. Then we used to import nano materials from some materials from abroad, and we used to do some synthesis part, and we used to publish that. And we used to buy paper from outside. We will put some of the things on paper, and we will say that our solar efficiency increase. Now also in 3D printing, we are buying the resins or elements or orders from abroad, but we are not working on the basics of basics what India wants. And moreover, again we are working on software as service. We can't able to make an Adobe or MathWorks or Cadence or RTM software. Somehow, what is missing in India?
Okay, I only answer the first one because I think my talk was connected with manufacturing and materials. See, fundamentally, if you are talking about materials, I don't know whether you are aware of the story of photovoltaics in solar industry. The government of India wanted a big drive for solar energy in the renewable energy sector. The China, what did they do? They gave so much of subsidy to their companies. They gave free power, free water, and most of the Chinese companies were able to dump their solar products in India, even India is in present at incredibly low prices that the local companies were not able to compete. So many solar companies about 5 years ago had to shut down because of these practices of China. So in many sectors, what happens, even if you have got capability to develop your own wafers, your own materials, your own chips, your own products, if you are not able to compete with one invisible enemy, then what happens is your business is not rendered viable. Imagine, I just give an example. In Kannur, you have got Shara Bazaar, there are so many jewelry people, Rajesh Jewelry, so many jewelry shops, Chandra Jewelry, etc. Imagine they are selling 10 gram jewelry item at, I don't know, 35,000 rupees or 40,000 rupees. A Chinese jewelry company comes, gives similar design at 25,000, where do you go and buy? Where do you go buy? Same says, no? Nothing to do with our people. So it's not about our efficiency to make the materials and products, it's also about maintaining the cost competitive. That's the reason why in electronics so far, the entire world was dependent on China. And you don't know, lakhs and lakhs of cars, maybe millions of cars in the world now are stuck in the assembly lines because there are no electronic chips. The source is China. That's why some of you who might have owned your Seltos car, Hyundai car, etc. So not Hyundai, Seltos car, or I don't know, other cars from people who are dependent on Chinese source, including Mahindra, they are stuck for delivery. It's not that others are not able to make chips, they are costly. Japanese sources are costlier compared to Chinese sources. So the story, in a nutshell, your story is not technical in nature, it is techno-commercial in nature. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Srilova from Rayalaseema University.
Which university?
Rayalaseema University.
Oh, Rayalaseema.
Department of Mechanical Engineering. The question what he raised, actually, through my personal experience, I just want to say, I worked on a DRDO project. It is prenatal milk spinning process. Actually, it was introduced by an Indian, Narasimha, in 60 years back. And it is now patented by USA. It is an amorphous metal.
Yes.
Okay. And DRDO again he wanted to produce the product. And what they are unable to reproduce the product. So it is from the Indian, patented by USA, manufactured by China in a large quantity, where India needs to spend a lot of money to get that material back, to buy it. So now they want to produce. So when it came to that, they are finding a lot of, they were unable to produce the product. It was a patent product that was coming out of the manufacturing. So they went for numerical simulations. I was lucky enough to be a numerical simulation. I worked on 3D using ANSYS. I designed and simulated. And what I could find out from the simulations is that I could give the feedback for what mistake the failure is coming out. I couldn't give the product like what parameters if you use, you get the product. Means exact product. But what failures they are getting, that I could say to them. Means see, China is coming ahead of us, which India is in need. But we Indians, we started and we are still lagging.
So what's the question? Understand what the question.
No, I'm just saying my
Oh,
experience.
okay.
Like,
So you're actually talking about the amorphous materials. Yes. All of us are now in Rayalaseema. Please, I can tell you something very easy. See, we produce highest quality granites here. I don't know whether you are aware. Okay? The granite raw material goes from here. Somebody in Tokyo or Beijing converts them into beautiful tabletops for our instruments, they come back to us at 10 times the cost. You are talking about advanced materials. Forget about advanced materials. Simple granite tabletops. In some of the microscopes, if you see the tabletops, the granite table, the material is going from here. They get machined, manufactured, packaged, and sent back to us at 10x price. So this is because of the fact that you are not able to take the value out of material which is available. It's not about amorphous material, it's about granite. Same is the case. You need it's a techno-commercial venture. It's not technical. Yes, please.
So now we are thinking only 3D. What is the future of 4D, sir? Where it will become?
Yeah, 3D and 4D is very simple. When you bring in the element of time.
How much time it will take from doing?
Yeah, I was talking about time. Same thing. When a 3D printed part becomes responsive to time, it's called 4D. It means you make a pipe which can change its dimension as a function of time. Then it becomes 4D. So where do you require 4D printing is when you want your structures and parts to change their shape and size along the what do you say consumption of time. One example is if you introduce a valve in a kid who is just about 3 years old, as he grows, his body and his anatomy also undergo changes. You want that implant also to undergo some changes as a function of time. There 4D comes. So 4D currently is available in case of very exotic medical applications because it is costly.
I want to my suggestion, sir. My suggestion and request. Any research is going in the form of textiles, sir?
Lot.
That may be possible as a 4D application.
Yeah, 4D textile, lot of applications are going in, especially in the service. In case of dry services. Imagine you are a soldier. He has to wear a protective clothing. He has to use the clothing in the peak of summer also. Same clothing he has to use in peak of winter. How uncomfortable it is for them. So they are trying to make the textiles smart and responsive to the nature using 3D. So the textile, the cloth becomes cooler in summertime, hotter in winter.
Question. You mentioned one company in Autocomplete, yes. They are making the spare parts using a 3D printer.
Yeah.
So how the quality or its whatever the mechanical properties or whatever purpose it is made, how it is retained? Because earlier they would have made using normal reducing manufacturing process, whereas here when it is additive manufacturing, whether it is able to produce same quality and with same mechanical properties.
I will give two simple answers. One is, luckily ISO and ASTM have developed the standards. When you make a part out of 3D printing, whether it can be used for a particular application or not, ISO and ASTM have developed. That's the first answer. Second answer, sir, is you are aware, no? I showed one slide. Design and manufacturing alone are not sufficient. You need to do testing and validation. Even in case of software also you are doing testing and validation. Similarly, in case of 3D printed part also, you need to test and validate and do the validation. Without that, the part is not fit. It's not declared fit for use. It may be there, but they are not taken for the final use. Testing and validation is a must. And example, a company like Bajaj, which I happened to visit some time ago, I think in their manufacturing department, about 6 to 7 people are designated as inspectors who inspect the quality practices and who also certify material and all this.
Sir, in 3D component, how we get surface finishes and surface treatment? We are going for again for surface treatment.
What's your name?
Hyderabad.
Where are you from?
From Similar
Very good question. I didn't cover that. Actually, I missed that part. So, two things. You need to go for post processing using processes like abrasive flow machining, or short peening, or laser peening, or micro peening, or simple grinding. So I just want to say that you have to use secondary process. That's number one. Number two, thanks for reminding me this. There are DST calls. Currently, one call is open, so someone in the faculty can look at the call which is open till 30th December. There are some calls which will definitely be open post March also. They are actually called surface modification techniques. So you need to develop surface modification for 3D printed parts so that they are useful. So that is a very important thing. So if you are interested in the research in the surface modification, you can do research on 3D printed materials and processes. Three things which I am familiar with is abrasive flow machining. One Dr. Ravi Shankar in IIT Hyderabad is working. IIT Tirupati, and his guide Dr. J. Ramkumar works in IIT Kanpur. And there is one process called laser peening, which BIT Vellore, Dr. Geeta Manivasan works on. Using lasers, she improves the surface finish. So this is a very important topic. Ravi Shankar, right?
Thank you very much for the very good talk. I request the professor to mentor the
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So now I request Professor G. Radhakrishna Manacharya, Professor of Mathematics at IIT Kurnool, to be the chair of the participation. So Professor G. Radhakrishna Manacharya sir is a Professor of Mathematics from IIT Kurnool. He has completed his PhD from IIT Kharagpur in 1980. He has done his BSc and MSc from SV University Tirupati, and he stood first in the university. And he has around 39 years of experience. He has worked in various universities like University of Calabria, Nigeria, in IIT Kanpur, NIT Warangal, NIT Andhra Pradesh, and he is presently working in IIT Kurnool. And he has published around more than 80 journals in various national and international journals, and he has guided around 11 PhD students and 52 MS students. Has also been has picked up a lot of administrative experience. He has been to name a few. He has been co-convener of ESET. He has also been the board of directors of RGC OCCS and NIT Warangal. He has been convener team for MSET 1990, and he has been HOD of Mathematics Department and Humanities in NIT Warangal, and he has also been board of governor committee of NIT Warangal, to name a few. And now I give the
Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. We have the first part by Sheikh Afroz Begum.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am Afroz Begum. I am
and my research paper is CT and MR fusion based on guided filtering and phase congruency in non-subsample shielded transform. So this is my presentation outline. I will start from the basics and then transform, and then I will finish with the proposed method and its results. So here, multimodal image fusion. It is a method that integrates complementary information captured through different sensors to generate single informative and high quality image. So here, when sensors are different, we are going to get complementary information of those images. So here, these are the applications. Nowadays, the uses of multimodal images take high importance in various fields like military, video surveillance, weapon detection, Photoshop applications, medical field, and remote sensing as well. Here, my area is medical multimodal image fusion. So here, we have considered some brain images, multimodal images. So the information present in medical images or medical scans like CT, MRI, PET scan gain high importance in medical field. So those images should be fused and enhanced with the help of fusion techniques. So here, objectives of this medical image fusion is to reduce the increasing volume of information. That means when we have multiple sensors, volume of information will increase, multiple sensor images. We have, it will increase the volume of information. So by integrating those multiple sensor images, we can reduce the volume of information. And also, we can extract all useful fine details from the source images. So to get high spatial and spectral information from the multi-sensors, we can go for this image fusion technique. So I have done this image fusion in transform domain. So the basic idea in this domain is to decompose the image into different subbands or into extract information like first and fine details. First details consist of approximation of the image, and fine detail consists of information like the contours, boundaries, texture, and some small object boundaries are these things. So here, existing fusion methods like direct averaging and maximum rules and local energy are in these drawbacks. They're going to reduce the contrast level of the image, and also some techniques like maximum rule or absolute maximum rule going to introduce noise in the fused image. So here, in my work, I have decomposed image with the help of non-subsample shielded transform tool, and it is a shift invariant multi-resolution transform which can decompose image into different resolution levels. So here, to decompose into different resolution levels, in this tool, Laplacian pyramid is used, and for getting directional information, directional filter banks have been used. And compared to other transforms like NSCT or CT, non-subsample controller transform and controller transform, NSXT offers low complexity, computational complexity compared to it. The basic idea is to employ this guided filtering before we decompose the image into subbands. So what is this filtering? Generally, pre-processing technique for any enhancement technique is to reduce the noise. So here, basic operators like averaging and weighted averaging tools are going to reduce the noise, which is high frequency components in the image, and they're also going to reduce the fine details like edges present in the image. When you average these images, they are going to blur the image details of the image. So here, guided filtering is a technique where it can preserve the edge and also gives us the smooth image where we can reduce the noise. So using this linear transformation, that is f equals to L3 plus MR, we can transfer the edges directly into the fused image because the gradients of these fused image and gradient of the smooth image both are equal. And these constants LR and MR can be computed based on the minimum mean square error between the reference image and fused image. So first, before I employed that NSST tool, guided filtering technique is employed, where this guided filter image is subtracted from the original image to get the high contrast details. At the end of the fusion technique, these high contrast details can be added to the fused image. So these are the mathematical equations where these high contrast details of two images. In my research, I have considered CT and MRI images. So here, image A is CT image and image B is the MRI image. So finally, after getting high contrast details, using some absolute maximum rule, I have considered the image A and image B details. Finally, this guided filtering is repeated for 3 times, and those details have been summed up to get the final guided image. So this is the main block diagram of my proposed image filter method. CT and MRI images are applied to the guided filter block, and the output of that block is given to the NSST, where we can decompose those images into low frequency and high frequency bands, and these corresponding bands of CT and MRI can be matched with the help of activity measures like LF fusion and HF fusion tools. And then those LF bands, fused LF bands and HF bands can be applied to here. They are applied to inverse NSST to get the final fused image, and that image can be added with this high contrast final images, which gives us good pixel information fidelity compared to existing methods. So this is low frequency subbands fusion rule. So what activity measures here consider are phase congruency. It depends on the Fourier coefficients at some particular angle. That is direct. This is from the directional subbands we have considered some information, and the components of this phase congruency can be calculated with the help of convolution operator. Convolution between smooth image and the filter coefficients. So, to increase the energy of the image, here local energy is considered, and that is multiplied with the phase congruency to get the high contrast approximated image. And these equations, IA is the integrated image of CT image, and IV is the integrated image of MRI image. And before mentioning this, consistency verification is also done. That means not only the current pixel. Before we merge, we have to go through the neighboring pixels in a 3x3 defined region. So that also we have done and used with the help of a decision map. So in decision map, ones and zeros will be present. Based on ones and zeros, image coefficients will be selected from CT and MRI images. So coming to high frequency subbands, this is the modified Laplacian operator that is employed on high frequency subbands, and then weighted sum of Laplacian coefficients. This is the tool I have used to find the activity measure of high frequency subbands. And this is the weight matrix. This is used because it is going to find the fine details like isolated points also we can integrate using this weight matrix. So same decision map with consistency verification we have employed on subbands matching. Finally, these are the input images considered in this paper. So 4 different data sets are being considered. The first one is data set one of glioma disease. 4 different health problems, brain images have been considered. Second data set is hypertensive encephalopathy. And third data set consists of metastatic bronchogenic plasmodisease, CT and MRI images. And last one is normal aging brain images. So these images have been matched with the help of low frequency and high frequency activity rules which I have mentioned. And these are the simulation results of my proposed method and also compared with some existing methods. Where the last column is my proposed method results, where we can see the good visible information fidelity compared to other methods like existing methods. What I have considered here are average and maximum, local energy and phase congruency, local energy and Laplacian, and the final method that is the proposed method which is based on guided filtering and phase congruency. So here I have written all the structural and textural features of the images without using any information, and there are no noise artifacts we have observed. And quantitative analysis also have been done. So here some quality metrics have been considered, like mutual information, entropy, correlation coefficient, spatial frequency, ratio of spatial frequency error. All these are the quality metrics we have computed on the existing methods and also on proposed method. And comparative analysis is also done, and that can be that is shown with the help of these bar charts, where in the proposed method all the quality metrics are better compared to existing ones, except one correlation coefficient that is between MRI image and fused image. This is for data set 1. And this is for data set 3, same quality metrics calculated for the fused image, and also comparative analysis is done. So this is the conclusion slide where NSST tool is used to decompose the image into low frequency and high frequency subbands. Low frequency subbands are matched with the help of activity measures like phase congruency and local energy. And then high frequency subbands are fused with the help of weighted sum of Laplacian. And finally, those coefficients are applied to the inverse NSST to get the fused image. And the final image is added up with the high contrast features which are captured using the guided filtering technique. So where we observe the effectiveness qualitatively and quantitatively compared to existing methods. And these are the references and I used to implement my method. Thank you.
Yeah, now the floor is open for questions.
Nowadays, there are good deep learning architectures, deep learning techniques, and why haven't you deployed it for your experimentation?
Here there is no classification step is present, so I thought there is no such requirement to match these bands of these complementary images like CT and MRI. Whenever we have to classify some objects or some diseases, then we may prefer those neural networks to do that task. My idea.
No, neural networks are not only for classification tasks. So, latest articles in this domain, have you gone through? Are you deploying any of the neural networks or as such? I'm not saying that neural networks may give you a better result, but just it is an assumption. If we compare and see latest state of art techniques for brain imaging, right? It is brain imaging, right? So definitely, maybe if we experiment on that particular angle, maybe like we may get some better results or it would have been. So it's not only a classical, conventional classification problem like that, but you would have experimented. You would have taken that also, taken the latest state of art. In your research articles, which one is the state of articles and when it was published, anything? Regarding
CNN
no. Yes, of course, whether it is a CNN or any of these filters, conventional filters.
Yes,
which one is the latest state of art article? And have you referred that?
Yes, referred sir. Using CNN and deep neural networks are there. So I have to employ those
Maybe
also.
like if you deploy that one, maybe there is a possibility of higher parameters that you are, what are the parameters that you are taking into consideration that 1.22
Yes, sir. Controlling parameters I have taken in this. I selected 2, and that is giving the better results compared to the other transform tools. So to get my idea is to employ
what performance evaluation metrics that you are using here?
Mutual information, structural similarity, and edge preserving.
Okay.
Yeah. So the novelty compared to the existing techniques, it is NSST, using the transform to get the additional mutual.
NSST with guided filtering.
That's novelly introduced by your.
No, sir, it is already existed, guided filtering. I have got guided filtering with phase congruence. So when we consider only guided filtering or phase congruency alone, the results which we are getting, those are not better than this combination.
And any specific advantage of using this shared transform? There are other types of transform.
Mainly lower computational complexity compared to other shifted invariant transforms. That is the advantage.
Computational complexity.
Yes.
Any other question? How could you get the data? The images which you have got?
Those images I have got from image organization websites there. I mean, one fusion organization. Another one is Harvard University website is there. I have collected those diseases data and trying for real data from some hospitals in Hyderabad. So once I get that real data, I can verify these techniques.
So you have contact from hospitals also in Hyderabad?
Yes, I'm trying it.
Have you contact?
No, I'm trying to contact them.
Okay, thank you, Sheikh Afroz. Please, correct your. Next presentation. Next presentation given by V.V. Srikanth.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to all the audience, the faculty, industrial personnel, and all the people who are there. Myself, V.V. Srikanth, I'm a PhD scholar in EC department at Preparatory Kanchipura, and I am working under the supervision of Dr. Sir. and my work is focused on acoustic echo cancellation. So before I go into the slides, I would like to convey what actually is acoustic echo, what are the types of echo, and then I will proceed. We have in general, if we speak, three types of echoes. First one is electrical echo, we can say, which we observed in the olden days. Like we have our wired telephony, which is connected to the four-wired system through public switched telephone networks. So when we do the process of conversion to two-wire system to four-wire system, we have the hybrid circuits matching them, and due to the problem of impedance mismatch, we have a reflected signal coming back, which led to the electrical echo. The second form of echo we normally observe is because of the network issues, be it network latency or loss of packets in the network or many other reasons, but primarily due to the network issues we may observe. And the third form of echo is what actually I was working on, and this is basically called as acoustic echo. But why does this occur? So whenever our microphone and loudspeaker are present at a distance, which is commonly observed in wireless, hand devices, then the coupling. Continue. So the coupling that is actually happening between these two devices will make the signal to escape the system and go to the other side of the communication part. Why this is happening? Normally say like because of the proximity is one main reason. And if it goes as a single line point of signal, then it is fine, but it is not the point. Depending upon the acoustic characteristics of the room, not only the single point line of sight signal will go to the microphone. Instead of, in addition to that, multiple reflections from the given room will also contribute to this echo, so that the signal once left the loudspeaker will stay in the room for more than a period than it should be, which is annoying in nature. So this is the problem I'm working on. Now I will quickly go to the slides. So first I will try to explain the problem through figure 1. So we have, I will start with an assumption. The assumption is that one person is talking and another one is listening to it. In general, which is considered as a single talk in these problems. So that is the assumption that we will start. And in any communication setup, we consider two people, one is far end and another one is the near end. So let us assume that the person present in the far end is talking now, and the person present on the near end is listening to it. For example, then what happens is through some processing, the acoustic signal present on the far end has reached the near end. And it was reproduced by the loudspeaker. As I said, when it is reproduced, it is possible to come in a direct line of sight or through multiple reflections. It can be any reason, but the problem is it is coming down and going towards the current again. So if this is happening, what will happen is that the person is going to listen to his own voice again, and in an annoying way because of the multiple reflections. So this has to be removed. How do we do that? If we want to suppress the signal from traveling back to the current, we have to subtract it from something. But what is that something? So we need a system that can generate a signal that is identical to the output of the microphone. But how do we generate it? Because to generate the output of the microphone, we need to know what is causing this echo to happen. That is the acoustic echo phenomenon that is causing it. So we have to duplicate the acoustic phenomenon to some system so that the output of the microphone and the output of some system we want to use are same. So what is the system we are using here? We are using here an adaptive filter. What is this adaptive filter? We will again see in the upcoming slide. But what is the purpose of using, from the name we can infer that it is a normal filter. And I am also saying that it is adaptive in nature. Why we need to one more question that I can go with a fixed coefficient filter, but it is not useful. But why it is not useful? Because the acoustic phenomenon that is causing this echo to happen will change in time. It can happen that, for example, if you are in a given room, it can change if some movement is there. It can change if there is an improvement in temperature or something. It can happen for many other ways, which I am not able to completely tell it out. But the thing is that it will change. So if you have a phenomenon that is changing, and if you want to model this phenomenon, we need a filter which can also adapt it according to changes in the system, so that the response of this filter and the response of this microphone are identical, and nothing will go up. So essentially we say that the adaptive filter output is YN, the microphone output is DN, and our object, what is the objective? Is to see that E of n is 0, so that no echo is transmitted in a single talk context. So that is the objective. And one more thing to be considered here is that whenever we, sorry, yeah, sorry. So one more thing we need to see is that as far as whenever this phenomenon is only happening, that is causing this report, then that is perfectly fine. We can do it somehow. But what additionally is there is that we have some electronic circuitry also, be it converters, be it loudspeakers or microphones. So what is the problem with these devices? For example, let us say I want to use my loudspeaker at a volume so that I can listen to the audio at a nice pace, at a nice sound pressure level. But what is the problem with that? When I increase the voltage level being supplied to the loudspeaker, then I am leading or driving my device towards its saturation levels. A second example, wherever I am sitting in my room, I want my microphone to listen to my voice and operate accordingly. That is my luxury of using the device. But what is the drawback of it? When you are trying to have this luxury in the back end, we have the problem of nonlinear distortion. So, like these examples, be it the loudspeaker or be it the microphone, they are going to add the distortion. So, what is effectively happening is that both of these are going to make the challenge a much more complex bit. So, having seen this, let us go back to let's go to figure 5, the slide 5. So, earlier I said we need an adaptive filter which can change its coefficients. So, how it is changing its coefficients? We try to see to figure 2. In figure 2, we have input signal x of n, which is being fed as an input to the unknown plant. It is also being fed as an input to the transversal filter. So transversal filter W of n is the filter or the system we are using the model, and unknown plant is the acoustic phenomenon if we consider. So what we are seeing is that the D of n means the response of the unknown plant and the response of the filter Y of n are identical. They should be similar. That is our objective. But what will happen in real time? They can never be similar, and the error will never be zero. That is for true. So, but what I try to see that somehow this it goes to a minimum phase, and using the error uptime, we try to update the coefficients of W of n using an adaptive algorithm, so that W of n coefficients of the W of n vector and the unknown plant vector are similar, but they can never reach a single line. You say approximately they can equal, but they never be equal. So this is basically what is an adaptive filter. So why we are using it as mentioned here. As I have mentioned here, why we are using it? Because it is adaptable to environment. At the same time, it is also able to track the changes in the system we want to model. And what are some common examples through which we are trying to update this W of n is? One is a mean square error. Next one is least squares optimization. Means in the normal sense, if you say I'll compute the E, take the square of it, and use this E square to calculate the for the next stage of optimization. And what else is there? Another one is the least squares optimization. So you take squares of the previous errors with the help of some correlating factor, average them, and just use them in the optimization process. So when we use these type of adaptive filters, we need to keep in mind few things. So what is the convergence of my filter, steady state performance of my filter, tracking performance. Convergence I mean you see, I am using the plan or I am using the system to model an unknown system. But at the same time, one point to mind is that my system, my unknown system is always changing. So the filter I am using also should be able to track it as fast as the unknown system is changing. So how better is your system able to track or how fast is able to track is basically called as rate of convergence. But at the same time, it is also needed that in the process of going to the optimal state faster, I can compromise on the error. No, my error also should be minimal. So that should be the focus when we are designing. So this is basically what is linear. And second comes is the non-linear. As I said, whenever there is no distortion from any electronic devices, it is fine to use the adaptive filter which you have seen earlier. But whenever we have some distortion that is being introduced by any component, the previous model we have seen may not be feasible. Why it is not feasible? Because in your desired signal, there is some distortion. But whereas through your filter, you are basically performing linear filtering only. So it is not possible to say that the response of the filter and the response of the acoustic plant will be similar. They can never be similar. And the distortion that is present in D of n is absent in Y of n. So error will never come back to will be in a proper way. So what do we do then? We need to use a knowledge expansion block. What is the objective of this block? This block tries to see that whatever distortion that is present in D of n is also present in Y of n. That is the objective. So there is some distortion present in D of n that should appear in Y of n. For that we use a knowledge expansion block. But what is this block? This block we can, if we can normally say, is basically a combination of mathematical models in the field. It can be a Volterra model of Taylor series. It can be based on polynomial models. It can be based on commonly known trigonometric functions. It can be anything. So it is basically consists of nonlinear functions, so that y of n and d of n are identical, and error is minimized. So through figure 3, what I want to say is that I have two filters now. One is linear, one is nonlinear. I will say that I will also use only linear. What will happen then? So if you see here, this is an ERD graph. You will see again why what it is rated. But what is this graph says? It says the efficiency of a echo cancellation with time. So what is here? Forget about all the curves. Just focus on the black color curve. This color is in black color. So what is this color represents in the legend? It is linear. So, and what are the color curves? Color curves represent the non-linear. So we can say that whenever there is a distortion, if we use a linear adaptive filter, then the performance looks like black color. So if we use a non-linear adaptive filter like in figure 4, it looks like colored curve. So this tells us that we need a non-linear adaptive filter for this purpose. And coming to next, before I actually go into my proposal model, I wanted to justify why I was particularly using that particular model. Because whereas there are many other models in literature, as it is only presentation is time bound, I'm not sure the existing literature, but I want to highlight this figure again. If you see here, let us not forget about the black color curve, and let us focus on these color curves. Among these color curves, we can find two inferences. First inference is that the color curve, the red color curve is going up faster and better. So what is that?
Mr. Srikant, you have just under 5 minutes.
Choose a red color completely faster. So what we can see is that we have a, as mentioned in the lesson, it is SFLA. It stands for functioning approach, which is dominating all the other approaches. So this is one inference we can take. So apart from this functioning, what else we have? We have Volterra, Kalma, and all other models. But why I was not considering them is because of the computational complexity. The proof of my statement is present in the citations 2 and 3 footnote. And I wanted to give a mathematical example also. A best performing nonlinear model in general is considered to be Volterra. So if you see a Volterra filter, for a weight vector length of a filter length of 1000, it requires 5,1500 coefficients. Whereas a functional model requires 1000 coefficients. So among all the existing models, I have considered the functional model in my works. So with this, I would like to go to the proposed work. So in this proposed work, actually this figure 6 is identical to what you have seen here. So what is the nonlinear modeling I am doing here? This is basically represented here, function expansion. So what I am doing is that I am taking every input sample, I am projecting this input sample on a set of functional links. So if I have 1000 elements in my input buffer, I am projecting each and every input sample onto a set of 10 functional links. So that is what is shown here. Let us see mathematically. So mathematically speaking, here equation number 3 denotes that here we can see each and every input sample x of n minus I is being projected onto trigonometric function like sine and cosine. So in addition to that, what is there is that we have an exponential factor e power minus a x of n minus I. So basically sine and cosine are sufficient to model the nonlinearity, but the only reason to add this exponential factor is that so as to see that our model is able to model the distortions which are highly time varying in nature and which are varying faster. For that activity, we are doing that, and having seen what is the model, we whatever knowledge expansion I may use, what is my objective is to see that the error is minimized. So to minimize that, I need some cost function which says that what is objective here is to see that in adaptive filtering, your objective is to minimize the error, but with respect to something. So what is something that I am modifying? I am modifying the weight vector. So with respect to the weight vector, I will try to minimize the error such that E of n is equal to 0. So in the process of minimization, I will arrive at the weight attrition equation as shown in 5, where W of n plus 1 denotes the future weight that should be used. W of n denotes the weight at present time, and this is the error function we have seen, and basically this fundamentally uses the fundamental updation algorithm, but with signal normalization for faster convergence. In addition to that, we have few more terms, that is G and Fn. Where sorry, here Fn is actually the response of the function expansion term we have seen, and the G is a diagonal matrix. So what is this matrix is all about is that if you see the Rubin response or the response f of n, they are sparse in nature. So sparse meaning when majority of your coefficients of your vector are insignificant, then we say it is sparse. So in that cases we have to use proportional algorithms. For that reason, through equation 7, we try to make it suitable for sparse environment. And later on, coming to equation number 9, this is basically focused on modifying the learning rate. If we go back to here, so basically in any adaptive algorithm, learning rate is important because it is always needed that we need to reach our solution faster, but at also the same time we need to reach our solution better. If I use my step size very higher, which can range from 0 to 1, and I can go towards 1, I will try to, my convergence will improve, but error will also subsequently be very higher. So I need to find a balance so that the error is minimal, but at the same time my convergence is also good. For that reason, a variable step size factor or variable learning rate is effectively
Please write up, Srikanth.
Yes. So in a nutshell, this is the proposed algorithm, and through I have tried to show through two results. This is the results page. Through this is for colored noise and this is for speech input, and this is echo cancellation for efficiency compared, and these are the existing functional models with which I compared. And in the figure B, for the speech input, I have taken the AEFL also, which is the fundamental work of what exponential adaptation I have told you about. And we can see that in both the cases there is some improvement. But at the same time, if we see figure 8A, during the middle of the experiment, there is a performance dip in all the three cases. Why this happened is that whenever there is a hands-free device, it is not ideal to say consumer to sit in a single place and operate. He may move. So for that reason, we need to simulate the robustness of the device which we have carried out. So I would like to say that we have taken an existing exponential model present in the literature and try to improve its performance in terms of modeling a sparse nature and try to improve its performance in terms of with the help of variable step factor. So these are the things we have focused on, for which we have shown the results also. And Thank you very much, and these are few references I have used for my work.
Yeah, now the floor is open for questions.
Use least means
LMS, sir, yes.
What about business use in RLS?
Yes, sir. Like we have, as you said, we have two fundamental classes. One is least mean square, and the least one. No, I have not preferred RLS. RLS fundamentally gives you very good convergence rate. That is for sure. But it also gives you more complexity also. My entire focus in my work is to somehow see that for a possible minimal amount of complexity, you try to achieve a moderate amount of performance. That is the object of the work. Time taken, coefficients required, those things. Because whenever we go for RLS based algorithm, we have to carry out the matrix inversion of and all those things. Instability issues will come with RLS. That in general will not be coming in LMS. In sense, we say that it is a stable. Why it is stable? Because in LMS also I'll be deriving.
How many tabs will
Yes, sir. In this simulation, we have used 1,000 tabs as a vector link. Weight vector link is
multiple number of tabs per day?
One thing to say is that observing how people are taking some iterative transaction networks, like they were fixing for a particular frequency of sampling frequency, for a particular reverberation time, they are taking around this length. So I'm taking a length of 1,000. That's the only reason why I'm taking that. I can go ahead, but system will go into overmodeling case.
No, let's say so you have taken 9,000 tabs. In that case, are you getting any inferior results than this one, whatever you have obtained now?
I have never checked with 9,000 tabs.
Why? What is the reason?
So basically, if you are operating in 16 kilometers and with the reverberation time of 160 milliseconds, you have to multiply both of them, and that is the actual filter line that you must be taking. But however, in literature, people are going, in that case, I have to, as you can see, 16 milliseconds in 16 kilometers into 60 milliseconds or 120 milliseconds. It's going to be very heavy. But however, if we try to use to that extent, system will go to over modeling case and it will start going down. I mean to say it will fall behind the suggestion impulse response. Because in adaptive filtering, we say one iteration. One iteration means time to compute the output, time to compute the error, update the coefficient. That is one iteration. When your length of the vector is increasing, this timing will also increase.
The number of filter tabs is increased, obviously time will increase.
Will increase, and
what about if the number of tabs are going to number of tabs is reduced, then what is why you don't?
We have two cases: under modeling case, over modeling case. Under modeling case, we have, but in practice, we cannot know how many coefficients we require. That is not possible. So for that reason, I have understood that people are going in the midway.
How you find that the 1,000 is optimal?
So basically, I have not shown here the impulse response figure. That is a visual intuition, basically. A visual intuition and confirmation with the papers. That's it. See, whenever we take an impulse response, an initial impulse response will be very sparse in nature, and the subsequent will be dispersive in nature. So, depending upon the magnitudes we are observing, we will define the length that is suitable. And it is not always needed that for the entire possible sequence length I will go ahead. That is not needed. Because those reverberation times or those reflections may not be affecting your performance significantly. So, visual interpretation to conversions we can do it.
No questions. We thank Mr. Srikanth for the presentation. Next, we have presentation by Sharat Babu.
A very good evening to the guests, the faculty, and the delegates. I am Sharad. To this article, I would like to present the design of 2.4 GHz LNA for 802.11 wireless applications, wireless WLAN applications. So these are the contents, the need of the LNA design specifications, and the power constraint design procedure, linearity analysis, and the design, physical design of the low noise amplifier. So what is the need of this LNA? Okay, in sensor kind of environment, all the RF applications, those need to recognize the sensitive signal apart from the intruding noise. So that is the main motto of this low noise amplifier. It needs to keep the noise as much as low possible. So we can find this LNA in sensor kinds of applications and in medical applications, where the receiver need to interpret the sensitive signal, and it need to extract from the low noise, as well as it need to extract the signal from the interference, like second order interference, like third order interference. So these are the defined specifications by doing the literature survey. So I have defined some of the specifications. The enhanced figure should be less than 3 dB. The gain, it should be around 10 to 20 dB, and the non-linearity measuring factor IAP, that should be less than -15 dB. It should match the input impedances and as well as output impedances, and as well as it needs to satisfy the stability criteria. So this is the power constraint design procedure. To design this LNA, I have referred Berkeley insulated gate PET manuals, BC manuals, we are going to call them, as well as this Thomas Lee textbook, and I worked out this entire design procedure using the cadence tools by using Virtuoso IC618 environment, using GPDK 180 nanometer technology.
Please be careful that the starting at the edge.
So whenever I am referring these BC manuals, to extract the technology parameters, I need to perform the DC simulation of the aspect. Performing that kind of DC simulation, we can extract the technology parameters like outside thickness, as well as the components which are used in the fabrication process. So those kinds of data that should be taken from the BC manuals, as well as by performing the DC simulation of the mass transistor, which is provided by the GPDK. So here, these are the technology parameters which are calculated through simulation as well as through literature survey. So gate oxide capacity, this should be calculated like this one. Actually, while performing this simulation, it is going to give you the thickness of the oxide, TOS. So based on the TOS, you are going to calculate the COS, oxide capacitances. So we need to refer both these manuals as well as simulation tools. So this is the kind of structure. This is this diagram represents the cascode LNA. So this is the schematic which is realized using the cadence tool. So here you can observe the cascode kind of structure. Why we are going to prefer this kind of structure compared to the conventional LNAs? If we are going to prefer conventional LNAs, that is nothing but a single CSLNA. It consists of a single CSLNA. Due to the feedback, the input impedance is going to be reduced, so that to overcome the Miller's effect, a kind of common gate structure is cascaded into the conventional common source amplifiers, so that the input impedance is perfectly matched to the 50 ohms. So what is the use of this cascode matrix? A kind of cascaded configurations of CS as well as CG. So that CG amplifier will be used to match the input impedance as well as a kind of matching that will be supported by this CG element. And this kind of structure, a current mirror kind of structure, it is utilized to program the current in this CS-LNA. So here we are going to use the current mirror kind of structure so that we can program the current in the CS amplifiers. And here this is the resonant circuit through which we are going to use, tune to the 2.4 GHz working operation. So this is the resonant circuit through which we can achieve the narrowband operation for 2.4 GHz. So here the same. What is the limitations of this CS-LNA and why we are preferring the CE-LNA? That is explained in this PPT in this slide. And here the main step begins from the calculation of the optimum transistor width. So this is the formula for the optimum transistor width that we need to compute based on the BC manuals and based on the literature survey and based on the results which are acquired from the parametric extractions of the transistor which is provided by this PDK. So after calculating this COX and Q, you are going to find out the optimum width of the transistor. And this is the quality factor of the transistor which we need to calculate based on this correlation coefficient. What is the meaning of correlation coefficient? This correlation coefficient represents the relation between the induced gate noise and induced drain noise. So based on this Q value, you are going to calculate the optimum width of the transistor. And this is the correlation coefficient defined by the BC manuals, and this is how we are going to calculate the correlation coefficient. This correlation coefficient we are going to use this formula so that we can find out the optimum transistor width. And about this gamma and delta, we need to refer the extraction parameters by doing the simulation. We need to simulate the transistor using the cadence tools and we need to extract this parameter. It is technology dependent. For 180 nanometer, these are the results which I got. So the same kind of design procedure I have followed. I have find out the input impedance and thereafter I find out the inductor components and the components related to the current mirrors. After designing procedure, I have done the various matching procedures related to the S parameters, and here these S parameters are going to explain the kind of matching, whether the input impedance is perfectly matching to the 50 ohms or not, and whether it is going to offer the sufficient gain. So here, this S11, it is going to define the voltage reflected to the port 1. And here, this S22, it is going to so here, this S22 is going to define the reflected power back to the port 2. But here, the S21, it is going to give you the gain offered by the low noise amplifier. And here, the S12 is going to give you the power reflected back to the ports. So these are the achieved results while simulating the S parameters through this tool. And coming to the stability, after achieving the S parameters, we need to look for the stability by using the formula. If we are going to substitute those S parameter values in the formula, definitely you need to achieve these kinds of values, that K should be greater than 1 and this prudent stability factor beta should be delta should be less than 1. So A should be greater than 1 and delta should be less than 1 to achieve the stability factor. While calculating the noise figures, I have calculated both the noise contributions from the CS stage as well as the CE stage. So the observed noise figure is around 0.5 dB. I used the standard procedure which is used to calculate the noise figure for both common source stage as well as common gate stage.
Mr. Karan Babu, you have 5 minutes left.
Coming for the nonlinearity, this is the third order intercept point. What is the meaning of this third order intercept point is the third order components, the third order frequency components are going to interfere the fundamental signal. Definitely it should be around the first order required component. So what is the main mode of the low noise amplifier is to make the separation between the fundamental node and the third order intercept point, it should be mode. That is the mode of the low noise amplifier. What is the main mode is you need to reduce the difference between the fundamental node as well as the third order interference. That should be interpreted by its intercept point, input intercept point. So that tells the relation between the third order nonlinearity which is going to interfere with the fundamental node. That we need to decrease. So as far as the concern, if you are trying for the gain, the nonlinearity should be omitted. If you are trying for the linearity, you should omit concentration on the gain. So both are contradictory. At the single instant of time, you cannot achieve both gain as well as linearity. If you are concentrating on the gain, definitely you need to compromise on the IF degree. If you are concentrating on the IF degree, definitely you need to less concentrate on the gain. So these are the IF degree calculations. And coming for the 1 dB compression point, whatever it may be the input signal, whether it may be the input signal or whether it may be the noise signal, that should possess a compressive nature without any expansive nature. So without offering the gain to the noise signal, otherwise without offering much gain to the input signal, that should behave like as a compressive property. That should be defined with this 1 dB compression point. So these are the calculated results. This is the 1 dB compression point, and this is the IP record, and this is the noise figure curve. And these are the achieved performance for the 2.4 GHz LNA design. And the performance summary is going to meet the specifications, defined specifications. That is all about my work through this article. Thank you, sir. These are some of the references which I have referred for the design of LNA as well as to study about the linearity.
Now the floor is open for questions.
You let us specify specification 1 or 2. How do you get into the specification?
You need to definitely work on the literature, and what you are concentrating, first of all, you need to decide. As a part of my research, I have concentrated on the linearity. Somewhat kinds of designs are there with me, where I have concentrated on the linearity only. I can provide the linearity up to plus 20 dBm at a moderate gain of 12 dB. That's the kind of work I have done. But based on the literature survey, it's your wish. Otherwise, it's your interest to work on gain, otherwise to work on noise figure, otherwise to work on linearity, otherwise to work on power consumption like.
So you have used
in this
use the calculator software to
one.
Yeah, to calculate the amplifier. Right. Then what did you use to do the matching?
Yes, definitely. Smith charts are there. A tool is going to support the Smith chart kind of environment.
Yeah, I mean, it is matching.
Yes, definitely. It is going where it is going to provide the stability circle, where you can observe the input impedance matching, whether it is attained or not. That kind of provision is there in the cadence. As well as you can, otherwise you can observe through S parameter itself only at the 2.4 GHz frequency. It should be around minus 50 dBm, S11 or S22. It should be about greater than minus 15 dB.
You have used CAS code.
CAS code.
Noise on.
LN.
The circuit is proposed.
Yes, that is not a proposed circuit, sir. The kind of design procedure, what we should follow, that I have summarized in that one.
What about the CAS connection? The only reason they are cascade.
Cascade means two kinds of amplifiers cascaded, sir. But it is a kind of cascode. Coming to the conventional CS amplifier, if you are going to use the CS amplifier, Miller's effect is going to come into effect due to the feedback path. And to eliminate that one, we need to go for CG.
So why you don't prefer? What is the reason why you don't prefer cascode?
Yes. If we are going to prefer this cascode kind of configuration, the concentrate, it will be on the gain only. The concentrate will be on the gain. If you want to achieve the gain, definitely you need to go for this kind of configuration. As well as, because of the consumption of gate override voltages, you need to operate at 1.8 volts only. Why? Because VGS minus VTH for the two MOSFETs, it should be around 0.55 or it will be 1.1 definitely. Two threshold voltages. Some of the two threshold voltages that's why you need to operate on the high power supply voltages, and it is going to also offer you the you need to operate this kind of circuits at higher supply voltage as well. That's the limitation as well as it's the kind of advantage to achieve the gain.
Yeah, sir.
Sir, I have one question. I just wanted to ask, for your design, 2.4 gigahertz element is 2.4 gigahertz element is for what applications will it be applicable?
802.11 BGN. There are some kind of wireless protocols. You can observe on your laptop as well as while exploring the features of your mobile. You can observe what are the characteristics of those Wi-Fi provided with your component 802.11b/g/n/jc. That kind of representation is there. That will be provided on your laptops as well as on your mobile phones.
Yeah, if there are no questions, let us thank Mr. Saran Babu. Now we wait for tea. 15 minutes tea break. It is 4:40. We reassemble at 4:55.
After tea.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah, you can start presentation.
Yeah. Please start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Actually,
Hello,
this.
hello, please, 1 minute. Your presentation for 15 minutes, 5 minutes for questions. After 10 minutes, I will give you a reminder. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Now you may start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Actually, this presentation will be sharing the presentation. We'll be having our another author, Dr. Pradeep Patil. So he'll be starting mechanical will cover. The rest of the part I will cover with the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, thank you, sir. Our topic is a methodology for identification of a quality of a clean-cut surface of a material IS 2062 hot rolled steel, a process of blanking using a random forest classification. As the punch penetration happens in a sheet metal, there is a gap which creates between the punch and die, and due to which the quality of a surface that it generates after the punching and blanking process is of importance when there is a fit between the two fastening parts. Now this surface creates a hindrance in the assembly process. The purpose of this work is to find out the methodology which will assess this quality of a surface which is generates out of this punching and blanking process, and which is later on used in the fit assembly. The process of modeling has been discussed in the literature in terms of using the artificial neural network, also studied it for various operations of mechanical process, that is turning operation, a bending operation, as well as there are various studies which happened which uses different techniques in sheet metal defect analysis, that is CART technique, NLP technique, SVM, random forest technique, and they have got a various accuracies based between the different classification. So as I said, we would be finding out a predictive model which will estimate the quality of this clean cut surface, and we will analyze it using a decision tree classification, random forest classification. Let me just tell you the process of blanking. The sheet metal which is held by the blank holder, and there is a slight gap between the punch and the blank holder, as you can see there is a gap between the blanking die and the punch. So this clearance creates, and this is a major factor which influences the quality of a clean cut surface. But when this process is analyzed from the point of view of crack, you can observe a very significant phenomena as represented in the diagram. When the punch penetrates the sheet metal represented by P3, gradually creates a crack, and theoretically we want this crack to approach in a diagonal manner, but practically it doesn't happen. The crack which generates from the punch and crack which generates from the die are not in a single line, which creates some kind of angle with the vertical and with this line. Now one is a fracture angle which creates from the punch, and one is a shear angle which creates from a die. These are the two parameters that we'll be taking into calculation. Third more parameter is observed here in this workpiece. So the slug, we call it in the blanking process, which is removed from the surface. I will show you that slug which removes. This slug which is removed, theoretically we observe it as a very clean cut surface, but it doesn't happen so. Actually, we can see the surface like this. So burr is created on the top because of the ductility part. Fracture happens because of the movement of the punch at different velocity, and a clean cut surface which is expected from the process, and the rollover due to a thermomechanical properties which not allow the material to yield as per the required dimensions. So theoretically, we want this clean cut surface throughout the surface, and there are processes which create the surface called fine blanking. With the very high velocity, we get the clean cut surface right from top to bottom. So in this process, we will be using a classification. Now I request my author Vijaya to take over.
So here we have used the random forest classifier, which is known as the ensemble model, which use the multiple decision trees to go ahead with the. It is useful for the regression as well as for the classification. Whereas in this particular question, particular research, we have used it as a classifier, which is having good advantages on the classification on regression. So RFCs employ multiple decision trees when the data are split in each node, and the choice is made to maximize the gain of information, which reduces the factor F. Now, what this factor F is nothing but summation of I from 1 to n, Ni upon capital Ni, H of Ti, where this n is the total number of examples for the node I. Then n is the number of examples for the node I of the desired class. So we are expecting the desired, and that we are denoting as it as a small n. Total number is out of the capital N. D is the node data, and H is the impurities such as the Gini or entropy. And in this particular case, we have used here the entropy over the Gini, because in the experimental analysis we have got that the entropy is giving us more accuracy than that of a Gini index or a Gini impurity. Now, what is the framework of the research is identification of a process parameters, experimental data collection, tuning of RFC model estimators. Then we have got the output. If the output results are favorable, then we have gone for the experimental validation. And if it is not, then we have again gone for the experimental data collection. That is, we have fine-tuned of our the parameters which we are required or got it from the literature. So experiment of this IS2062HR sheet metal blanking. So punch penetration, these are the four parameters we have used, which is first is punch penetration, shear angle, fracture angle, burr height. And surface roughness of a clean cut surface is the measure using the surface roughness tester and the fracture angle. And shear angle are measured using a profile projector. The quality of a clean cut surface is measured using the surface of roughness of a surface. So these are the mechanical properties of the material, which is defining the thickness, clearance, percentage clearance of a percentage of sheet thickness. Then result analysis. In the result analysis, we have got, first of all, we have to understand which all parameters are important for our study, and that's the reason we have taken up the heat map in Python, which is nothing but it's a regression analysis also. You can see these are the parameters which is correlation coefficient between the two parameters. So we can observe here the surface burr height and the shear angle, they are highly related to each other, as well as surface roughness and the burr height is also related, strongly having the significance, wherein the punch penetration and the fracture angle will not have it. It is having a little or a slight negative effect on each other, so they are inversely connecting with each other. So this is nothing but a working of entropy. It's index visualization. So we have got this particular figure or particular flow chart from the Python programming directly, wherein we have done the entropy. So entropy, if it is entropy index is coming out to be 0, means there is we have not got what is the desired output, and that's the reason we have to stop our particular there. So if you observe the last steps, entropy here it's 0 and the samples are 13. Here entropy is 1.0, samples are 3. So 0 0 21 and 0 2 2. So these are so we have considered here 1 2 3, index 1, index 2, index 3. These are the three different classification we have done. So accuracy measures we have used here the accuracy measures as the classification which are mostly used as the precision, recall, and F1 squared. So these are the for index 1, index 2, and index 3. It's been given to us. So if you observe here, the precision for the index 1 is coming out to be 1 here, wherein for the index 2 the recall is coming out to be 1, and the other two parameter for the other index it is for the first index it is 0.8, and for the third one it is 0.6. Similarly, F1 square, we have not got any F1 square of any of the index as 1, but yes, they are almost, almost going hand to hand in 3 of the index. We have gone for the sensitivity and specificity calculation just to have an idea whether we are going on the right track or whether this precision and F1 score and the accuracy, everything is going on a right track or not. That's the reason we have gone for the sensitivity and specificity, which is giving us the true positive. Hello.
You have just 5 minutes left.
Hello.
You have 5 minutes to complete.
Yes, sir. Done. Thank you. Yeah. So we have got the confusion matrix also. In the confusion matrix, we can easily check that this is the the second index got the 10 on 10. That means all of them have accurately got calculated. Wherein the first we have got 6 as the correct, like true positive, and this is 1 is not correctly allocated in the correct group. Wherein in the third index we have got 3 missed, and we have got 8 as the correct. So RFC model with the entropy index of the impurities criteria and achieve the accuracies of 86% for both the models. And the conclusion, random forest classifier algorithm of machine learning approach is employed to predict the quality of a clean cut surface. Observe that punch penetration directly influences the burr height formation and surface roughness. While using RFC, it is found that both Gini and entropy index impurities are giving us the same model accuracies for training, testing, and validation set. The value of precision measure is 1 for the class 1, and the measure of recall is maximum for the class 2. More number of sample points would promise the more accuracy of the model with a k-fold cross validation. These are the few references what we have got it. And thank you, sir. We are open for the questions.
Yeah, now the floor is open for questions.
Hello, sir. Actually, there is some glitch. I don't know. I could not able to hear properly. Shall I stop my presentation?
Yeah, what is the value of K used? That is what our director wants to know.
What is the value of K?
Are you able to hear?
Hello?
Are you able to hear? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Are you able to hear?
Sir, I could not able to hear you, sir.
Now, are you able to hear me? Hello, are you able to hear me?
Sir, maybe stop. Let us stop sharing. Then
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, are you able to hear now?
Yeah. I'm able to hear.
Director wants to know what is the value of K used in the K fold.
Not getting your question, sir. Can you come again?
Your volume is.
See, you use the K-fold method for cross validation, right? So, what is the value of K you have taken in your experimentation?
Could you get the question, please?
Yes. Value of K is 3, sir.
Any other question? If no question is there, we thank Vijaya Patil for her nice presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Next we have Sulakshana. Minutes for presentation. For 10 minutes, the media will
Good evening to everyone. Good evening to everyone.
keep the mic closer to you.
Good evening to everyone. I'm Sulakshana. I'm doing recently my PhD under radio analytics. So my paper presentation is on a comprehensive study on system data collection techniques using machine learning approaches for wireless sensor network. Here, I just had an overview and study on distinct data collection techniques. So, for any step in data analytics or for artificial intelligence, for any deep learning, just the initial step is the data collection. So, here I have taken that point into consideration and I have taken a distinct data collection techniques with the machine learning approaches in wireless sensor network. And my domain is wireless sensor network actually. So the outline of my paper presentation is what is the domain knowledge and how what is the architecture of data collection and how it is various technologies used in data collection and why machine learning is used, why machine learning only adapted for wireless sensor network. Before going into the domain knowledge of wireless sensor network, initially we are using sensors in the domain wireless sensor network. What is actually a sensor? A sensor is an electronic device. It's the physical quantity should be the physical quantity of the data is converted into a signal. So it should be a an observer or an instructor. So any signal, through that signal only we are going to know what kind of disturbances were what kind of disturbances were occurred in the environment. So the sensor node is the basic unit in the sensor network. So the architecture of the sensor node, which consists of onboard sensors, processors, transceivers, and memory, and it has a capacitor to the architecture of the sensor. So in the sensor network, we have a collection of all the sensor nodes. So, wireless sensor network is a type of wireless adult network, so which is infrastructure-less manner. So here, wireless sensor network, we can say that it is a collection of all the nodes. The nodes is nothing but the sensors which are cooperatively adopted in the environment. So what actually the purpose of the node in the sensor field is the node which takes the sensing of the data. Whatever the data it was sensed, it was processing of that data, and it communicates with another nodes, or it communicates within the cluster, or it directs to the base station. The nodes which communicate wirelessly. Here, whatever the nodes which were deployed in the wireless sensor network, that nodes are communicated wirelessly. So here, the nodes which may majorly which sends the data if there was any disturbances occurred in the environment and collects that data in a sensor and that data was forwarded to the base station through wireless means. Here, now nowadays in more in research, wireless sensor network was connected through with the combination of IoT and machine learning, deep learning, and artificial intelligence. Here there are so many applications in the wireless sensor network with combination of IoT, ML, deep learning, and artificial intelligence. So the general work process of wireless sensor network is here we are going to deploy all the nodes manually or from helicopters or anything we deploy the nodes in the sensing region. So all the sensors which was deployed in the network, it may be the network should be in cluster based form or it may be in a grid format. So that nodes will be organized into some network. So that was directed to whatever the nodes are deployed, it should monitor and it should sense the data, from the physical environment. And it redirects the node collects the data and it redirects the data to the base station. It may form a clusters, different types of clusters, and the basic format is it has a collection of data and it sends the data to the base station. So here I'm considering the data collection concept. Why? Because in the initial stage only, as we are going to take or collect the data without any drop of any energy levels at the initial stage only, rather than the process of routing and clustering in the middle of the network. So these are the applications which we have. I said that is a combination of IoT and ML. All these are the real-time applications. Forest fire detection, air pollution monitoring, and water quality monitoring, and medical application. We see all the sensors which were developed all these reasons. So some of the applications of wireless sensor networks. We use sensors in a medical and health also in security places, in software, and in retail and industry also we use the sensors. So the main module of my presentation is I have focused on data collection techniques in wireless sensor network to increase the energy efficiency, which enhance the network lifetime. So here, so by data gathering methodology, here we are going to increase the network lifetime and ensure that the coverage of the data within the cluster or in a grid format of a node deployment and the coverage and connectivity, and it reduces the latency also. So the data collection strategy has energy efficiency, which widely increases the energy efficiency of data. So the objective of my paper is the data collection, which plays a major role, which has a significant, as I discussed, as I told before, only. We have mainly focused and we have mainly connected to the machine learning algorithms which enhances the reach protocol to Pegasus format through unfolding optimization and dynamic programming, which increases the network lifetime. So the data collection in wireless sensor network, which plays a major role in collecting the data, and more energy should be taken, more energy should be considered by the sensor networks in order to increase the network life. So here, how we are going to collect the data in the initial stages. So in the cluster-based format, we have two phases, setup phase and one is the steady phase. In the setup phase, how we are going to consider, how we are going to elect the cluster data. So as the nodes are deployed, we are going to divide. We are going to divide the network into a cluster format. So how many nodes are present in that cluster? Based upon that, each and every node there is a key value. If the key value is between 0 and 1, if the key value is between 0 and 1, it is less than that, then we can elect that node as a cluster head. So all the data, if there was any physical appearances occurred in that area, so if the node rises up with any problem, it takes the data, it forwards the data to the cluster data. So all the cluster things will take the data to and forward the data to the sync node. Sync node is nothing but the base station and which
So Lakshana, please wind up in 5 minutes.
So at that region we had encountered a problem. So all these are the various things used in data collection, data transmission, whatever the problem we had, whatever the node received, whatever the node sends it the data, it directly transmitted to the base station and cluster based we use the reach protocol that is setup based and steady based, and here in the chain based we have used Pegasus. Pegasus is a chain-based protocol. Here in Pegasus, is one of the type of data collection, and here we use the three algorithms, and there we have majorly used in Pegasus is it actually had the information of the other nodes where actually the nodes are deployed. So with that we can know that which is the nearest node to send that data to the base station. And we have multi-part techniques which consider the shortest path to send the data to the base station. And the query based is one of the method, and the query based we have the base station query to the entire cluster based network. Whether is there any problem occurred to rise up any sensing techniques. And here it is a tree-based, we have distributed segments and the data gathering. So the tree model, all the leaf nodes will have, or the chain nodes which collect the data forwards to the parent nodes. And the mobility approach, we have the mobility approach usually nowadays they are using dynamically. So here the mobility of base station and mobility of sensor nodes will be available. Where the mobility, the base station will go to the cluster-based network and collect the data. And where from the static nodes. And if there is a mobility in the sensor nodes, it goes the sensor nodes to the base station. If there is mobility approach in collecting of data. So why actually we are using machine learning, which is important to the wireless sensor network. So wireless sensor network is an infrastructure-less network, and it is a dynamically will change. The environment will be changed dynamically. So it is appropriate to optimize all the data which was collected in that area. We are using machine learning approaches to minimize the data application. Node application in the data.
Please wind up in 2 minutes, sir.
So, machine learning, which intentional use of practical solutions to maximize the resource utilization in order to increase the lifetime of the network. So already have more than has three like supervised and unsupervised and reinforced algorithm. Supervised is actually is a drawing data, and unsupervised it doesn't have its
Can you please shift to SICT-20, like exactly what it is?
Actually, sir, whatever the data collection techniques we are using, we are making use of machines learning with the data collections. There, we are enhancing the Pegasus to e-Pegasus through ad-following optimization and dynamic programming actually. Here, we are ad-following optimization, we are going to minimize the shortest path to send the data to the base station. In dynamic programming, as we are dominating we are selecting the dominating sets in order to activate the nodes in the cluster or in the grid format of the structure.
Please conclude now. It's time up.
So with this, so I have taken majorly I have taken the concept of data collections. Just to increase, not to drop down the energy level at the initial stage only. So in order to enhance the network lifetime of the network lifetime, so I have taken a data collection concept here through ad-following optimization and dynamic programming. Thank you.
Yeah, the floor is open for questions.
You have mentioned any data presentation. Have you done the explanation for each technique? We have any quantitative, comparative research?
So just I had a comprehensive study on all these.
Please
So
keep
what
that.
is what's happening in that field of data?
What in the process of data collection, you said that you are doing some clusters.
Yes.
What clustering techniques are you using?
So in deploying all the nodes, it forms the clusters.
No, how does it form? Some mechanism should be deployed to form the cluster.
We are not starting with experimentation.
So just I had an overview and literature review on the concepts.
You were saying about the ad-following optimization, right?
Yes.
So what was the objective function you were using for this? What is the strategy?
So in Pegasus, it is a chain-based model. If it is far from the base station, if the node is far from the base station, we are going to connect it from one cluster head to another in order to transmit your data.
Have you formulated the objective function? For ACO, objective function is prepared with respect to convergence split. So have you identified what is the specific objective function of convergence?
So in AOC said that is which takes the shortest path.
Okay, that is with respect to normal ACO. With respect to data collection.
Let us thank Surakshana presentation. We have last presentation by Chika Maulia.
Yes, sir.
You are on that, yeah, Shika.
Yes, sir.
You have 15 minutes for presentation. After 10 minutes, I will give you a reminder.
Okay, sir. Sir, should I share my slide?
Yeah, now your time starts.
Okay, sir. Sir, can you see the slides?
Now it is okay. 5:30.
Yes. Yes, sir. Sir, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am here to give the presentation on the topic joint relay selection and precoder designing for the energy efficient MIMO cognitive relay network. Now, these are the table of content. Now I will start with the introduction and motivation why we have chosen this topic. As we know that presently with the advancement of different wireless technologies, most of the devices are connected wirelessly with each other, and it is expected that the future wireless network will provide high data rate to satisfy the demand of high data traffic, low latency, and it will also improve the data connectivity, and as well as it will reduce the energy consumptions. However, the designing of these future wireless networks have to face some major challenges, such as the availability of the spectrum, as well as the effective utilization of the available spectrum. However, for the second part, the cognitive radio is basically one of the techniques which focuses on the effective utilization of the available spectrum, and it enhances basically the spectrum utilization by allowing the secondary users, also known as the unlicensed user, to operate in the licensed band. And in order to further improve the performance of the secondary users in cognitive radio scenario, we have used the relaying and as well as MIMO technique. So in this paper, we basically analyze the impact of joint relay selection and precoder designing on the energy efficiency of the secondary systems. Now, objective. In this, we have designed and studied the impact of joint relay selection and precoder designing on the energy efficiency of the secondary system for a multi-relay MIMO cognitive relay network. Now, in order to achieve this objective, what we have done, we have basically first optimized, or we have first find the optimal relay precoders with the objective to maximize the energy efficiency of the secondary system. And after obtaining the optimal precoder design, we then move forward to the relay selection, and we find the relay we select the relay based on the maximum achieved energy efficiency. So for this work, we have selected this system model. In this system model, a single pair of secondary users communicate with each other in the presence of primary users. In this scenario, we have considered the under relay mode of operation, and in the under relay mode of operation, secondary user basically can operate simultaneously with the primary users as long as its interference does not, its transmission does not interfere with does not create harmful interference with the primary receiver. And in this, we have seen that in order to avoid the much interference at the primary receiver, we have considered a relay to reduce the interference and to improve the reliability between the secondary users also. So here we consider a multi-relay scenario, and in multi-relay scenario, we have designed the precoders, and afterwards we have selected a one relay for a transmitter for the transmission of the signal. Now, in this, the relay assumed we have assumed the relay is a amplify and forward, as well as it works in a half duplex mode. That means transmission will be done in 2 time slot. Okay, so first time slot, as secondary source will transmit the signal to the relay part, and in the second time slot, relay will forward the message to the secondary receiver. Now, let's see what happened in the first time slot. In the first time slot, the received signal by the ith relay is given by the equation 1, where S is the data vector and Wi is basically the precoder at the source, and Ni is the noise introduced at the receiver part. Here, HSI is basically the channel between the secondary user and the ith relay. Now, in the second time slot, receiver receives the message from the secondary transmitter, and it multiplies it with the amplifier, and it will multiply with the precoder matrix that is given by Fi and forward it towards the receiver part. And finally, the received signal at the receiver is given by equation number 2. Here, we have assumed that the noise term also considers the interference that is introduced by the primary transmitter. Now, from this equation, from equation number 2, we can easily find the achievable rate of the secondary system, and it is given by equation number 3. And now, in order to find the total power consumption, the total power consumption for this secondary system is given by the equation number 5. That is basically the sum of the transmitted power to the source as well as the transmitted power to the relay, and as well as PC. PC here is basically the circuit power consumption. In this case, we have assumed that system has a fixed circuit power. Now PS is basically the transmit power at the source. We have assumed a fixed transmit power since we are using a fixed fixed source precoder. Now, but for the relay transmit power, we are transmitting some signal and we are transmitting it with the variable precoder. So we have find the transmitted power and it is given by equation number 4. Now, if we talk about the cognitive radio network, and specifically if we talk about the under relay mode of operation, then in this mode of operation, basically what happened that SU can simultaneously transmit its data as long as its interference does not cause harmful interference to the primary user. So we have incorporated this constraint in form of IR is less than I max, and it is given by the equation number 6, where our IRI is the interference power at the primary receiver caused by the transmission of the relay node. Now, and I max is basically the specified threshold at the primary receiver. So in order to ensure that the proper transmission of SU as well as PU, we have incorporated that constraint here. Now let's come to the objective of our problem. The objective of our problem is basically to maximize and create a energy efficiency maximization problem which is subject to the transmit power constraint as well as the interference constraint. And it is given by problem number 1. Here we have defined the energy efficiency in the form of rate achievable rate upon the total power consumption. Now this problem is also can be written in the form of minimization. So we have just written and we have obtained the problem 2. However, in this problem 2, we can see that this problem 2 is a non-convex problem with a matrix variable basically. So in order to instead going to the directly solving this, we have first simplified this problem using the singular value decomposition. Now, what singular value decomposition does, basically it simplifies the problem and it converts the problem into a vector valued problem. And for that, we have taken the SVD of different channel matrices, and it is given by equation number 9 and 10. And in this paper, we have also proposed a proposition that if we take the SVD of FI is basically a relay precoder matrix, and this is unknown, and we have to find that. And if we take the proposition of if we take the SVD of F as given in the equation in the number 11, then we can basically we can minimize the problem 2. And I have not included the proving of that in the in this slide, but you can see in the paper. So what happened if you take the F in this manner, that is if we take the unity matrix of UF and VF is equal to VHI and UHI, then we can just simply relax or simply minimize the problem 2. So after using equation number 9, 10 and 11, the problem 2 can be simplified into and converted into the problem 3. Here we can see that now the problem has been simplified and has been converted from matrix value to vector valued problem. However, it is still a non-convex problem, fractional programming problem, as the objective value of problem 3 is given in the fractional form. So in order to convert it in a convex problem, we have applied the fractional programming theory. Now, according to the fractional programming theory, if any problem is given in the form of nx and dx, then it can be solved using a parametric programming given by nx minus alpha dx, where alpha is a non-negative parameter. Okay, so in this and alpha value can be found by finding the positive 0 of f alpha, and it is given by it can be easily found using the Dinkelbach method. So after applying the fractional programming theory, problem 3 can be converted into problem 4, and this problem we can see that problem 4 is a convex problem now, and we can solve it using any standard method. However, we go one step ahead, and we have find the closed form solution for this problem. And in order to find the closed form of this problem, we have assumed the Lagrange multiplier method. For Lagrange multiplier method, we have just used some substitution method. We have replaced equation sigma and sigma Ni square plus Ak is equal to Fi. And after using that equation and putting in problem number 4, we have simplified this problem further in problem 5. And in this problem 5, we have applied the Lagrange function. And after applying the Lagrange function, in order to find the value of HIK, actually, if you see here, in HIK is basically given by the Fi.
Yeah, can you please wind up in 5 minutes?
Okay, so we have after doing that, we have found that the closed form solution of the relay precoder matrix given in equation number 17. And let's after finding the optimal precoder for the relay nodes, we have come to the relay selection part. And in this, we have selected the relay based on the maximum achieved energy efficiency, and it's mathematically we can write it as equation number 18. And we have seen that this relay selection strategy ensures the maximum achievable energy efficiency. Now let's come to the numerical results. This is the first result that we have obtained. In this, we have plot our proposed scheme and compare it with two other schemes. First one is a RS, that is the random selection scheme, and the second one is a fixed precoder matrix scheme. In random selection scheme, basically we select the relay nodes randomly, and in the FPM scheme, that is the fixed precoder matrix scheme, we have selected the relay based on the maximum energy efficiency. However, we have not designed the optimal precoder. We have just used the fixed precoder. So in this, we can see that our proposed method gives better energy efficiency than both of the scheme, as it also utilizes both the factor that it designed the optimal precoder as well as it select the relay based on the maximum energy efficiency. And second one graph is plotted for the different values of interference threshold value. So if we in this graph we can see if we increase the interference threshold value, energy efficiency will start to increase as the relay as the source secondary nodes can transmit more power. Now the third one is depend upon the number of antennas. So in this we can see if we increase the number of antenna at the nodes, the proposed scheme gives better energy efficiency. And finally the conclusion part. In this paper we have basically designed the optimal precoders and see the impact of joint relay selection and precoder designing on the achievable energy efficiency of the secondary system. And we have also proposed a closed form solution to obtain the precoders value. This is the references. Thank you.
And the floor is open for questions. Yeah, hello, Abhishek.
Yes, sir.
So what's the maximum MIMO order you mentioned?
Sir, can you please speak again?
What's the maximum MIMO order?
What is the maximum MIMO?
Order.
Order that we have taken. Sir, we have taken up to 6 basically. Now, but at the 6, the complexity will increase and the timing that we obtained in order to calculate the precoder matrix is large.
But is your system model applicable for massive MIMO systems also?
No, sir, it is not, because then we have to modify the system model according to that, and we have to see through it. Actually, we have not applied it and we have not tried it yet, but I am pretty much sure that if we want to extend this problem to massive MIMO, we have to modify a large part of this.
Okay. And lastly,
yes, sir.
Here is kind of related to the periodicity of the channel state feedback, right?
Sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In this, we have considered that the system has the perfect channel state information, and we are currently we are doing a problem for imperfect channel also, and for imperfect channel we are considering the elliptical model to model the errors in estimation.
Yes, so then CSL periodicity becomes another variable.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
Shikha,
Yes, sir.
you are given theorem 1.
Sorry, sir.
You are given theorem 1.
PW1.
That means we have theorem 2 also.
Sir, PW1.
No, you are given theorem 1. Once you say 1, that means there is theorem 2. I don't find any theorem 2.
Sir, I don't. No, no, sir, I didn't get your question, sir. Sorry.
You are given theorem number 1.
What number 1, sir?
Theorem, THEOREM, theorem number 1.
Ah, the theorem number 1. Okay, sir. Ha, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you have theorem number 2?
No, sir. Sir, I have actually about the fractional programming theorem. I have not given that theorem. This is a already predefined theorem in the literature. I have used that fractional programming theorem.
Okay.
Yeah, it is already predefined.
That Lagrange multiplier method.
Yes, sir.
Will use a package.
Sir, will you?
That Lagrange multiplier method.
Huh? Yes, sir.
Use the package or you actually use the method?
No, sir. I actually use the method. As you can see in my slide, if you have seen, I have used the Lagrange function and then differentiate it actually manually. And after manually differentiating, we obtain an equation basically, and equating it to the 0, we obtain a specific equation. We have done this manually. And after obtaining that equation, we have used that equation to find a precoder, and then we use the algorithm in MATLAB.
Okay. If there are no other questions, let us thank Shikha for her nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I now request the chair to give the certificates. PV Srikanth. D. Sarath Babu. Guruli Surajana. Thank you, sir. The next program is industry comment, talk by Zero Code. So these are the bronze sponsors of the conference, and the talk will be given by Bharat Kumar.
Good evening. Coming back to college is always interesting. There's a lot of energy here. There's a lot of new things. There's a lot of hope that can actually our future would be a lot better. We've been listening to a lot of interesting stuff for the last 2 days. Frankly, I understand very little. Like coming from computer science, I don't understand about electronics. What I want to do today is I want to share my 18 years of experience. How time has proved us wrong again and again, what we have actually done. The very first philosophy that we believe in our company is to think technology can solve problems. Sorry, technology itself is a problem. And whenever you apply technology anywhere, it's not a side effect. As part of that you really face problems. So, all of us are here in a very, very, very technical institution. But we seriously think, and we also believe that if you're only thinking about technology, it's way too dangerous. So anybody can guess what these numbers are? So on the right hand side of my screen, these are the value of top 4 companies in the US, top 4 tech companies in the US, which is about 7.4 trillion. I've excluded Amazon for a specific reason. Otherwise, it would be about 9.2 trillion. So India's top 4 companies is about $364 billion. But the amount of people who actually contribute to 7.4 billion is 5 lakhs, 5.4 lakhs worldwide. But if you really look at India, it's close to about 12 lakh people. So we have almost double the number of capacity, double the number of manpower, but still we are not even 5% of what the rich world is. And most importantly, even for the 7.45 trillion contribution, Indians are making a lot of effort. Indians are making significant effort. Why is that we're not able to do it? I just want to showcase a couple of case studies and then ask you some very basic questions. So, and probably I don't know if a lot of people, a lot of the younger generation is aware of Shamaru. So this was the first video cassette company, and then they went into the CDs, and now they've also launched their streaming services. So it's a 59-year-old company based out of India. Okay. They haven't invented anything, but they've effectively used the technology. But Netflix, which is hardly 20 years old now, so their value close to about 35 or 37 billion dollars. Our Shamaru market cap is $50 million. $15 million. And probably all of us have been using Netflix in some way or the other, and it's one of the most profitable companies ever. Asia Pacific itself contributes close to about $2 billion of revenue. What is missing out? Don't we have population? Don't we really have innovation? Are we missing out on something very, very badly that India is not able to create huge companies? And somebody was presenting, again, everything that I'm trying to present here is sharing based on my personal experience. You can take it as my views, and these are not generalized views. So somebody was, the government of India was lauding more awards, and there are a lot of unicorns that are getting created. These unicorns were a side effect of a policy that was created by China. China stopped foreign investments, and they started looking at other countries. And this was a mere side effect. It was not something great that we have done, and it was not something really stupendous that our companies started getting more and more money. And all of this money is coming from Japan. Going back to the previous example itself, we are the second largest producer of cotton in the world. Second largest producer of cotton next to China. And none of the top 100 fashion brands, in the world, not even one is Indian. And probably you can recognize some of these names, Zara, Nike, and LVMH. These are, a lot of them use Indian products as well, Indian cotton as well. So we've been just a raw material for them. Just like, I'm not saying, when we passed out of our colleges, Infosys, HCL, TCS, Wipro, Satyams, they were like paradises. And probably for generation before, I guess that was the biggest opportunity. And we had so many commitments in our life. Our parents only told us saying that, okay, getting a job is the best thing that you can do. Do engineering, do medicine, just get out. But at least the younger generation, you are not bound by anything. Now you have a lot more freedom. There are no financial commitments. You can really think beyond. You can really think beyond what we've actually got. Now there's an opportunity for you to really focus on something much more interesting. Is every other company in India is like this? No. BCCI, that was once considered as one of the most profitable NPO in the world. Did they invented cricket? No. Did they invented IPL? No. Do we do anything related to cricket? Maybe somebody built bats in Punjab, Ludhiana, and none of it are really big names. Still, BCCI was able to identify the business, and it literally dictates terms to every other international body. If BCCI were given a chance, it would have already acquired all the cricket committees in the world, including ICC. Okay. The fact that I'm trying to tell you now, the difference between from my first slide to this slide, identifying what we call as, all we're trying to solve here is, we're trying to solve a problem for a specific business. That is what I've been doing as a services company across 35 countries. A lot of tech companies like Infosys, TCS, HCL, all of them do. But what we need to start looking at, the more American way or whatever way that you call it, identify the business of a certain problem. Don't solve problems for a given business, rather identify problem business or a larger problem to be solved. So if you really look at BCCI, they never bothered about any technology that's being used. They just identified, okay, we're a cricket nation, so here is a market available, let's go and explore. So they made a huge business of it. So why I think India is not doing so great with so much of human capital available, just so precious. These are my probably three theories. The first one called squeeze balloon effect. So every time there's a new technology that comes up, we always look for what are the top 10 technologies which are going to give me high-paid jobs. Is that data science, AI, ML? Nothing wrong in it. Nothing wrong in it. But there will definitely be time when this bubble is going to burst, when this balloon is going to burst. That is when you'll start innovating yourself. That is when you'll start looking outside. Second, what I call as range anxiety. As I said, our generation definitely had this range anxiety, and my parents always considered me jobless. After 2 years, I quit and I started my company. They always started me as jobless candidate. But at least now we don't have that pressure. So we always think about what will happen if I fail. We always think about, I'm not going to earn more, but the younger generation, people who are going to come out of colleges, who really have better chances, seriously have better chances to overcome this effect and create much more interesting enterprises and show to the world what India is capable of. With about 4.5 million, about 45 lakh software developers, all we are doing is just sheer services. We are called white collar laborers. Sheer services to the world, where we haven't built anything great in this country, or purely from software standpoint, or we haven't had any great successes. I do expect, at least in the future, we would have a better hope. Third, we are very, very emotional to everything that we do. We complicate them, we don't really try to get out of this whole stuff as such. So, is there really an answer for some of this? We've been working on various items on how we can actually fix this, or how we can throw a solution to a problem like this. So everybody knows that world is going digital and there's a lot of economy that is getting built around this. So We've been working on something called a Center for Digital Economy. The whole idea of Center for Digital Economy is how do we enable countries, how do we enable governments, how do we enable institutions to go digital, solve their problems, and become more and more business oriented. As a technology company, as a founder of technology company, I am least bothered about technology. If it doesn't serve business at large, if it is not solving a larger problem, it is of no use. So we've been building a whole framework around how we can actually enable countries, how we can enable institutions like these, bring more better startups. It's not just technology alone. There are a lot of other stuff that needs to be woven around to ensure you can actually scale these ideas to a much higher level. So I don't want to take so much time getting into this. But technology, some of the problems Indians as Indian entities we face is we really don't know how to market ourselves. We really don't know how to increase the adoption. There were more than 50 apps that were actually banned because of China-India relationship. But India hasn't occupied any of them. India was not able to replace not even a single app that was actually banned. And there might be some popular, but there are apps which would have made it better. But for all the traditional issues that we had, we were not able to overcome, we were not able to fill not even one single gap. So with this, I would end my presentation. Thank you. As I said, don't solve problems for a business. Identify business for your problem. If it is not serving a larger business, then don't even worry about solving it. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Just to get the context, so zero code is effectively an incubator for budding innovators. Okay. So what does zero code mean?
So Zero Code is a low-code platform. Zero Code is a low-code platform which enables anybody to build applications without writing code. So we're just trying to remove the word technology and making it as a commodity. The intent for my presentation here today was to see what else can be done if we remove technology. Just to bring the idea, the tech part somebody can take care. Probably we can outsource to Indonesia. There's a lot of potential that we should be concentrating on. Is what it is.
Any more questions?